Welcome. You're here now, and there is nowhere else you need to be. Let your body find its place in the bed. Wherever you are lying, however you have arranged yourself, that is exactly right. You might shift once, twice, letting your shoulders sink a little deeper into the pillow, letting your legs settle into the shape they want to hold. There is no correct position. There is only the one that lets you feel heavy. Take a slow breath in, and let it go, without effort, the way a door swings closed on its own weight. And another, in through the nose if that feels easy, and out long and unhurried. You can allow your jaw to loosen now. The small muscles around your eyes, the ones that have worked all day, they can soften. Your hands can uncurl. Whatever they were holding, they are not holding it now. Tonight, nothing will be asked of you. You don't have to follow every word. You don't have to picture anything perfectly. The voice will keep going all night quietly, and you can drift in and out of it the way you might drift in and out of the sound of a fire in the next room. If you fall asleep in the middle of a sentence, good. That is the whole point. The words will still be here, keeping the room warm, and you can sink beneath them whenever you like. One more breath, in and all the way out. Feel how the mattress holds you without being asked. Feel how the blanket has its own small warmth, the warmth your body made and gave to it, and how it gives that warmth back now. Heavy and held, and free to let go. And as your eyes rest closed, imagine now that you are standing at the edge of a clearing in the woods, in the blue hour of a winter evening, and the snow is falling. It has been falling for a long time. You can tell by the way it lies, deep and unbroken, rounded over every stump and stone, so that the whole clearing has become one soft shape under a darkening sky. The light is that particular blue that comes only in the last minutes of a snowy dusk. Blue in the drifts, deeper blue in the hollows, and everywhere the small, pale movement of flakes coming down through the still air. There is no wind. The snow falls straight, unhurried, each flake taking its time. And across the clearing, there is a cabin. One window is lit, a small square of amber in all that blue, steady, warm, waiting. A thin ribbon of wood smoke rises from the chimney, straight up into the falling snow, and even from here you can catch the faint sweetness of it on the cold air. Someone has kept the fire going. The fire is for you. You begin to walk toward the light. The snow is deep past your ankles, and each step makes that soft, compressing sound. A low creak, a hush. The sound snow only makes when it is very cold and very fresh. Your boots find their rhythm. Step, hush, step, hush. Your breath makes small clouds that drift behind you and vanish. The cold touches your cheeks, your nose, the little strip of skin between your collar and your hat. And it is a clean cold, a bracing cold, the kind that makes the promise of warmth ahead feel enormous. The cabin grows nearer with every step. You can see the snow loaded thick on its roof, a foot of it at least, smooth as a folded blanket. You can see the drifts already climbing the walls, curling up over the bottom of the window frame. The amber light spills out onto the snow beneath the window and turns it gold. Flakes land on your sleeves and stay there, perfect for a moment, small six-sided stars on the dark wool. And then they soften and sink in. One lands on your eyelashes. You blink it away. Step, hush, step. The porch is just ahead now, its railing wearing a tall white sleeve of snow. 3 steps up, each one bearing its own soft drift, and your boots press prints into them as you climb. Under the porch roof, the snow stops touching you, and the sound of the night changes. Closer somehow, more intimate. The faint tick of flakes landing on the shingles above your head. The door is heavy pine, and the latch is cold iron under your glove. It lifts with a satisfying weight, and the door swings inward, and warmth comes out to meet you like something alive. You step inside, and you close the door behind you, and the night stays out there, and you are in here, and that is that. The warmth surrounds you all at once. It presses gently against your cold cheeks, your hands, and you can feel your skin begin to tingle as it thaws. that lovely aching sweet feeling of coming in from deep cold. The room smells of cedar and woodsmoke and something older underneath. Warm wool, old pine boards, 100 winters of fires. It is the smell of a room that has been lived in and loved and kept warm. You stand for a moment on the mat, just breathing it in. It is one room, and it is enough. The fire is across from you in a stone hearth, worked down to a bed of patient orange embers with one thick log across them, glowing along its underside, giving off a slow, steady heat. An oil lamp burns low on the table, its flame the size of a thumbnail, and between the lamp and the fire, the whole room is washed in moving amber light. Shadows breathe softly in the corners. Nothing is bright. Everything glows. You bend down and work at your bootlaces with fingers that are still half numb, and the laces are stiff with cold, and it takes a moment. And then one boot comes free, and then the other, and you set them by the door where the snow on them can melt in its own time. Your feet, in their thick socks, meet the wooden floor, and the floor is warm. Warmed all evening by the fire, warmed through, and the warmth comes up through your socks into your soles like something poured. You peel off your gloves, your hat, your heavy coat, and hang them on the pegs by the door, and each thing you take off makes you lighter. The snow melting from your coat will drip quietly onto the mat all night, and that is fine. Everything in this room is allowed to take its time. And now you cross the floor, slowly, feeling the boards give their small, friendly creaks under your feet, and you come to the chair. It is a deep chair, an old chair, angled toward the fire. Its arms are wide and its cushions have been shaped by years of exactly this. A person, a fire, a long night. Folded over its back is a quilt, heavy and thick, patched in deep reds and browns. You sit down into the chair, and it receives you. You can feel it take your weight the way the mattress beneath your real body is taking your weight right now. Completely, without complaint, without any need for you to hold yourself up at all. Your back settles. Your shoulders drop. You pull the quilt down over yourself, over your lap, up to your chest, and its weight settles onto you like a hand laid gently on a sleeping animal. There. And the warmth begins to gather beneath it immediately, your own warmth pooling. And you look at the fire. The log across the embers is burning slowly, the way a good log does. No flames to speak of, just a rippling skin of orange along its underside, brightening and dimming, as if the fire itself were breathing. Every so often it gives a soft pop. A single spark rises, drifts, winks out. The embers beneath it are a small landscape of orange and gray, shifting so slowly you can barely catch them moving. Heat comes off the hearth in a steady wave you can feel on your face and your shins, even under the quilt. And behind you, at the window, the snow is ticking against the glass. Tick, 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 tick. The softest sound there is almost not a sound at all. Flakes touching the pane and clinging there. When you glance over, you can see them gathering in the corners of the window, small white drifts on the sill outside, and beyond them nothing but the blue dark and the falling snow, endless, patient, filling the world. The snow is rising past the sill now. You can see it. By morning, it will be halfway up the glass. And here is the thing you may allow yourself to know fully all the way down. You are snowed in. The road is gone. The path you walked is already filling behind you, your footprints softening, vanishing. No one can come here tonight and you cannot go anywhere, and so nothing at all, can be asked of you. Every task in the world is on the other side of that snow. Every obligation is buried under it, sleeping, and it will keep. The snow has made your excuses for you, all of them perfectly, and it goes on making them, flake by flake, all night long. There is only this room. The fire, the lamp, the quilt, the chair, the tick of snow at the glass, the slow orange breathing of the embers. You might let out a long breath now, in the chair and in your bed, both at once, and feel how your body believes it. Snowed in, held, excused. The warmth under the quilt has fully gathered now. a soft envelope of it around your legs, your belly, your chest. Your feet are warm all the way through. Your hands rest on top of the quilt, and the fabric under your fingers is worn soft as flannel, and you can feel the small ridges of its stitching, rows and rows of them, someone's slow, careful work from long ago. The fire pops again. A knot in the log sighs out a thread of smoke that curls up the chimney. The lamp flame stands perfectly still, then sways once, then stands still again. And your eyes in the cabin are getting heavy, the way eyes do when they watch a low fire from under a warm quilt. You don't fight it. There is nothing to stay awake for. The fire will be tended. The room will stay warm. The voice will stay with you. You let your gaze soften on the embers until the orange blurs a little at the edges, until the glow becomes a warmth you feel more than see. Listen to the room. It has its own quiet music once you settle into it. The fire's small, constant whisper like breath through teeth. Now and then the muffled thump of snow sliding from a branch outside, a sound so soft and so heavily blanketed it seems to come from underwater. The tick, tick, at the window, the tiny mineral creak of the stones in the hearth as they take the heat and hold it. And under everything, the immense silence of a snowed-in night. Not an empty silence, but a full one, thick as the quilt, pressing in kindly from every side, wrapping the cabin the way the quilt wraps you. The snow outside is doing its slow work. It falls on the roof and adds itself to the white blanket there, and the blanket grows heavier and warmer, tucking the cabin in from above. It falls against the walls and the drifts climb, inch by patient inch, tucking the cabin in from the sides. The whole house is being wrapped, sealed, held, and you inside it and the warmth inside you. You may notice your breathing has slowed to match the fire. In, as the ember glow brightens, out, as it dims. You didn't decide to do that. The room decided it for you. Somewhere in the rafters overhead, the old beams settle with a soft wooden groan, the sound of a house shifting its weight in its sleep. Dark honey-colored wood up there, hand-hewn, the adze marks still visible in the lamplight, holding up their load of snow without effort, as they have for 100 winters. They know how to carry the weight. You don't have to carry anything. The heat from the hearth reaches your face in slow pulses. Your cheeks, which stung with cold not long ago, are flushed warm now. There is a heaviness spreading through you, starting in your legs. The good heaviness, the kind that means the body has stopped waiting for anything. Your thighs sink into the cushion. Your arms lie along the chair's wide arms, and they weigh what they truly weigh, which is a great deal, and the chair doesn't mind at all. On the table beside you, in the lamp's small circle of light, there is a mug. Steam rises from it in a thin ribbon that curls and disappears. Someone left it for you. Or perhaps you made it yourself before you sat down. It hardly matters. Something warm and mild, smelling faintly of honey. You wrap your hands around it, and the heat soaks into your palms, into the little bones of your fingers, and you hold it there against your chest under your chin, not even drinking yet, just letting it warm the air you breathe. When you do take a sip, it is warm all the way down. You can trace its path, tongue, throat, chest, a small line of warmth descending into the larger warmth. You set the mug back on the table. Your hands return to the quilt. The window ticks, the fire whispers, the snow rises. Outside, if you were to look, and you don't need to, you can simply know it. The clearing has gone fully dark now, the blue hour given over to night, and the snow falls through the darkness invisible except where the window's amber light catches it, a slow curtain of gold flecks drifting down just beyond the glass. Each flake lit for a moment as it passes the window. Each one landing without a sound on the ones that came before. Millions of them tonight. Millions more before morning. All of them falling for you, in a way. Every flake another small guarantee that the world will stay away, that the night belongs to this room, that you are excused, excused, excused. The log shifts on its bed of embers, settling half an inch lower, and a soft flurry of sparks rises and dies, and the orange light swells across the room for a moment. Over the floorboards, up the log walls with their dark knots and seams, across the rafters, and then eases back down to its low, steady glow. You are so warm now under the quilt, warm the way bread is warm. Your body has stopped keeping track of its edges. Where you end and the chair begins is not entirely clear anymore, and it doesn't need to be. The heaviness has moved up from your legs into your hips, your belly, the small of your back. Your shoulders have let go of something they were holding, something old, and it is gone now, out through the chimney with the smoke. Your eyelids in the cabin drift lower. The fire becomes a soft orange smear. The lamp becomes a golden blur, and that is fine. You don't need your eyes tonight. The room will go on being real whether you watch it or not. The sounds will keep you company. The tick of snow, the breath of the fire, the settling beams, and this voice staying low and near hour after hour, tending the words the way the fire is tended, keeping them small and warm and slow. There is a poker leaning against the hearthstones and a basket of split birch beside it, silver bark curling off the logs in papery scrolls, and later, much later, the fire will want another log, and it will get one, and the warmth will go on unbroken through the whole long night. That is already arranged. Everything is already arranged. Nothing is waiting on you. The snow at the window has climbed another inch. You can hear the quality of the ticking change, very slightly, as the drift reaches higher up the glass. The lower flakes landing now on snow instead of sill, silent, only the higher ones still finding the bare pane to touch. The world outside is filling up with softness. The world inside is filling up with warmth. And you are at the meeting point of the two, in the deep chair, under the heavy quilt in the amber light, going down slowly into rest the way a flake goes down through still air, unhurried, certain of where it will land, and landing softly when it does. Your breath is long and low now. The quilt rises with it and falls, rises and falls. The embers brighten and dim. The snow ticks at the glass and ticks, and the night is enormous and gentle around this one warm room, and the night has only just begun, and there is so much of it, hours and hours of it, all of them warm, all of them kept, all of them yours to sleep through. The lamp flame sways once more and steadies. A thread of cedar smoke drifts along the rafters and settles into the wood, feeding that old sweet smell the room is made of. Somewhere under the floor, the stones of the foundation hold their cold patiently, far below the warmth, keeping it honest. And the floorboards above them stay warm, and your feet stay warm, and the heat keeps coming off the hearth in its slow waves, unhurried, generous, as if the fire had all the time in the world. And it does. It is all night. You sink a little deeper into the chair. The cushion takes you. The quilt seals its warmth around your shoulders, and you may find that even the effort of listening is softening now, the words arriving from a little farther away, blending with the fire whisper, and that is exactly as it should be. Let them blend. Let them blur. The snow keeps falling. Through the gold square of window light it drifts, flake after flake after flake, each one taking its slow diagonal path down into the dark, and the drifts rise, and the roof blanket thickens, and the cabin settles deeper into the white, warm at its heart like an ember banked in ash. And now, without needing to move at all, you may let your attention wander the room the way warmth wanders it, slowly, touching one thing at a time. There is a shelf along the far wall you haven't noticed until now, low and long, made of a single thick plank worn smooth at the edges by years of reaching hands. On it, a row of old books leans companionably to one side, their spines faded to the colors of autumn. Rust ochre, a soft moss green. Titles too dim to read in the lamplight, and better that way. Books that have been read many times in this chair, by this fire, on nights exactly like this one. They ask nothing of you. They simply stand there, full of quiet stories, keeping their words to themselves, and something about their patience is restful. The way a shelf of old books can make a room feel finished and slept in and safe. Beside the books, a candle in a squat brass holder, unlit, its wick curled like a tiny sleeping thing. A small tin of matches. A pinecone someone carried in from the forest years ago and set down and never moved, its scales open wide in the dry warmth, holding a faint sweetness of resin that joins the cedar and the wood smoke in the room's slow perfume. You can find that resin note now if you breathe for it, just under everything else, green and clean and old. From the rafters, near the corner where the light barely reaches, hang a few bundles of dried herbs, tied with string, stems up, flowers down. They were hung there in some warm month you don't need to remember, and they've been drying ever since, giving off their scent one particle at a time. A whisper of lavender, maybe. A ghost of mint. So faint it might only be the idea of a scent, arriving when the heat rises and stirring the air along the ceiling. When the fire breathes, they sway. Barely. A tremble you'd miss if you weren't this still. You are this still. And being this still, you begin to notice the smallest movements the room makes on its own. The lamp flame leaning a fraction when warm air crosses it. The shadow of the chair back shifting on the wall, so slowly it seems less like movement and more like the shadow settling its weight. A single fiber at the edge of the quilt, lifting and lying down again with each of your breaths, like a blade of grass in the gentlest wind there is. The wind of your own sleeping. Somewhere behind the wall, deep in the chimney stones, the wind finds the flue and hums across it. One low note, round and hollow, like breath over the mouth of a bottle. It comes and goes as the night wind comes and goes over the roof, and each time it sounds, the fire answers with a small brightening, a little lift of flame, as if the chimney and the fire were speaking to one another in a language of draft and ember, an old conversation that has been going on in this cabin every winter night for longer than anyone remembers. You can listen without understanding. That is the best way to listen tonight. Sound without meaning. The hum, the lift, the settling back. On the hearth, close to the coals but not too close, sits a heavy iron kettle. You notice it now because it has just begun very faintly to sing. Not boiling, nowhere near, just warming through, the water inside it stirring in slow rolls, and the metal giving out that first thin whispering note that iron kettles make when heat finds them, a sound almost too high and soft to hear, threading in and out under the fire sounds. It was set there earlier, that kettle, not for tea. Just for the moisture, for the faint breath of steam it will lend the air all night, keeping the warmth soft instead of dry, and for the company of its small voice. It will whisper for hours. It will never quite come to a boil. It will just stay there at the edge of singing, the way this room stays at the edge of silence, full and warm and almost still. A thin curl of steam is already rising from its spout. You can watch it if your eyes want something gentle to do. The way it climbs, wavers, turns over on itself, and vanishes into the dark above the mantel. Each curl a little different. None of them hurried. Water becoming air, becoming nothing, over and over all night long. The mantel itself is a single beam of old chestnut, adze marked, darkened by 100 winters of smoke to the color of strong tea. On it, small things rest in a row, each with its ring of lamplight and its little pool of shadow. A smooth gray stone from a riverbed, a tarnished tin cup, a candle stub, a carving of a bird, whittled by patient hands on some other winter night, its wooden wings folded, its head tucked. A bird carved sleeping. Whoever made it for nights like this. You may find your own head wanting to tuck the same way now. Chin softening down, neck letting go, the weight of your skull giving itself over to the chair's high back completely. Let it. The chair has held heavier things than your tiredness. Deeper in the room, past the reach of the firelight, there is a bed. You knew it was there the way you know things in warm rooms without looking. An old iron-framed bed against the log wall, made up thick with wool blankets and a second quilt, its pillows plumped, its covers turned down in a neat triangle of welcome. It waits without waiting. It doesn't call to you. There's no need to go to it. The chair is bed enough tonight, the quilt is cover enough. But it's good to know it's there, the way it's good to know the woodpile is full and the door is latched and the kettle is on. Another kept promise in a room made of kept promises. If sleep carries you there later, in that weightless way sleep carries people across small rooms, you won't remember the crossing. And if sleep keeps you here in the chair all night, the chair will not complain. Either way you are held. Either way the morning is far, far off on the other side of all this warm dark, and none of it is your concern. The wind moves over the roof again. You hear it arrive from a long way off. A soft rushing in the treetops down the valley, growing, traveling up the slope through the firs, each tree passing the sound to the next like a whisper down a long line. And then it reaches the cabin and pours over the roof in one smooth wave, and the snow on the shingles holds everything down, muffling it to a broad, low shhh. And then it's past, fading away up the mountain, tree by tree, until the valley is quiet again, and only the flue hums its one round note and lets it go. You may find your breath wanting to move like that wind, arriving slowly from somewhere far off, pouring through, long and smooth, fading away without effort, all the way to empty, and resting there a moment in the quiet before the next breath gathers itself, far down the valley of you, and begins its unhurried approach. There's no need to shape it. Breath knows this country. It has traveled it all your life. Under the wind, under the kettle's whisper, under the fire, there is a texture to the silence itself now, and you're deep enough to feel it. The specific silence of heavy snowfall, which is a pressure more than an absence, a soft weight laid over the whole world outside these walls. Every field is under it. Every fence post wears a tall white cap of it. The forest paths are gone, smoothed into pure white corridors between dark trees. The little creek below the cabin still runs, but under a roof of ice and a blanket of snow so that its sound, which in summer would fill this whole hollow, is now just a secret trickle deep beneath the white, a thread of dark water murmuring through galleries of ice, heard by no one, going on anyway. Everything out there is tucked in. The deer are bedded down in the fir thickets where the snow can't reach, folded onto beds of dry needles, their breath rising in small clouds, their eyes half closed. The birds are puffed into balls in the dense heart of the spruces, feathers over their feet, heads under wings. Even the mountain itself seems to sleep, its shoulders whitening hour by hour, patient under the falling weight of all that softness. The whole valley is doing what you are doing. Settling, warming its own small core, letting the night come down. And the snow keeps its promise, flake by flake. If you could stand outside now, you don't need to, you never need to leave this chair, but if you could, you would see the cabin from the forest edge as one small golden light in an immensity of falling white, the window glowing amber through the snowfall, smoke rising straight and slow from the chimney into windless heights, and you would know at a glance that whoever is inside that light is warm and safe and nearly asleep. You are the one inside the light. You are the warm heart of the picture. Every flake that falls around you, and none of them touch you, and they never will. Back inside, where you have been all along. The fire has burned itself down to its deepest stage now. The stage fires reach an hour into a long night, when the flames grow small and lazy, and most of the light comes from the coal bed itself, that shifting orange landscape below the logs, glowing and dimming in slow waves like something breathing in its sleep. The light in the room has gone lower and warmer with it. The corners have moved closer. The ceiling has come down soft and dark like the inside of a hand gently closing. The lamp still burns on its shelf, but even the lamp seems drowsy now, its flame shorter, steadier, a golden thumbprint of light that asks nothing of your eyes. The kettle whispers. The flue hums and lets go. A coal ticks and splits, and a small constellation of sparks rises, drifts, winks out. And you in the chair under the quilt are becoming simpler and simpler. The day's edges are gone. You couldn't find them now if you looked, and you have no wish to look. Names, plans, hours. They've all gone quiet in you the way the creek went quiet under its ice. Still there somewhere far below, murmuring harmlessly, sealed away under all this soft white rest. What's left of you is mostly warmth. Warmth and weight and breath. A body full of slow tide. A mind like the steam above the kettle. Rising in soft curls, turning over, vanishing. Rising, turning, vanishing. Each thought thinner than the last, until thinking is just a kind of weather in you, drifting through, leaving no tracks. You might notice how heavy your hands are now, where they rest. Heavy in the good way. Heavy like river stones sunk in warm sand. They have carried enough. Tonight they carry nothing, not even themselves. The quilt carries them, the chair carries the quilt, the floor carries the chair, the old stone foundation carries the floor, and the mountain carries it all, patient under the snow, holding this one warm room up toward the falling sky like something cupped and protected. You are carried at the top of all that carrying. Layer under layer under layer of holding, all the way down to the roots of the hills. Nothing about you is required to stay awake for any of it. The room agrees. Listen. It's saying so in every sound it has. The fire says stay down, stay low, glow soft. The kettle says almost, never quite, no hurry. The snow at the glass says one, no counting, no end. The wind over the roof says passing. And under them all, the deep beams of the cabin say what they've said every night for 100 years in creeks spaced minutes apart. Held, still held. You can stop listening now, if listening has become an effort. The sounds will go on without your attention, the way the snow goes on without being watched. This voice will go on too, low, at the edge of the firelight, saying slow, warm nothing, and you can let it become just another texture of the room. A voice like the kettle, like the flue, like the coals. Not words anymore, if you'd rather. Just a human warmth in the air, keeping the night company, keeping the fire of the words banked and gentle, hour after hour, while you go down. Down past the light. Down past the sounds. Down into the wool-dark warmth under everything, where sleep keeps its house. The quilt is very heavy now, wonderfully heavy. It has finished warming and begun that deeper thing quilts do late at night, pressing, faintly, evenly, everywhere at once, like a slow tide of wool laid over you, and under its weight your body has stopped holding any shape of its own. You are chair-shaped now, rest-shaped, poured into the deep seat and settled level, the way water settles, the way snow settles, finding the low places and lying still in them. Your face has gone soft. You can feel that. The small muscles around the eyes unknotted, the jaw loose, the forehead smooth as the drifted snow on the woodshed roof. Faces work hard all day. Yours has clocked out. It lies on the front of your skull now like a warm cloth, doing nothing, saying nothing, wearing only the faint beginnings of the expression sleeping people wear. That ancient, neutral peace. The fire flutters once, softly, like a page turning in one of those old books on the shelf, and settles again. Steam curls, vanishes. Snow climbs the glass, 1 silent inch an hour. And time itself has gone thick and slow in here, the way honey goes in a cold pantry. Still moving, but barely, richly, in golden folds. A minute in this room is longer than a minute anywhere else, and softer, and none of them are counted. The night is not something passing now. It's something you're inside of. A vast, dark barn of hours, roofed with snow, floored with sleep, and you've been led into its warmest corner and bedded down in gold light, and the great doors are closed against the cold, and everything in here breathes slow. You breathe slow. The fire breathes slow. The mountain, under all its white, breathes slowest of all, 1 breath a season, and holds you on its knee without noticing your weight, the way the very large hold the very small. Maybe the last thing your drifting attention finds, before it stops finding things, is the smallest sound in the room. Smaller than the kettle. Smaller than the snow. It's the lamp. The tiny dry whisper of the flame itself, drinking oil up the wick thread by thread. a sound like a moth's wing folded and unfolded very slowly, there only when every other sound leans away for a moment. Almost nothing. The little engine of the light, running on sweetness, asking for nothing, shining the same amber it has shone all evening onto the same log walls. And it will still be shining it hours from now, onto your sleeping face, faithful as the fire, faithful as the snow. You don't have to hear it anymore. You don't have to hear anything anymore. The room has taken over every duty there ever was. Warmth, handled. Light, handled. The door, the drift, the long hours till morning. Handled, 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 all of it carried by log and stone and flame and wool so that you can be carried too, empty-handed, weightless under weight, warm at the center of the warm center of the world. The coals shift once, softly, and sigh out a slow flag of orange light that moves across the ceiling and fades. The quilt rises and falls, slower now, slower. And the snow comes down over everything. The roof, the woodpile, the sleeping valley, the whole soft mountain. And inside it all, one small golden room, and inside the room, one deep chair, and inside the chair, you. Going down warm through the last thin layer of waking, the way an ember sinks into ash, still glowing, gently covered, kept. The kettle whispers on the hearth. The fir boughs let their snow slip, somewhere out in the dark with a hush. And the night holds, and the warmth holds, and you may let go now all the way. There is only softness under you all the way down. Somewhere behind the chimney stone, deep in the masonry, the heat is still traveling. It moves through the rock the way sleep is moving through you now. Slowly from the center outward, patient as sap. That stone was cold once, quarried from this very mountain, and every winter evening for 100 years it has been taught warmth all over again, and by now it knows the lesson by heart. Press your attention against it lightly, the way you'd press a palm to a horse's flank. You can almost feel it holding the fire's memory, banking it, promising to give it back in the small hours when the flames go low. Nothing in this room forgets you. Everything here is storing warmth on your behalf. And now, if you like, without any effort, without really moving at all, you may find yourself drifting toward the far end of the cabin, where the shadows pool a little deeper and the firelight only reaches in soft amber tides. There's a sleeping nook there. You may not have noticed it before. It's built right into the wall the way ships build their berths, a wooden alcove with a low beam overhead, half curtained in heavy plaid wool, and inside it a bed made deep. A feather tick that has been shaken and plumped until it stands up like risen bread, and over it layer upon layer of blankets, each one older and softer than the last. You drift toward it the way warm air drifts. No steps to count. The floorboards receive you one by one, each with its own small voice, worn smooth down the middle by decades of stocking feet. And the boards are warm here too, because the chimney's heat travels under everything, and the whole cabin is one gentle instrument tuned to the same low note. The nook smells different from the hearth. You notice that as you come near. The fire's resin and wood smoke fade behind you, and what rises to meet you instead is the smell of a cedar chest. That dry, sweet, red gold smell, clean as high air. Because the blankets have lived all summer in cedar, folded in the dark, waiting for exactly this night. Cedar and clean wool and the faintest ghost of lavender, from a little sachet someone tucked between the quilts long ago and never removed. It's the smell of things kept safe. It's the smell of being expected. You may let yourself sink into the bed now, in whatever way is easiest, and the feather tick takes you the way a snowdrift takes a falling pine cone. Soundlessly. Completely. It rises up around your shoulders and hips, it fills in every space beneath you, and there is a long, slow settling as feathers shift and sigh somewhere deep in the ticking, a sound like a very distant flock landing on water. The bed is learning your shape. It will hold that shape all night. And the blankets come over you in their soft order. First the worn flannel, light as breath, then the wool with its honest weight, then the great quilt on top, heavy and calm, pressing you gently down into the feathers the way snow presses the mountain down into its long white sleep. Weight above, softness below. You are the warm seam between them. The curtain of the nook hangs half-drawn, and through the gap you can still see the room you came from. The fire, smaller now with distance, a soft orange heartbeat at the far end of the dark. It flickers on the underside of the roof beams. It touches the row of old books, the iron hooks by the door, the coats hanging heavy and still. Everything out there is keeping its post. And in here, in the wooden dark of the nook, the light arrives already gentled, already strained through wool and distance, nothing left of it but a warm rumor on the curtain's edge. You can watch it or not watch it. It asks nothing. Above your head, close enough that you could touch it if touching were something you still did, runs the low beam of the alcove. A single squared timber, adzed by hand, and if your eyes rest on it in the half-light, you can see the tool marks still in the wood, little scalloped shadows, each one a single swing of someone's arm on some long-ago morning. Hundreds of them marching down the beam. All that work finished lifetimes ago, so that tonight this wood could do the only thing it has left to do. Hold the roof and hold it quietly over your sleep. The beam ticks once, a tiny knuckle crack deep in its grain, the sound old timber makes as the night cools it, and then it is silent again for an hour. The cabin talks like this all night, one syllable at a time in the language of settling. Tick, from the ridgepole. A soft groan once from the north wall taking the wind's shoulder. These are not sounds to listen to. They are the sounds a shelter makes when it is doing its job, and each one, if it reaches you at all, will reach you as proof. Held, still held. Under the bed, under the floor, under everything, there is the root cellar. You've never seen it, and you don't need to, but you can feel it down there the way you can feel the ground floor of a house beneath the room you're in. A small stone-lined dark, dug into the mountain itself, cool and even and sweet-smelling, where apples sleep in straw and jars of summer stand in rows along the shelves, gold and red and deep plum purple, each one sealed against the winter with a lid of tin and a ring of wax. All that gathered sunlight put away in glass resting in the dark below you. The cabin sits on a foundation of kept summers, and you rest on the cabin. It's a good thing to be stacked upon. Stone, then straw and apples, then warm floorboards, then feathers, then you, then wool, then roof beams, then 3 feet of snow, then the whole slow-turning winter sky. Every layer minding the one above it. Every layer minded by the one below. The window nearest the nook is a small one, 4 panes, and the frost has been working on it all evening while you weren't looking. It works the way sleep works, invisibly from the edges in. And now the glass is a garden. Ferns of frost, white feathers of it, curling up from the corners of each pane, branching and rebranching in patterns too fine for any hand, silver white where the last of the firelight finds them. Behind the frost, dimly, the blue night. In front of it, the warm dark of the room. The window is the border between the two, and the frost is the border's flower, and it grows only here, only on nights this cold. Only on glass this warm on one side. Which means it is, in its way, a portrait of this exact night, drawn in ice, and no one will ever see this one but you, and by mid-morning it will be gone. You may let your eyes trace one fern of it, out and out along its narrowing stem to the last crystal tip. And somewhere along that silver line, tracing turns into drifting, and drifting turns into nothing at all. And that is exactly as it should be. Outside, the snow has changed its voice. Early in the evening, it fell in flakes you could almost hear. But now, in the deep of the night, it has gone finer, drier, a snow like sifted flour, and it makes no sound at all, not even the hush. It simply accumulates, the way sleep accumulates, one weightless layer at a time, until the world is transformed without a single noise having been made. On the woodpile, it rounds every log. On the fence posts, it builds tall white caps, impossibly balanced architecture with no architect. On the spruce boughs it gathers until each branch wears a long, soft animal of snow along its back. And on the roof above you it deepens and deepens, and this is the strange gift of it. Every inch of snow up there makes the cabin warmer, quieter, more sealed. The storm is insulating you against itself. The cold is building you a thicker blanket out of its own body. There are not many places in the world where the weather works all night for your comfort. But this is one, and you're in it, and it's working now. Far off, very far, there is the valley. You can't see it and you can't hear it, but you know how it lies tonight, and knowing is its own kind of lullaby. The little village down there, 10 scattered roofs along the frozen creek, every one of them wearing the same white as yours. Woodsmoke standing straight up from every chimney in the windless cold, 10 pale threads in the starlight, each one meaning the same thing yours means. A fire banked, a household sleeping, a winter being outlasted in warmth. Nobody down there is awake either. The whole valley has agreed on this hour. Even the creek has pulled its voice in under the ice and speaks only to the stones now, a private trickle in the dark, and the ice above it thickens, pane on pane, growing its own frost gardens that no one will ever see at all. The world is not paused, you understand. It is all still happening, creek and snow and smoke and star. It has simply all agreed to happen quietly on the other side of glass without you for you. Your body, in the deep of the feather bed, has begun to do the thing bodies do when they trust a place completely. The borders are going soft. Where you end and where the bed begins is no longer entirely clear, and it doesn't need to be. Your hands have found their own places without asking you, and they lie there curled and heavy, like mittens left by the fire. Your legs have gone long and loose and far away. Good news from a distant country. Your breathing has slipped down below the level where you steer it, down into that old dark room where the body keeps its rhythms, and it is being tended there by hands far steadier than attention. Slow tied in, slower tied out with a little pause at the bottom of each one, a pause like the pause between snowflakes. And in every one of those pauses, you sink a fraction deeper into the feathers, and the quilt follows you down, and the warmth closes over the top. If a thought comes now, and one may, it arrives differently than thoughts arrive in daylight. It comes in like a flake against the window, touches the glass, shows its small crystal shape for a moment, and melts and runs and is gone, leaving the glass clean. You don't have to open the window for any of them. You don't have to keep any of them. The night is long and wide enough for every thought to fall somewhere else, out in the dark, on the drifts, where they land as softly as everything lands tonight and are covered over by morning. In here there is only the cedar smell, and the wool weight, and the small orange rumor of fire on the curtain, and the great patience of the beams. The fire itself is going down now, gently, the way it's supposed to. Nobody needs to tend it. It has reached the hour of coals. The flames folded away, the logs become glowing geography, ember canyons and slow orange rivers that brighten and dim with the room's own breathing. Coal light is the oldest light there is for sleeping by. It doesn't flicker on the walls anymore. It glows, steady and low, the color of the inside of a peach, and it will spend the whole night sinking by degrees, so slowly that no single minute is dimmer than the one before it. And your sleep will deepen at exactly its pace, ember and dreamer banking down together, and toward morning both of you will be nothing but warmth under a soft gray cover, still alive at the center, easily woken by no one, because no one is coming, because nothing is needed. Listen, or rather don't listen, just let it arrive, to how many kinds of quiet there are in here now. There is the quiet of the wool, which is a close, furry quiet right against you. There is the quiet of the room, which is round and amber and smells of smoke. There is the quiet of the cabin's shell, timber and chinking, a structural quiet, a quiet with a roof pitch. And outside that, the enormous eider-down quiet of the snow, miles of it, lying over the whole dark mountain. A quiet so large it has weather inside it. They fit one inside the other like nesting boxes, quiet within quiet, and you are the small, warm thing in the innermost box, wrapped and double wrapped and wrapped again. And every layer between you and the cold, wide world is doing its silent work at once. The mountain, out there under the stars, wears the night the way it has worn 10,000 nights, without comment. Its ridgelines stand blue-white against the black. Its forests hold their snow. Somewhere on its high shoulders, the wind moves over the open snowfields and combs them into long, smooth waves. But that is far above you, a weather for stones and stars, and none of it reaches down here into the trees where the cabin sits in its hollow like an egg in a nest of white. High things take the wind so low things can have the stillness. That's the arrangement. It was made long before you came, and it will hold long after, and tonight it holds for you. And the stars themselves above the snow smoke of the summit, you don't need to see them to have them. They're doing what they do, the whole slow wheel of them turning at their one speed over the valley, over the roof, over your sleep. The frost on your window is their only ambassador in here, silver on silver. Everything very far away is in its place. Everything very near is warm. Between the two, nothing is required of you. Not watching, not thanking, not even knowing. The night runs itself. It has always run itself. Tonight you finally get to feel what that's worth. Deeper now. The feathers have finished settling and hold their shape around you like a print in soft snow. The cedar smell has gone from something you notice to something you're inside of. The coal light on the curtain is dimmer than it was, or your eyes are heavier, and there is no difference anymore between those two things. The beam over the bed ticks once, far away. The frost adds one more feather to its fern, too slowly to see. Somewhere under the floor, in the sweet stone dark, an apple rests against another apple, and neither of them moves till spring. The quilt is heavy, in the best way, the way a hand on a shoulder is heavy. It says stay without saying anything. It says down, and down is where everything good is tonight. Down in the feathers, down in the warmth, down where breath goes when it's done being counted. You may notice how each exhale lets you a little further into the mattress, a little further out of the day, as if you were being lowered on the softest possible rope, an inch of breath, into a well of warmth that has no bottom and needs none. Only softer and softer dark, cedar sweet, wool held, ember lit at the very edges, and then not even that. The snow keeps its silent work on the roof, building your quiet thicker, rounding every corner of the night. If you could see the cabin now from the outside, from the ridgeline, from the owl's height, it would be almost gone. A white mound among white mounds, a single seam of gold at one small window, one thread of smoke standing in the starlight. Nothing about it would say that at its center, deep in the wooden dark, in a curtained berth under 3 blankets, a person is dissolving gently into sleep. And that's the beauty of it. The world can't tell where you are. The cold can't find the shape of you. Only the warmth knows, and the warmth is keeping it to itself. Let the curtain light go. Let the beam go and its little scalloped shadows. Let the window keep its garden without a witness. It doesn't mind. Frost grows for its own sake, the way sleep does. Keep only the weight if you keep anything. The good will wait, and under it the slow tide in and out. And the pause longer now at the bottom, where the feathers hold you and the mountain holds the feathers and the night holds the mountain, all the way out to the turning stars. The coals settle, one soft note. Cedar and warmth, and the long white hush on the roof. Down another inch, and another. The bed has no bottom tonight, only deeper welcome. The valley sleeps under its 10 threads of smoke. The creek murmurs under its ice, telling the stones its one slow story. And the snow comes down finer than sound, over the drifts, over the boughs, over the small gold seam of your window, sealing the night around you, layer on layer, warm side in. You may go now as far as you like. Everything here stays exactly this warm without you. The quilt keeps its weight. The stone keeps its heat. The frost keeps drawing, silver line by silver line, all night on the dark glass, patient as anything. And the mountain keeps its one long breath, and somewhere inside that breath, small and warm and finally weightless, you rest. And while you rest, The cabin goes on doing its slow, wooden thinking around you. Timber is never fully silent. It remembers the trees it was, and on nights this cold it speaks in small, settling sounds. A knuckle crack deep in a corner post, a sigh along the ridge beam, the faint creak of a floorboard easing its shoulders after a long day of being walked on. None of it asks anything of you. These are the sounds a house makes when it trusts the night. When the doors are latched and the fire is banked and there is nothing left to guard against, you might notice how each little tick and settle actually deepens the quiet instead of breaking it, the way a single drip in a cave makes the cave feel larger. The walls are thick here, 2 hands' width of old spruce, squared by someone patient, stacked and pinned and chinked with wool and moss a long time ago. The cold presses on them from outside. You can almost feel that pressure, the way you feel wind against a car. And the walls simply hold. They have held through winters you never saw. They will hold through this one without effort, without your attention, the way your own ribs hold your breathing while you sleep. There is a smell you may only notice now, under the cedar, now that the sharper scents of the evening have settled. The low honey smell of beeswax. Someone sometime rubbed it into the table by the window, into the arms of the chair, into the sill itself, and years of warmth have worked it deep into the grain. It is the smell of things cared for slowly. It rises faintly whenever the stove's heat drifts across the room, sweet and dusty and old, and it mixes with the wool of your blankets into something that has no name, only a feeling. The feeling of being inside a life that has been kind to itself for a long time. Down at the other end of the cabin, in the dark past the stove's dim red breathing, the kettle is cooling on its trivet. You can hear it if you listen with the very edge of your hearing. The softest metallic tick, tick, further and further apart as the iron lets go of its heat 1 degree at a time. It's a clock that only counts downward, toward stillness. Each tick a little later than you expect. Each gap a little longer. You may find your own breath falling in with those widening gaps. Not on purpose, just the way 2 slow things in the same room tend to agree with each other. In, and the kettle is quiet. Out, and somewhere in the iron, one last soft tick, and then a silence that decides to stay. Above you, in the dark of the loft, the roof beams carry their white cargo without a word. Tons of snow, maybe, by now. And yet up there it is only a presence, a rounded hush pressing the whole cabin a little closer to the earth, tucking it down the way you'd press a blanket around a sleeping child's shoulders. The beams were cut oversized on purpose. Whoever built this place built it for exactly this night. For snow upon snow upon snow, for one sleeper in the warm middle of it all. You can let the roof do the holding. That was always its job. Your only job now is the one the bed is already doing for you. Outside, if you drift that way for a moment, not leaving, just leaning your listening against the window, the snowfall has changed its character. Earlier it came down in feathers. Now it comes finer, drier, almost a mist of stars, the kind of snow that falls when the cold deepens past a certain point and the air itself grows too heavy to hold anything larger. It makes no sound at all on the drifts, but it makes a texture in the silence. A faint, continuous softness, like the sound of a page not quite turning forever. And through it once comes the call of an owl, far up the slope. One low, round note, and then its echo off the frozen valley wall, softer, and then nothing. The owl is hunting the hem of the forest, floating between the black trees on wings built for silence. It will pass over the cabin at some point in the night, a slow shadow between you and the stars, and it will see the white mound and the thread of smoke and the faint gold seam of your window, and it will bank away without a sound, because there is nothing here for it but warmth, and owls have their own warmth to keep. Under the snow, all across the valley floor, other sleepers are already deep in their own winters. The vole in its grass-lined tunnel, curled around itself beneath a foot of white, warmer than you'd ever guess. The bear in the hollow under the deadfall on the north slope, breathing 4 times a minute, her heartbeat slowed to something like a drum heard from another valley. The bees in the hollow cedar by the creek, clustered in a slow golden ball, trading places, outside to inside, all winter long, so no one bee stays cold. The whole mountain is a house of sleepers tonight, room after room after room of them, and you are one of them now. One warm ember among many, spaced out across the dark, each wrapped in its own weight of white. You may find something loosening in your chest at that thought, some last small watchfulness that didn't know it was still on duty. Standing down now, hanging up its coat, because clearly, this is a night the whole world has agreed to sleep through. The stove shifts, not the coals this time, the metal itself easing, contracting a whisper as the fire settles into its longest, slowest phase, the phase that lasts till morning without anyone tending it. The red glow at the seams of the stove door is dimmer now, the deep red of a late ember, the color you see through closed eyelids when you face a warm lamp. It breathes that color into the room so gently that the shadows barely move, and the warmth it makes has changed too. Earlier it was a radiance you could point to. Now it is simply the temperature of everything. The air, the wool, the wood, your own skin under the blankets. All of it one continuous warm, with no edges, no gradient, nothing for the body to measure or manage. When warmth is everywhere, the body stops keeping accounts. You may feel that. The deep letting go that happens below thought, in the muscles along the spine, in the small of the back, in the hinge of the jaw. Places that only unlock when every last calculation is done. Your hands, wherever they've come to rest, have gone heavy in that particular sleeping way. Not numb, just distant, like villages seen from a ridgeline. Warm villages. Lights on. Nobody needs to visit them tonight. Your feet, deep in the flannel dark at the bottom of the bed, have found the exact pocket of warmth they were looking for and have stopped moving entirely, the way animals stop when they've found the right den. And your face. You might notice your face last of all. The small muscles around the eyes going slack, the forehead smoothing like snow smooths a field, the lips parting a little as the breath chooses, all on its own, the easiest possible road in and out. In, slow as smoke rising in still air. And out, slow as smoke leaning downwind. And the pause, wide and dark and kind, like the valley itself between one owl call and the next. There's a shelf near the stove, low on the wall, and on it a row of jars you didn't look at closely before. You don't need to look now, either. Only know them the way you know things in dreams. Dried mint from some vanished summer. Rose hips, red-orange even in this dimness, like tiny coals that decided to keep instead of burn. A jar of honey gone thick and slow with the cold, holding a bar of ember light in its amber the way a stone holds the day's heat. Summer is in those jars, folded up small, patient, sweet, and it will keep. Everything here keeps. That may be the deepest comfort this cabin has to offer, that nothing in it is urgent, nothing is spoiling, nothing is running out. The wood is stacked. The jars are full. The snow is doing the roofs insulating for free. Time itself has been put up in jars for the winter, and the lids are on tight, and you can stop carrying it now. So the night deepens around your small gold seam of window, and you deepen with it. The frost has crossed the whole pane by now. A completed country. Silver forests and silver rivers and silver mountain ranges no wider than your thumb. And behind that finished landscape, the real mountains stand in their dark. And behind them, the sky wheels its slow wheel, and none of it needs watching. The beam over the bed has gone from a shape to a presence to barely a rumor. The blankets have stopped being blankets and become simply the way the world feels. Warm side in, heavy side down. You, in the middle, lighter every minute, the way a boat goes light when the tide comes in under it. Except your tide is dark and warm and rises without lifting you, only loosens, only carries. If a thought drifts through now, a day thought, a to-do, a face, a flicker, let it be a snowflake. It falls into the great white quiet of you and adds itself to the drifts and loses its edges within a breath. That's all thoughts can do here. There's nowhere for them to land that isn't already soft. Nothing for them to change that isn't already settled for the night. They come down fine and dry and starry, and the hush takes each one, and the hush only gets deeper for it. You may even feel a little grateful to them. Every thought that falls and is absorbed makes the silence one flake thicker. Somewhere below the frost country, below the sill with its honey smell of old wax in the wall itself, a deer mouse has her winter nest in the chinking, a fist of thistledown and moss between the warm side and the cold. She heard the kettle tick its last tick. She heard you settle. She is asleep already, whiskers twitching once at some small dream of seeds, and her heartbeat, quick as it is, adds a stitch of life to the cabin's slow embroidery of sounds. Under the beam creaks, under the coal settle, under the immense soft nothing of the snow. You will never see her. She will never see you. But all winter you'll be sleeping a few feet apart, two warm-blooded sleepers in one wooden ark, and there is something about that. Some old, wordless companionship. That lets the last of your aloneness dissolve like a snowflake on a warm sill. The smoke stands straight from the chimney into the windless dark. Straight up, unhurried, a pale rope let down from the stars. Or led up to them, it's hard to say which, and it doesn't matter. Way out at the top of that rope, past where the warmth gives out, the smoke opens its hand and becomes nothing at all, becomes sky, and the sky takes it the way sleep takes a breath. Every exhale you make joins that rope eventually. Warmth from your body to the room, room to stove draft, draft to chimney, chimney to stars. You are already halfway woven into the night. Half of everything you've breathed this evening is out there now, drifting over the ridgeline, thinning into the great cold clarity above the valley. Let the rest of you stay here in the warm half, in the wool half, going heavier as the breath goes higher. A fair trade. The sky gets your breathing, and the bed gets your weight. Down again, then. Down past the last shelf of listening. The coals have found the note they'll hold till morning. One steady, dim red hum too low to hear, felt only as warmth against the eyelids of the room. The floorboards have finished their settling and lie still in their long, parallel dreaming, each one remembering a different tree. The window has given up its gold seam to the snow, or nearly. A thread, a hairline, a memory of a line. And the drifts round themselves over every last corner of the night, patient, silent, sealing you in with everything you need and nothing you don't. The quilt rises, barely, falls barely. The pause after is a place now, not a moment. A small dark meadow you rest in between breaths, and each time you visit it, it has grown a little wider, a little softer, a little harder to remember the way out of. And you don't look for the way out. There's nothing out there tonight but more of this, more hush, more white, more of the mountain's one long breath, which you are inside of now, a warmth within its warmth, a sleep within its sleep. The honey in its jar keeps its bar of light. The mouse dreams her seed dream in the wall. The owl crosses the roof at some hour no one keeps, and her shadow slips over the snow mound of the cabin without waking so much as a beam. And under all of it, under the wool and the feathers and the deep wooden dark, your breathing goes on without you. In, like a door opening onto warmth. Out, like the same door closing, soft on the latch. And each closing leaves you further inside, room within room within room, until the rooms give way to something roomless, some warm interior of the night itself, where the last few words arrive slower and slower, like the kettle's last few ticks. Cedar, faint now, almost only a memory of cedar. The weight of good wool, which has become the weight of everything, which has become no weight at all. The finest snow, coming down without sound, somewhere above on everything forever. And you, deep in the ember-colored dark, held and heavy and home, letting the next breath come whenever it likes. And the one after that from even further away, sinking a last easy inch into the feathers, and another while the mountain keeps its watch that isn't watching, and the valley sleeps its layered sleep, and nothing anywhere, from the coals to the stars, needs a single thing from you before morning. The night is at its deepest bend now, the long middle hours when even the cold stops trying and simply is, and the stillness out there has a grain to it, a texture, like the nap of dark velvet stroked one way, Inside, the warmth has its own grain too. It lies along you the way lamplight lies along a table, smooth in one direction, the direction of rest. You may notice that everything in you has agreed on that direction. Breath, blood, thought, all of it drifting the same way now, downstream, downhill, downward through the feathers. A slow migration into the warm south of sleep. No one leading, no one lagging, the whole flock of you turning together in the dark. And far under the floor, in the stone-sweet cellar dark, the winter keeps its pantry quiet. Sand in the bins, holding its carrots like secrets. The faint mineral breath of earth that never freezes, rising through the floorboards so faintly you could never point to it, only feel that the cabin smells alive at its roots. Everything below you keeping, everything above you covering, everything around you holding warm. And you at the still center of all that keeping, covered and held, with the whole slow apparatus of the winter night arranged in rings around your rest. Quilt, then room, then walls, then snow, then valley, then dark, then stars. Ring upon ring, and every ring on your side. And somewhere in that outermost ring, the stars are doing their slow work of standing still. You could rise if you wanted, and rub a little circle in the frost on the window glass and see them, hard and white above the ridge. But the wanting has gone quiet in you, and it is enough to know they are there, doing what they do, which is almost nothing beautifully all night long. The frost itself has been busy on the panes while you were sinking. Ferns of ice, whole silver gardens of them, feathering up from the corners of the glass, leaf over leaf over leaf, each one grown in perfect silence out of the cold's patience and the window's breath. You may picture them growing even now, slower than watching. A garden that only plants itself while no one looks, curling and branching in the dark, white on black, until every pane is a meadow of frozen ferns and the starlight comes through them softened, scattered, turned to a dim, pale shimmer on the floorboards. Light that has passed through a garden to reach you. Light with all the sharpness combed out of it. And the floorboards receive it the way old wood receives everything, calmly, having seen 100 winters of the same. These boards were trees once, up on the ridge, and some slow part of them remembers it. You can let yourself feel that, the way the whole cabin is a standing grove that agreed, long ago, to lean together and become a shelter. The beams overhead still carry their grain like a memory of weather, the tight dark rings of hard years, the wide pale rings of easy ones, and all of it holding you up now, or rather holding the roof up and the snow above the roof, so that you can lie beneath it holding nothing at all. Wood that spent 60 summers learning to stand is spending this one night letting you lie down. There's a kindness in that you can rest inside of. The grove keeps standing. You keep sinking. That's the whole arrangement, and both sides are glad of it. Listen, under everything, if you drift your attention out past the walls and down the white slope of the meadow, there's the creek. You'd never hear it from here in summer. It would be lost under wind and leaves. But tonight the world is so stripped of sound that even its buried voice carries. It runs under a lid of ice now, a low glass roof of its own, and beneath that roof the water is still traveling, dark and slow and unbothered, sliding over stones it has known so long they've all gone round. A whole small river of motion sealed inside stillness. You may find something restful in that even the moving things have found a way to move quietly tonight, tucked under covers of their own, going on without asking anything of the surface. The creek murmurs to the underside of its ice, a sound like a conversation in another room of a house where you are loved. You can't make out the words and you don't need to. It's enough that the voice is low and steady and means well. It will run all night. It has agreed to run all night so that the silence has something soft to rest on, and your listening can rest on it too. Laid down on that far faint murmur like a hand laid on a sleeping animal's side. Your own body has gone the way of the creek now. Surface stilled, depth slow. Under the quilt your warmth circulates the way the water does, unhurried, finding its way around the round stones of your bones, pooling in the warm hollows behind your knees, in the basin of your chest, in the small cupped harbor of each palm. You might notice your hands especially, how they've fallen open somewhere along the way, fingers curled just slightly, like things that have set down what they were carrying. Whatever they carried today, they've set it down. Hands are honest that way. They let go before the rest of us, and the rest of us follows. You can follow yours now. Let the letting go travel up from the fingers, through the wrists, along the forearms, loosening as it goes. A slow tide of unclenching moving toward the shoulders. And when it reaches the shoulders, you may feel them give up their last quarter inch, the one they always keep in reserve, surrendering it to the mattress with a kind of sigh the body makes without breath. Above you, in the low dark of the loft, the stored things of summer are sleeping their own sleep. Coils of soft rope, a canvas bag of clothespins, the long-handled scythe with its blade wrapped in burlap, dreaming whatever careful tools dream. Bundles of dried yarrow and mint hanging head down from a nail, their scent all but spent, just the faintest green ghost of July up there under the roof beams, so faint it may only be the idea of mint. And even the idea is soothing. The whole loft is a held breath of another season, waiting without impatience, the way everything in this valley waits. Not straining toward what's next, just keeping company with what is. You are learning that from the house tonight without trying. How to be a stored thing. How to be wrapped and set gently on a shelf in the dark and left, safe, till wanted. Nothing will want you till morning. The shelf is deep and the dark is kind. The snow has changed its style of falling, somewhere in the last while. You can tell without looking. The hush has a different weight to it. Earlier it came down fine as sifted flour, but now the flakes have gone wide and slow, the big soft kind that fall like they have all night, because they do. Each one wandering down through the windless dark on its own crooked, dawdling path, in no hurry to arrive, the way a leaf falls, the way a feather falls, the way your thoughts are falling now, one at a time, wide and slow and unimportant, each one landing somewhere soft and staying there. You could count them if counting still interested you. One wide flake, another. But the counting keeps losing its place, and losing its place feels better than keeping it. So you let the numbers wander off into the snow and just watch, behind your closed eyes, the slow gray-white drift of it, down and down, patient as breathing. And the drifts along the north wall grow by the width of a breath at a time. The snow out there has depth now, real depth, layer laid on layer through the weeks, and inside a deep drift there is an architecture nobody sees. The airy latticework of a million settled flakes, full of tiny chambers and stairways of frost, a white honeycomb holding whole rooms of trapped, still air. That's the secret of why snow keeps things warm. It's mostly held breath. The ground under the deepest drifts is warmer than the ground anywhere else, and the grass down there is still faintly green, pressed flat, sleeping in its low white attic, waiting out the winter in a mildness the winter itself provides. You can let that be true of you as well. Whatever is deepest in you tonight is the most protected part. The cold arranges its own mercy. The weight of all those layers, quilt and roof and snow and sky, comes to rest on you as lightness, the way the drift rests on the grass, an enormous gentleness that asks only that you stay where you are and stay soft, which is all you wanted anyway. The moon must be up by now, somewhere behind the snow clouds. You can feel it more than see it, a dilute silverness in the dark outside, the whole sky faintly luminous the way a lampshade is luminous, lit from beyond. On nights like this, the light comes from everywhere and nowhere, snow glow rising to meet cloud glow, and the world between them floats in a gray pearl dimness with no source and no shadows. The gentlest light there is the light the earth makes for itself when it wants to sleep with a night light on. A little of it finds its way through the frost ferns and lies across the foot of the bed, so faint you'd only know it was light because the dark beside it is a shade darker. It doesn't reach your eyes. It stays down there by your feet like a quiet gray cat, and it will keep its place all night, and its presence is company of the very best kind, the kind that requires nothing. You breathe, and the breath has gone shallow and slow in the way of nearly sleep, small tidal movements, the body idling sweetly, running on almost nothing. Each inhale barely lifts the quilt. Each exhale settles you a hair's breadth deeper, and the mattress has long since given up any resistance. It receives each settling like sand receives the tide, remembering your shape better and better, until lying here feels less like lying on something and more like being remembered by it. You are being remembered by the bed, held in its memory, and memory is such a soft place to lie. Somewhere in the wall of the stove, deep in the firebox, a single coal shifts, the smallest sound in the world, a velvet clink like a ring set down on felt, and then the long red quiet resumes. The fire is far past flame now, past even glow you could read by. Just a low orange remembering banked under its ash blanket, warmth without light, doing the night shift without complaint. It will keep this room 10 degrees kinder than the dark outside for hours yet, and it will do it silently, invisibly, the way all the best keeping is done. You may find you trust it. You may find you trust everything in this room now. The stove to keep, the walls to stand, the roof to hold its white burden, the frost to go on gardening the windows, the creek to go on murmuring under its glass. A whole staff of quiet keepers all on duty, all needing nothing from you. Your only task was to grow heavy and look. You've done it. You've done it beautifully. There is nothing left on your list. The list itself has drifted down somewhere into the snow of you and lies buried, soft-edged, illegible, and spring is a long, long way off and no one will ever dig it up. Thoughts still come now and then. Of course they do. But they arrive differently now, muffled, mittened like visitors who have walked a long way through deep snow to reach you, and arriving, find they've forgotten what they came to say. They stand a moment in the doorway of your attention, snow on their shoulders, and then they turn and wander back out into the white, and the door swings shut behind them on its soft leather hinge, and you are alone again with the warmth, which was all you were ever really thinking about anyway. Let them come if they come. Let them go the way they go. The snow outside erases every footprint within the hour. By morning, there will be a single unbroken whiteness from the doorstep to the ridge, and the same is happening inside you, hour by hour, drift by drift. A single unbroken softness, filling in the tracks of the day, until the day is only a rumor under the white, and then not even that. And deeper still. There's always a deeper still. That's the secret of nights like this one. Under every floor of rest, another floor, dimmer, warmer, slower. You've come down several already without noticing the stairs. The stairs of this house are breaths. Each out-breath is one step down, shallow steps, no effort in them, and the banister is the sound of the creak, and the landing at the bottom of every flight is just this. The quilt, the dark, the ember warmth. The same landing every time, only softer, only further from the door. You may notice how far from the door you've come. Miles of quiet between you and it. And on every floor you passed, some small good thing was sleeping. The dried mint in the loft, the green grass under the drift, the round stones in the creek. The whole vertical winter stacked up like a house of sleep, and you moving down through it at the speed of settling snow, welcome on every floor, expected at the bottom, in no hurry at all. The wool blanket, up near your chin, has warmed until it gives back the exact temperature of you, so that the boundary where you end and it begins has gone approximate, negotiable, and gently the negotiation is being decided in favor of no boundary at all. Warm shading into warm. Your shoulder is a hill under snow. Your breath is the weather of a very small, very peaceful country. Its one river runs low and slow. Its one road is drifted shut, and everyone the country loves is home, and the border posts are dark, and nothing crosses tonight but moonlight and sleep, and both are welcome, and both come in without knocking. Far away, you have to reach with the last soft rag of your listening to find it. A tree lets go a shelf of snow, somewhere up the ridge. That padded, feathery whump, distance blurred, and then the branch, unburdened, swaying its slow yes in the dark, up and down, slower, slower, until it stands still again with its arms full of nothing, resting. The forest does this all night, tree by tree, an unhurried unburdening, each one setting down its white weight when the moment ripens, no sooner, and the sound of it reaching you here as the softest possible punctuation. A period at the end of a sentence too long and too gentle to remember the beginning of. You are made of such sentences now. They begin somewhere back in the warmth and travel a while and set themselves down, whump, soft, in the snow at the bottom of your mind, and rest there, and the branch of your attention sways, and slows, and stills. The scent of the room has settled to its night form. Woodsmoke gone thin and sweet, the lanolin breath of wool, and underneath, faint as the last line of a lullaby, the clean, cold metal smell of snow that lives at the seams of the windows, just enough of it to say the winter is real, just enough to make the warmth taste warmer. You draw it in without meaning to. It reaches some old, deep part of you that has always known what it means. Storm outside, fire inside, everyone in. And that old part loosens its last hold and lies down inside the rest of you like a dog by a stove, turning once, twice, settling with a long body sigh into the shape it will keep till morning. And now the night rounds its deepest corner so smoothly you'd never feel the turn. The hours out here lose their names in the dark. They file past the cabin like deer, soft-footed, unnumbered, pausing sometimes in the blue-gray glow to look at the sleeping house with their calm, wet eyes, and moving on, leaving nothing behind but the faint, neat stitching of their tracks, which the snow is already, tenderly, unpicking. Time is a thing that happens outside tonight. In here there is only the long, warm hum of the room holding steady, and your breathing gone so soft it might be the room breathing, and the small red hush of the stove, and the pale gray cat of moonlight asleep at the foot of the bed. And you, nearly weightless with heaviness, nearly gone with staying, sinking by no effort of your own through the last few feathered fathoms of the evening. The frost ferns growing, the creek telling its low secret to the ice, the wide flakes wandering down and down, and the whole white valley drawing one slow breath that lasts until morning, and you inside that breath, warm at its center, letting yourself be breathed. Down here the words come fewer and they come slower, and each one lies down where it lands. Wool, warm to the very edges of it, snowlight gray and faithful at the foot of the bed, the creek going on, under its glass roof, saying the one soft thing it knows. Your hands open, your breath small as a candle flame with the door of the lantern shut, steady, sheltered, needing nothing. Somewhere the branch sways its last slow yes. Somewhere the drift deepens by the width of a feather. And you may let the next thought go unfinished. It was only going to say what all the others said, that you're safe, that you're warm, that the night is long and every inch of it is on your side. And the quilt settles, and the ember dims one shade sweeter, and the snow keeps its promise to fall till morning, slow and wide and soft, on the roof, on the ridge, on the whole sleeping white world that holds you. And somewhere in that held breath, without deciding to, your attention drifts upward. Not sharply, not with any effort, just the way warm air drifts. Up past the foot of the bed, up the soft dark of the room, to the ceiling, where the old beams lie in their long rows overhead. You may not have looked at them properly before now. You look at them the way you look at things on the edge of sleep, loosely, kindly, without needing anything from them. They are thick and honey dark, hand-hewn a long time ago, and even in this low light you can make out the gentle scallops where the axe once walked along them, stroke after patient stroke, a rhythm someone kept on a cold morning before you were ever born. The wood has gone glossy with years of wood smoke and lamplight. It has been breathed on by 1,000 winter nights like this one, and it holds the roof, and the roof holds the snow, and the snow holds the silence, and the silence holds you. A whole soft architecture of holding, layer upon layer, all of it working on your behalf while you do nothing at all. The beams tick now and then, A small woody click deep in the grain. The sound of old timber easing itself half a hair as the cold leans on the house and the warmth leans back. It is the least alarming sound in the world. It is the sound of a thing being strong at its own slow pace. You might notice that each little tick lands somewhere in your body as a loosening. A click in the beam, a softening in your shoulder, a creak by the ridgepole, and something behind your knees lets go that you didn't know was held. The house is settling for the night, and you are settling with it. Two old friends easing into the same deep chair. Up there where the beams meet the ridge, bundles of dried herbs hang from a length of twine. You can just see their shapes, small dark clouds against the darker wood. Yarrow, maybe, and mint gone papery, and something with tiny flowers that kept a little of their summer even after all this time. Their scent is almost nothing now, but almost nothing is still something, down here in the dark. A faint green whisper under the wool and the wood smoke, thin as a pressed leaf, the ghost of a warm meadow folded away in the rafters. When you breathe in slowly, you can find it. When you breathe out, it lets you go. Summer is asleep up there in those little bundles, and winter is asleep outside in its long white bed, and both of them are at peace, and neither of them needs you, and there is a strange sweetness in being needed by nothing at all. In being simply another warm shape the night has gathered in. The heat from the stove rises in its slow, invisible column, and where it passes the beams, it warms them, and the beams pass a little of that warmth up into the roof, and the roof gives the faintest breath of it to the underside of the snow. And so, all night, the snow that lies on this cabin lies on something gently alive. It settles closer for it. A roof of snow is a second quilt, you know. A foot of down laid over the shingles, sealing in the hush, rounding every angle of the house until, from the outside, the cabin must look like something risen rather than built. A loaf, a sleeping animal, a soft white hill with one dim amber eye. You can feel the difference it makes without knowing how you feel it. The room is quieter than a room can be on its own. Sounds don't end in here so much as lie down. Even your own slow breath seems to happen under that white thickness, wrapped, insulated, private. A breath inside a house, inside a snowfall, inside a valley, inside the wide, sleeping night. And your body, under its own drift of quilts, is doing that lovely thing bodies do at this hour, becoming approximate. The exact borders of you have gone gentle. There is a warmth where your arms are, and a longer warmth where your legs are, and a slow tide where your ribs rise and ease, but the precise line where you stop and the bed begins has quietly been lost. The way the line between the field and the fence line is lost out there under the snow. You may find you can't quite tell whether your hands are curled or open, and you may find you don't mind. It is a fine thing not to know, a luxury of the deeply settled. The bed has taken your weight the way the valley takes the snow. Completely, gladly, asking nothing. Listen, far off, on the wooded shoulder of the ridge, an owl. Just once. A round, downy note, low and blunt at the edges, like a word said through feathers. It floats across the valley and arrives at your window smaller than a moth. Then the night closes smoothly over it, and the silence afterward is somehow deeper than the silence before, the way water is stiller after one ring has widened and gone. The owl is awake so that nothing else has to be. It keeps its slow watch from some snow-bowed pine, blinking its lantern eyes at the drifting flakes, and its one soft syllable, said to no one, was the whole of the night's news. All is well, all is white, all is sleeping. Out there beyond the glass, if you were to drift to the window in your mind. And you can, without leaving the warmth, without lifting a finger, the way one drifts in the beginning of a dream. You would see the pines on the far slope standing in their heavy vestments of snow. Each tree carries pounds and pounds of it, gathered along every green shelf of branch, and they carry it the way old monks carry stillness, upright, unbothered, half asleep on their feet. Every so often, somewhere in that dark congregation, a branch reaches the exact fullness it can hold and dips, and lets its whole armload slide away in a soft gray plume. You'd hear it if you were near, a hush thump and a whispering afterfall, and then the branch, lighter, rocking slowly back up to its place, wearing only a thin sleeve of white, ready to begin gathering again. All night the forest does this. Fills and releases. Holds and lets go. Fills and lets go. Nothing in it strains. Nothing in it hurries. And your breath, you might notice, has been keeping that same old rhythm all along. Gathering softly, softly letting go. A pine bough in a slow snowfall, never carrying more than it can easily lay down. Higher up, past the last of the trees, the mountain itself lies under the storm, a vast pale shoulder turned against the sky. You can only just sense it from here, a deeper solidity behind the falling white, patient beyond anything that has a heartbeat. Snow has been settling up there since dusk on ledges no one has ever stood on, filling little stone hollows that no eye will ever see, and it will go on filling them till spring. And this is somehow a comfortable thought to hold as you sink. That most of the night's tender work is unwitnessed. That softness is being laid down in 10,000 secret places, whether anyone watches or not. And that you, warm in your bed, are one of those secret places tonight. Somewhere unseen, you too are filling with rest, flake by flake, hollow by hollow, and no one needs to watch it happen for it to be true. And beneath you, let your attention pour slowly downward now, the way sand pours, the way warmth pours. Beneath the bed, beneath the worn floorboards with their knots gone smooth as river stones, there is the low stone foundation, laid rock on rock by careful cold hands long ago. And beneath the stones, there is the earth of the valley itself, black and dense and dreamless, holding its steady old warmth far below the frost. The frost only goes so deep, you know. A few feet down, winter has no vote at all. Down there the ground stays at one calm temperature the whole year round, unhurried, unimpressed, keeping the roots and the springs and the sleeping seeds all safe in its dark pantry. And the cabin stands on that steadiness, and the bed stands on the cabin, and you lie on the bed. And so the deep, untroubled patience of the earth comes up through all those layers and holds you too. You are resting on something that has never once been anxious. Let that be under you tonight. Let yourself be heavy toward it. Heavier. The way roots are heavy. The way stones are heavy. A good, plain, wholesome heaviness that asks to go nowhere and be nothing else. The snowfall outside has changed its character again, the way it does through a long night, moving through its slow moods. Earlier, the flakes came wandering, wide and aimless. Now they come finer and straighter, a steady sifting, patient as flour through a sieve, the sound of it on the roof no sound at all and yet somehow present. A pressure of quiet, a texture in the silence, the faint feltness of a million tiny arrivals overhead. You could no more count them than count your own slow heartbeats, and you don't need to count either one. Both are being taken care of. Both go on perfectly without you. In the corner of the room, on the small pine table, the things of the evening sit where they were left, and they too are asleep in their way. The kettle, cooled now, holding its round darkness. A cup with a last unfinished inch of something gone cold and sweet. A folded pair of socks. A stub of candle in a tin holder, its wick a little black comma, resting between sentences. There is a special peace in the objects of a room at night. They have all stopped being useful and become simply present, keeping you quiet company, little dark shapes standing there easy watch. Nothing in this room is waiting for you. Nothing here keeps a list. The cup does not remember the morning. The socks have no plans, and you may borrow their way of being for the night if you like. You may sit inside your own warm dark like a cup on a table, holding nothing, expected nowhere, simply and completely here. Your breath by now is so slow that the pauses have become the main event. The in-breath a small, soft visitor, the out-breath a long goodbye, and then that velvet nothing in between, wide as the field outside, where absolutely everything rests at once. You might let yourself linger in those pauses. There is room in them. They are furnished with quiet. Each one is a little blue-dark room of its own, and you may step into it and stand in it and find it good, And then the next breath comes and carries you gently on like a lantern carried down a hall. Room after dim, warm room, each one a little deeper into the house of sleep, each one a little farther from the doors. And now, out through the window, along the top of the ridge where the clouds have worn thin for a moment, a color. Faint, so faint you doubted if doubting weren't so much work. A long, slow ribbon of pale green light, standing up from behind the mountain into the highest dark. It brightens by a breath and dims by a breath and sways, the whole tall length of it, the way weed sways in deep water. The northern lights come out to move above the storm's shoulder in perfect silence. There is no sound to them at all, and yet watching them, even like this, even half-dreamed from a warm bed, you'd swear you can hear something. A hush like silk drawn slowly over silk, the sound stillness makes when it dances. The green folds into a soft rose at its hem, and unfolds and drifts a degree along the ridge, unhurried as everything else tonight, light with nowhere to be, light that exists only to sway. And something in you sways with it, some last upright thing in your mind that has been politely standing all evening finally leans and drifts and lets the slow green tide take it. The lights don't ask to be watched. They'll dance whether your eyes are open or closed. You may keep them, if you like, on the inside of your eyelids. That gentle swaying green, dimming, brightening, dimming. A curtain stirring in a window at the top of the world. While the snow goes on sifting down through it all, unbothered, unhurried, tucking the valley in. Closer now. Come back down the dark air, past the ridge, past the burdened pines, down over the field where the drifts have taken on the smooth blue curves of a sleeping body. Down to the cabin, to the roof with its deep white quilt, to the thin, cheerful thread of smoke still rising from the chimney, unwinding upward into the snowfall like the last thought of the day, getting simpler and simpler until it isn't anything at all. And through the wall of warm-smelling logs, back into this room, this bed, this body, which have all gone on without you faithfully, warmly, and are exactly as you left them. Warmer, if anything. Deeper, if anything. The stove's glow has gone the color of the last coal at the bottom of the fire, a low red so quiet it's nearly a scent instead of a light. The wool against your chin has taken your warmth and is giving it back with interest. And the weight of the quilts has finished its slow settling and lies over you now complete, seamless, a single gentle pressure from your shoulders to your feet, like a hand laid flat on the whole of you, saying, "Stay. Stay. You're exactly where you should be." Down here, the mind stops making paragraphs. It makes only small piles of soft words and leaves them where they fall. Beam tick and hush. The owl's one round word remembered smaller. Green light swaying somewhere above the weather. The earth below the frost keeping its old warm counsel. Snow on the roof, a hand's depth deeper than when you lay down. And deeper again by the time this sentence rests. You may notice how little of you is still listening. A last small ember of attention, no bigger than the stoves, and like the stoves it needs no tending. It will bank itself. It will keep just warm enough, just aware enough, glowing under its own soft ash till morning, while everything else in you goes where the valley goes, down into the wide white dark where the drifts are dreamless and the pines stand sleeping on their feet. And if a thought should drift through, late and lost, some little flake of tomorrow blown in under the door of your mind, let it land. It will melt on the warm floor of you. They all do down here. There isn't a thought made that can keep its edges in a room this warm, on a night this deep, under snow this kind. They come in cold and certain and important, and they stand a moment in the red hush, and their sharp corners soften, and they go to water, and the water goes to warmth, and the warmth is just more of you. More weight for the bed to hold, more slowness for the breath to carry, more night for the night to keep. The sifting snow leans very slightly as some high, slow wind turns over in its sleep, and straightens again. The chimney smoke wavers, and mends. The green light along the ridge thins to a suggestion, then to a memory of a suggestion, and the clouds close softly over the place where it stood, the way eyelids close without a decision, because it is simply time. Everything out there is finding its last position of the night. The pines have carried what they'll carry. The drifts have curved where they'll curve. The owl has tucked its round word away under one wing. And the snow, the tireless, gentle snow, is the only mover left in the world. And even it moves like sleep itself, downward, softly, everywhere at once, without a single sound you could point to, filling in the last footprints of the day until the whole valley is one unwritten page, blue-white and boundless, resting under the falling dark. Wool at your chin, warm as bread. The red hush one shade lower, your breath slower than the snow. And down you go with all of it, not falling, just lowering. The way a flake lowers, the way a feather lowers, the way the whole soft night is lowering itself onto the valley, inch by patient inch. And the beams hold, and the earth holds, and the quilts hold, and you are held. And held, you begin to hear the smaller rooms of the night. The ones inside the walls, inside the snow, inside the sleeping things. Because a winter night this deep has an inside to it, the way a shell has an inside. And now that the surface of you has gone quiet, the inner rooms open, one by one, unhurried, each a little warmer and a little dimmer than the last. There is the room inside the window glass first. If your mind's eye drifts that way, half-lidded, you may find the frost has been at work all this while, writing on the panes in its slow silver hand. Ferns of it, feathers of it, whole small forests grown across the glass in an hour, leaf over leaf, each crystal branching from the last with the patience of something that has all night and knows it. The frost writes only in curves. It has never learned a straight line, and it never hurries, and by morning the whole window will be a meadow of white ferns. But you will be far under sleep by then, and the frost will finish its writing alone, contented, the way all the night's workers are contented to work unwatched. You can almost hear it if you listen with the very edge of hearing. A sound smaller than sound, the faint mineral whisper of water becoming lace. Cold on that side of the glass, warm on yours. The pain between them like a held breath, printed with gardens. And below the window, inside the wall itself, another room, narrower than a hand, running the whole length of the cabin, and in it, somewhere between the studs, a mouse the size of a thumb has made her winter bed of gathered things. Milkweed down, a ribbon of birch bark, 3 seeds set by for later. She is a warm gram of sleep folded into the wall of your sleep, her heartbeat quick and tiny as a watch, and the wall holds her the way the quilts hold you, and the snow holds the wall, and the night holds the snow. Shelter inside shelter inside shelter, all the way out to the clouds. You may feel how good it is to be one warm thing among the night's many warm things, each in its own pocket of the dark, each breathing at its own speed, all of you carried in the same wide, white, slow-turning hush. Farther in, farther down. Beneath the floorboards there is the cellar, and the cellar is its own kind of night. You know it without going there. Earth-walled, apple-scented, dark as the inside of a seed. The bins of sand where the carrots sleep. The shelf of jars, each one holding a little sealed summer. Peaches in their gold syrup, string beans standing at ease, a red crowd of tomatoes dreaming in glass. Nothing moves down there. Nothing has moved for hours. The cellar keeps one temperature the way a heart keeps one loyalty, and the smell of it drifts up faintly through the floor seams into the warm room where you lie. Cold soil, sweet apples, stone. The smell of provision of enough of a house that has already thought of everything, so that you can stop thinking at all. Whatever winter does above, the cellar goes on holding its cool constancy below. And between the two, in the layer of warmth where the stove's kindness lives, you float. Suspended between the earth's steadiness and the sky's soft falling, exactly in the middle of everything that is keeping you. Your breath has found the cellar's patience now. In, and the pause, out, and the longer pause. You might notice the breaths seem to be happening a little farther away from you than before, as if someone gentle had taken over the work and you had only to lie in the boat of it and be rowed. And the night widens. Out past the walls, out under the snowfall, the valley has an inside too, and your drowsing attention can drift through it now the way warmth drifts through a house, touching everything, disturbing nothing. There is the creek first. You'd never find it by eye tonight. It has pulled the snow over itself like a child pulling up a blanket, whole yards deep in the hollows, and it sleeps under white in a tunnel of its own ice. But deep in that tunnel, a dark thread of water is still traveling, slower than in any other season, threading between stones the size of loaves, and it makes the smallest music left in the world. A swallowed trickle, a syllable at a time, glock, and pause, glock, heard by nothing but the stones. The creek talks in its sleep all winter. Nobody minds. The water is going down valley the way you are going down night, without effort, pulled by something old and reliable, and every soft syllable it drops is a little farther along, a little lower, a little nearer the pond that waits below the meadow with its lid of black ice and its slow fish standing dream, still in the dark underneath, fins barely moving, eyes open on nothing, sleeping the way fish sleep, which is very nearly the way you are beginning to sleep. Present, unthinking, held by the element itself. And in the cedar hollow east of the creek, where the snow can reach only in sifted handfuls, the deer have folded themselves down for the night. 5 of them, maybe 6, legs tucked under, chins low, their warmth making shallow bowls in the snow that will hold the print of their sleeping until morning. Their breath comes in small clouds that rise and vanish, unhurried as your own. Now and then an ear turns, brushes off a flake, settles. The cedars lean over them with their dark green patience, roofing them in, letting the storm pass overhead like traffic on some far high road that has nothing to do with anyone down here. You and the deer and the mouse and the fish, all of you bedded in the same valley, all of you lowering at your own speeds into the same deep night, and the snow falling equally on all your roofs, cedar and shingle and ice, tender as tucking in. The stove shifts a log the width of a thought, a velvet collapse, coals rearranging into a new and lazier geometry, and the red hush in the room tilts a shade warmer for a moment, then evens out. You may feel that warmth arrive at your face like the touch of a palm, and pass and leave you heavier. Each small event of the fire spends itself into you now. There's nowhere else for warmth to go in a room this settled. It looks around, finds you, and stays. Somewhere out along the meadow, a drift settles with a soft whump. The sound snow makes when it gives up its last airiness and agrees to be part of the ground. A pound of sky becoming a pound of earth. It's the valley's version of a sigh, and you may find your own body answering it. Some last held place between your shoulder blades, letting go the way the drift let go, joining the general downward agreement, the whole landscape and the whole of you consenting together, layer by layer, to lie deeper. Because the snow itself has layers, down there in the dark of it. And this is the room your mind wanders into next, dim and slow and blue. Under tonight's fresh fall lies last week's fall, packed and creaking faintly, and under that the crusted silver of the storm before, and under that, near the ground, the oldest snow of the year. Sugary, hollowed, shot through with the small blue corridors where the grouse walk and the voles keep their secret roads. The winter remembers itself in layers, quietly, the way you remember yourself. And the deepest layers are the calmest, the least changed by any wind, resting against the warm, dark earth in a stillness that has been perfecting itself since the first white morning of the season. Your sleep is layering the same way now. Tonight's drowsiness settling onto the drowsiness before it. This hour packing softly down onto the last, and somewhere beneath it all, against the warm floor of you, the oldest quiet you own. The one from before you learned to be busy, blue-lit, corridor-veined, absolutely at rest. Wool at your jaw, firelight the color of banked embers, which is the color of nearly out, which is the color of nearly asleep. The woodpile stands by the north wall under its thick white cap, rounds and splits stacked shoulder-high, each log wearing 3 inches of snow like a fur hat, and it holds in its cells the whole of last summer. The sun that fell on those trees, the long green afternoons, the sap risen and stored. all of it waiting patiently in the cold to be carried in, one armload at a time, and given back as warmth on nights like this one. You are being warmed right now by old sunlight. The stove is only translating. July is in the room with you, speaking softly in red, telling the winter version of its long, bright story, and the story is putting you to sleep the way the best stories do, by being true and slow and endlessly kind. Nothing needs carrying tonight. The rack by the stove is full. The kettle has gone from simmer to silence to a faint occasional tick as its metal cools, each tick farther from the last, like footsteps walking away down a long, soft hall. You could count them if you wanted. You won't want. Counting belongs to the world of daylight and doorways, and you have come miles below all that, down where numbers loosen into quantities of warmth, quantities of dark, quantities of held. On its nail by the door, the lantern hangs unlit, a small glass moon in reserve, keeping a thimble of oil against some other night's need. It gleams once very faintly when the stove flares, then dims with it, agreeable, in no hurry to be anything but potential. Everything in the cabin is like that now. The boots by the door, empty and patient. The coat on its peg, holding your shape loosely off duty. The chair, the table, the shelf of worn spines. All of it standing down, all of it gone soft at the edges in the low red light. Furniture becoming shadow, becoming suggestion. The whole room simplifying itself the way your thoughts are simplifying, down to warm shapes and dark shapes and the breathing space between. And the snow falls. It has been falling so long now that falling is simply what the air is. You may find you can feel the accumulation as a kind of gentle arithmetic on the roof, a warmth of weight, a thickening of shelter, every hour adding its white blanket over your wooden one, over your woolen ones over you. Blankets all the way up to the clouds, and the clouds themselves the last blanket, tucked around the whole valley by hands too large and slow to imagine. Under so many layers, sound arrives changed, softened twice, softened again. The whump of far drifts, the creak's swallowed syllable, the fine sift on the panes, all of it reaching you the way sounds reach a sleeper, rounded, harmless half-dream already. Your body may feel by now like part of the cabin's own settling. One more warm beam gone quiet, one more joined thing at rest. Where you end and the bed begins has become an idle question, and idle questions, down here, lie where they fall and are snowed over gently and lost, and losing them is a pleasure, like watching footprints fill. Behind the clouds, the moon has risen, and though you can't see it, the night knows. The darkness outside the window has turned from black blue to a deep, sourceless pewter, the glow arriving from everywhere, from the snow itself, which gathers the hidden moonlight and returns it doubled and softened, so that the drifts shine faintly with a light they've borrowed and made kinder. The frost ferns on the pane hold a ghost of that shine along their edges. The meadow lies in it like a sleeper in pale sheets. Even with the moon locked away behind the weather, the valley glows quietly to itself, lit the way the inside of sleep is lit. From within, from nowhere, from enough. Down another layer. The stove's red has gone the deep, steady color of a held coal, the color that means hours of warmth without a single demand. The chimney draws its thin thread of smoke straight up into the falling snow, and where they pass each other, smoke rising, flakes descending, there's a soft mid-air courtesy, an exchange of places. Warmth going up to join the sky, sky coming down to join the roof. The night breathing out, the night breathing in on the same slow count as you. In, and the flakes descend. Out, and the smoke rises. You may let your attention settle now on the smallest true things, the way a flake settles on a bough and asks nothing. The weight of your hands, wherever they lie, heavy as split wood. The warmth pooled at the small of your back like the last of the kettle's water. Your eyelids, which way what drifts way. The wool's faint good smell of lanolin and smoke. The slow trade of warmth between your body and the bed until the two of you agree on one temperature and stop trading and simply share. The valley is nearly finished with its days forgetting. The road went first. Hours ago, then the fence posts, then the low stone wall, and now even the tallest markers wear white hoods and lean toward anonymity. Everything named becoming everything soft, everything separate joining the one white shape. By deepest night, there will be only curves out there, curve laid over curve to the hills, the way there are only breaths in here, breath laid over breath to morning. And you go the way the valley goes, feature by feature, name by name, the day's edges hooded in white, the small stone walls of worry rounded over, until what's left of you is a curve of warmth under quilts, a slow rhythm in a red-lit room, a warm animal among the valley's warm animals, bedded, breathing, kept. The fish stands still in its black water. The deer's ear settles and stays. The mouse in the wall has curled to a comma, a small pause in the long sentence of the house, and the house reads on without hurry, in its creaking undertone, a page an hour, toward no particular ending. Sift of snow, coal light, wool, and warmth. Somewhere far up valley, the wind turns over once more in its sleep and is quiet. The pines receive another white inch and hold it as if it weighed nothing, as if it were an honor. The frost adds one more fern to its meadow on the glass, slow as a minute hand. And you may find that the border between watching all this and dreaming all this has gone soft, snowed under, a road the night no longer needs. That the creek's small syllable is speaking now from inside your own drifting, that the pewter glow is behind your eyelids as much as beyond the pain, that the falling and the breathing have become one motion you are making together with the whole weather. Lower then, lowered, the flake finding the drift finding the ground keeping its warmth under everything old and sure all night long. The stove will tend itself. The snow will tend the valley. The quilts will tend you. And deep under the white, in the blue corridors, in the cellar's apple dark, in the tunnel where the water goes soft-syllabled toward the pond, everything travels the one direction now, the easy direction, downward and homeward, and you travel with it, warm cargo on a slow white river of night, carried past the hooded fence posts, past the sleeping cedars, past the last lit thought, on into the wide quiet where the valley keeps its dreams. Downward and homeward, and the night keeps opening its rooms for you, one soft chamber after another, each a little dimmer, each a little warmer at the center. There is a room in this hour shaped like the orchard. You may drift there without moving at all. 12 old apple trees standing in their white sleeves at the edge of the pasture, each one holding out its dark arms and letting the snow do its slow upholstering, branch by branch, crook by crook. In summer, these trees are all argument and leaf. Tonight they are only patience. The snow builds little roof lines along their upper limbs, delicate as pastry, and now and then a limb dips a fraction under the weight and lets a small sleeve of white slide off with a sound like a whispered word, too quiet to catch, and straightens again, lighter, and goes on being filled. There are still a few apples up there that no one picked, frozen small and dark, wearing white caps now, sweet things asleep in cold storage on the bough. The whole orchard smells faintly of itself even in the deep freeze. A thin thread of last October, cider brown under all the white, the way a house remembers dinner long after the kitchen has gone dark. And past the last apple tree, half buried at the meadow's hem, the beehives stand in a short row wooden boxes under a foot of snow, and inside each one the winter cluster holds itself together, thousands of small warmths agreed into one, shivering so slowly it is not shivering at all but a kind of humming stillness, the temperature of sleep kept alive at the very center of the cold. The snow on the hive roofs is a blanket the bees did not ask for and are glad of. Nothing needs to visit them until spring. They are the valley's smallest hearth, banked and sure, and knowing they are out there, keeping their gold in the dark, is its own kind of lullaby. Everything that stores sweetness is asleep now, and the sweetness keeps. The barn stands beyond the orchard with its back to the wind, tall and plain, its roof carrying the snow the way old shoulders carry a coat. Inside, the dark is a different dark than the night's. A brown dark, hay-scented, thick with the day's leftover animal heat rising slow into the rafters. The horse sleeps standing, hip dropped, one hind hoof tipped and resting on its rim, and her breathing fills the hole, building the way a tide fills a small harbor, unhurried, immense inn. And the timbers seem to lean inward to listen. Out, and the loose hay stirs a single straw's worth and settles. Her warmth makes a soft weather of its own under the loft. Above her, the hay is stacked to the beams, a hillside of summer brought indoors, and every bale still holds the smell of the field it came from, June cured and folded and saved, so that the barn in deepest winter is secretly full of mown grass and clover and the ghost of long light. Snow ticks on the high window. A pigeon shifts on its beam and does not wake. The barn cat is a warm circle somewhere in the hay, risen and fallen by its own small breath, and the whole building sails on through the night like a wooden ship with a sleeping crew, provisioned, sound, going nowhere, which is exactly where it is bound. You may find you are breathing with the horse now instead of the stove. It makes no difference. Every slow thing in the valley keeps the same time tonight, and you can set your rest by any of them. The tide of her breath, the sift at the pane, the page an hour of the house. All of it one clock with no numbers, telling only the hour of sleep again and again correctly. Nearer in, at the corner of the dooryard, the well sleeps under its wooden lid, and under the lid the water stands black and unfrozen, too deep for the cold to reach, holding the summer's temperature the way memory holds a voice. If you lifted the lid, which no one will, you would hear the smallest echo, the round stone throat of it carrying every sound down and softening it, so that even the snow falling across the opening would arrive at the water as something less than a whisper. All winter the well keeps this one secret, a circle of liquid dark that never stiffens, patient as a held note, and the snow builds a white cushion on the lid, and the rope hangs stiff on its hook, and the water waits, easy, unfreezing, the way sleep waits in you every night, under everything, never quite reachable by the cold of the day. Along the eaves of the cabin, the icicles are growing tonight, slow as candles burning in reverse. Where the roof's warmth meets the gutter's cold, a drop gathers, hangs, lengthens, and gives one bead of itself to the icicle's tip, and the icicle takes it and grows by that bead and waits for the next, and the next comes when it comes. There is no faster way and no need of one. By morning, there will be a whole row of them, a fringe of clear glass teeth catching the pewter light, each one built entirely of patience, one drop thick. You could fall asleep counting drops, except that no one is counting, least of all you. The drops count themselves, the way breaths do, the way hours do, and the total is always the same total, which is enough. Inside now, back through the wall without opening a door, the way warmth travels, the way sleep travels. The room has gone one shade deeper. The coals have settled into their long middle burn, past flame, past flicker, just the steady rose-colored breathing of the grate, and the light they give is less a light than a temperature you can see. On the hook by the door, your coat hangs with snow still melting off its hem, one drop at a time onto the mat, a tiny indoor rain that will finish before you notice. And on the stones by the stove, your boots stand open-mouthed and drying, their leather ticking faintly as it warms, giving back the shape of your day in slow, relaxing creaks. Wool socks hang over the rail, nearly dry, holding the stove's heat in their weave the way the quilts hold yours. Everything you wore into the weather is being quietly forgiven of it, item by item, drip by drip. The day is being hung up. The day is being dried out. By morning, it will be soft again and it will smell of wood smoke, and that is what becomes of days here. They end up warm and folded, every one. Above you, the loft. You may let your listening rise there, up the ladder's worn rungs, into the low, peaked space under the roof where the snow's weight is nearest. A sweet close dark that smells of cedar chest and old paper, and the cold pressing gently on the shingles an arm's length overhead. Trunks sleep along the eave, latched on their winters of folded linen. A rocking chair that no one rocks holds a rectangle of pewter windowlight on its seat like a laprobe of dim silver. And when the snow shifts on the roof, the loft hears it first and best. A long, soft drag, a hush moving across the shingles inches away, the mass of white settling itself by a finger's width, getting comfortable, the way a sleeper draws the blanket higher without waking. The roof beams take the weight and speak one syllable of old fur and take it fully and are done speaking. They have carried 50 winters. They carry this one the way you carry your own breathing, without thinking of it at all. Lower again. The quilts on you were made in rooms like this one, by lamplight like this, in winters that are finished now and safe. Under your hands, if your hands were awake, which they need not be, you could feel the stitching travel in slow rows, little running dashes of thread crossing the country of the cloth, valley after valley of it. Each stitch a moment somebody sat still and warm and thought of nothing urgent. The patches came off of worn shirts and outgrown dresses and curtains from a kitchen that faced the morning, and none of those stories need telling tonight. They are simply present, the way wood keeps its rings, quiet biographies of warmth lying over you 3 deep, doing the only thing they were ever for. Wool below, cotton above, your own slow heat gathered between and kept. You are, at this hour, the warmest page in the house's long book, and the house knows where you are, and holds its heat toward you the way a palm curls toward what it carries. Snow at the window, rose light at the grate, the kettle cooling on the back of the stove in small pings spaced further and further apart, like footsteps of someone walking away down a corridor of soft minutes. There, and after a while, there, each one fainter, until you cannot say whether the last one happened or you dreamed it, and it does not matter, because dreamed and happened are neighbors now, 2 farms under one snow. Out in the white, far across the valley floor, 1 lamp has been burning all this while in the window of the far farm, a pinprick of amber you could have seen from the doorstep, the neighbor's late light, somebody's kitchen keeping somebody company. And now, at this hour, it goes out. Not suddenly. It simply is, and then is a memory of itself, and then the valley is all one darkness with the snow's own dim shine, and everyone, now, everyone in the whole white bowl of these hills is lying down. The last light keeper has gone to bed. The night has the valley entire. You may feel what that means somewhere below thought, that there is no one left awake for you to be awake with, and no reason to be awake alone, and the whole countryside has agreed on sleep the way it agreed on snow, unanimously, gently, hours ago, and you are the last soft syllable of the agreement, saying yes, slowly, now. The moon is up there somewhere behind the snowing. You can tell. The cloud has a paler place in it, a lamp behind linen, moving so slowly it is not moving. Its light comes down through a mile of falling flakes and arrives on the drifts as almost nothing, a rumor of silver, just enough to give the white its dim inner glow, as if the snow were lit from within, as if the ground itself were dreaming in pale colors and the light were leaking up. Between the cloud-hidden moon and the glow of the drifts, the flakes fall through their long fathoms of dark, and every one of them is falling asleep. That is all falling is tonight. A letting go from a great height, slow, safe, certain of the landing, certain of the softness at the end. You did the same at some point in this hour. You let go from the day's height, and look how gently the ground came up to meet you. The powder deepens on the sill outside your window, a small mountain range now, blue-shadowed in the pewter light, its ridgeline redrawn every hour by weather too soft to call weather. On the woodshed roof, the white is a foot thick and flawless. On the chopping block, it is a perfect round loaf. The path you shoveled at dusk is a shallow memory of a path, filling like everything fills tonight, evenly, kindly, and by morning the snow will have healed it over completely and the world will be seamless again. And that is fine, that is better than fine. Paths are for daytime, and the night prefers the whole cloth. And under it all always, the ground's old warmth. Below the frost line, below the reach of any winter, the earth holds its steady dark degree, the deep, unhurried body heat of the world itself, and every root in the valley is wintering down there against it. The orchard's roots and the pastures and the great pines, all of them holding hands in the dark, you might say, though nothing so busy as holding. Resting together, drawing on the same old warmth, the way every sleeper in the valley draws on the same night. You rest on that warmth too, at the bottom of everything, under the cabin, under the quilts, under the drifting. The oldest bed there is, and it has never once let anything fall through. Softer now, the words can come further apart. They are only snow themselves at this hour, settling on you flake by flake, and you need not catch a single one. The horse breathes in the brown dark of the barn. The bees keep their small gold summer at the heart of the cold. The well holds its round black note. The icicle takes another drop, and grows by one drop, and waits. Coal glow, cedar and woodsmoke, the linen-colored moon. Your body is fully given to the mattress now, every last ounce of it handed over, nothing held back, nothing on reserve. The shoulders finished, the hips finished, the long muscles of the legs poured out like warm sand, the face smoothed the way the drifts are smoothed, the breath so slow and so low it is scarcely commerce anymore, just the room and you sharing one air in perfect confidence. And if there are dreams beginning, they will be white ones, most likely, or brown and warm like the barn, or rose like the grate. They will smell of hay and apples and clean cold. They will move at the speed of falling snow, which is the speed of drifting off, which is no speed at all, only descent. And you may go into them without a threshold, without noticing, the way a flake goes into the drift and becomes drift, the way the shoveled path becomes meadow again, seamless, healed over, whole. The snow does not stop. It has no reason to. All night it will keep laying its inches down, an inch on the pines, an inch on the hives, an inch on the roof above the loft where the rocking chair holds its lap of silver, and every inch is another blanket on the valley's bed, and the valley sleeps deeper for each one, and so do you, quilted under weather, tucked in by the sky itself, one warm ember of a person banked safe in a white hearth of hills. Sift and settle, drop and grow, breath and breaths. The far farm dark now, the whole valley one held warmth. The cloud lamp moon crossing over at its patient pace, taking all night about it, in no hurry to arrive anywhere, exactly like you. Somewhere beneath the orchard the roots go on drinking the deep dark quiet. Somewhere in the hay the cat's warm circle rises and falls. Somewhere in you, far below where words reach, the same old warmth keeps its steady degree, and the night draws on it, and is welcome, and there is plenty. There was always plenty. Enough warmth for the whole winter, enough night for the whole sleep, enough softness in the falling white to cover every last thing that needed covering, and it has, nearly. Only a few dark branch tips left now, only a few small stones, and the snow is patient, and the snow is coming down. And under the snow, deeper than the snow, the creek is still going. You would not know it from the meadow. The meadow shows only white, one unbroken white from fence to fence, but somewhere beneath it there is a seam of moving water, thin as a ribbon, dark as sleep, sliding along under a lid of ice that has been growing all week. The creek does not hurry. It is nowhere it has not already been 1,000 times. It slips under the ice with a sound too small for the surface. A sound only the stones can hear, a syllable, a swallow, a soft continuing. And if you let your listening sink down through the quilts, down through the floor, down through the frozen ground, you can almost find it. Water talking to stone in the dark. The oldest conversation and the quietest, and it has been going on the whole time, under everything you have felt tonight, a thread of black silk running through the white. The ice above it is not one thing. Near the banks it is thick and milky, opaque as candle wax, layered where the cold came in stages. And out over the middle it thins to a pane of clear gray glass, and under that glass the water moves, and small silver bubbles are caught there like beads on a string, hurled along the underside of the ice, pausing at a stone lip, then slipping on. Nobody sees this. It happens for no one. All winter the creek will keep it up, this hidden patient work, and every night the ice will thicken by another breath, and the water beneath will keep its narrow warmth of motion. And there is something in that you can rest on, the way you rest on the mattress. That the world does its quietest work unwatched and asks nothing and keeps going while you sleep. Snow settles on the ice too. Of course it does. It settles on everything. On the ice the flakes make a fine dry sugar, and the wind, when there is wind, drags faint white feathers of it along the surface, thin traveling lines that appear and vanish. But tonight there is almost no wind, so the sugar simply deepens, and by morning the creek will be only a smooth, low channel of white winding through white, a sentence written in the same color as the page. And only the sound will give it away, if anyone stands very still on the little footbridge and holds their breath. You are not standing there. You are under the quilts, in the loft, warm to the bone. But the creek runs for you anyway. It runs in the part of the night you have already given up watching, and it will still be running when you are far under, keeping its dark ribbon of continuing beneath the whole sleeping valley, like the one slow thought the land allows itself all winter. Sift and slide breath and water. Closer in now. Against the north wall of the cabin, under the deep eave, the woodpile stands with its cap of snow. Rows of split birch and oak, stacked crosswise at the ends the careful old way, and each round face of wood wears its rings openly. 40 summers in one, 60 in another, all those years of light banked up and waiting to be warmth. The bark of the birch is paper pale and curling, and where a piece has peeled it shows a skin the color of cream and cinnamon. And the oak is darker, denser, with a faint sweetness to it even frozen, a ghost of tannin and forest floor. The snow lies along the top of the pile a foot deep, unbroken, and the whole stack has gone silent with cold, but there is nothing anxious in it. A woodpile is patience made visible. It is next month's fires sleeping in order. It is the promise kept in advance that the cold has already been answered. Every night of the coming winter already has its warmth split and stacked and waiting, and nothing more needs doing about any of it, least of all tonight, least of all by you. You can let that be true of other things too, if you like. That what needed splitting has been split, what needed stacking has been stacked. That somewhere under a clean eve of your own, there is a supply of whatever the coming days will ask, laid up crosswise, wearing its little roof of white. And you do not have to count the pieces. Counting is a daylight thing. Tonight the pile only stands there, sufficient dusted silver where the moon finds the eve's edge, and the smell of split oak hangs faint and cold and good in the air around it. And that is the whole of its message. Enough. Enough, stacked neatly, sleeping against the wall of the house. Inside, below you, the pantry keeps its own small climate. You have not gone down the ladder. You will not. But you know the room the way you know your own hand under the pillow. Shelves of thick pine, darkened at the edges by years of reaching. Jars in rows, and in the jars the summer is stopped mid-sentence. Peaches holding their gold, beans holding their green, a honey the color of lamplight that will pour slow as this hour pours. A crock of flour with a wooden scoop asleep in it. A loaf under a cloth, still faintly giving off its baked smell, that warm brown smell that lives at the exact center of the word home. And braided onions hanging from a beam, papery, whispering when the house shifts, and a basket of potatoes in the dark bottom corner, earth-scented, dreaming their blind, starchy dreams. The pantry needs no light. It is the house's held breath, its kept word. All night the jars will stand shoulder to shoulder like a little congregation, and the snow will pile on the roof above them, and nothing in that room will change at all. And there is a deep rest just in knowing a room like that exists under you, full and closed and quiet, while you drift. The frost, meanwhile, has been busy at the small window by the loft bed. Busy the way sleep is busy, invisibly in silence. On the inside of the glass, where your warm breath has been meeting the outer cold all evening, ferns are growing. White ferns, feather ferns, whole miniature forests of them, spreading from the corners of the pane in slow crystalline plumes. Each one different, each one exact, curling like the fiddleheads of some winter plant that blooms only on glass and only at night. If you half open your eyes, you can see them silvered by the moon, a garden an inch deep and a world wide. And if you keep your eyes closed, which is better, you can simply know they are there, growing at the speed of frost, which is slower than the snow, slower than the creek, slower even than your breathing now. The slowest gardening there is, done entirely in white on a window for a sleeper. By deep night, the pane will be furred over completely, a soft blind eye of lace, and the moonlight coming through it will be strained to a glow with no source, a pale even shine like light remembered rather than light seen. And that is the light you will sleep the middle of the night in, filtered through ferns, softened twice, once by cloud, once by frost, before it is allowed anywhere near your sleeping face. Breath and lace coal glow below, fern glow above. Out in the pines, far up the slope where the trees stand closest, something moves, and it is nothing to be awake for. Deer, 3 of them, maybe 4, drifting between the trunks with that floating step they keep for deep snow, lifting each leg high and placing it down like a held note. They make almost no sound, a crumb of snow dropping from a bough they brush, the faint creak of the cold crust where it is thin. Their breath comes out in small clouds that hang a moment in the black air between the pines and then are gone. And their eyes are dark and calm, and their winter coats are thick, gray-brown, dusted along the spine with white where they have passed under laden branches. They are not going anywhere in particular. They are only moving the way a slow thought moves through a resting mind, from one dark tree to another, pausing, listening to the enormous quiet, moving on. And after a while, they will fold themselves down in the lee of a great spruce where the ground is bare and needle-brown and almost warm, tucking their legs beneath them, and the snow will curtain them in, and they too will be sleepers in the valley then, added to the count. The horse, the cat, the bees, the deer, you, every warm thing bedded down in its own pocket of the same night. You may find their calm is catching. Something in the body knows what the deer know. How to fold down, how to trust the lee of a sheltering thing, how to let the snow curtain close around the evening. And your legs under the quilt are already folded the way theirs fold, and the great spruce above you is the roof, and the needle-brown ground is the mattress, and the curtain of snow is the sound on the shingles, going on, softer than sound. Sift, settle, the valley breathing white. There is smoke above the cabin still. You can go up with it for a moment, weightless, the way a drowsing mind will. It leaves the chimney in a slow gray plume, almost too languid to be called rising, and in the windless night it climbs nearly straight, wavering only a little, a soft rope of warmth let out into the enormous cold. And the snowflakes fall down through it, and the smoke goes up through them, passing each other in the dark without any trouble, white going down, gray going up, the night's 2 slowest travelers exchanging places all night long. High up, the smoke loosens, thins, becomes a faint smudge against the cloud. And then it is simply part of the sky, given away entirely, the fire's breath joining the weather. And you can let a thing or 2 of yours go up with it if you like. Nothing named, nothing examined. Just whatever is lightest and most finished in you, released up the warm rope and out, thinning, joining, gone. While everything heavy in you, everything good and heavy, stays right here in the bed, held, kept, wanted. And down again, easily, the way warmth pools. Down past the frosted pane and its ferns, down through the loft air that smells of cedar and clean wool, down into the bed's deep middle where you already are, where you never really left. The pillow has taken the full shape of your head by now, remembers it exactly, will keep the shape all night like a bowl keeps water. The quilt on top is the heavy one, the old one, pieced in squares of faded blue and cream and a red gone soft as brick dust. And each square was once something else, a shirt, a curtain, a Sunday dress, and all those earlier lives lie over you now in one warm order, stitched down with small, even stitches by hands that took their time. A whole quiet history of comfort, retired into comforting. It has covered many sleeps before yours. It knows the work. You can feel its knowing as weight, that particular kind weight that presses nothing and holds everything, the weight of being tucked. And under it, your body has gone the temperature of sleep, that exact soft degree. Everywhere the same, fingertips and shoulders and the small of the back all agreeing at last on one warmth. The house helps. Houses do at this hour. The big roof beam overhead gives its one small talk as the cold tightens its grip outside. Not a warning, just the wood settling its account with winter, the sound a house makes when it is being strong quietly. And then long minutes of nothing, and then perhaps another further off in the bones of the south wall. Between those sounds, the silence is furred, upholstered, thick as the snow on the sills. The stovepipe ticks once, cooling by a degree it can spare. A last knot of birch in the firebox releases its resin with the faintest hiss, a sound like the beginning of the word hush that never needs to finish. And the ember light through the grate lays its dim rose patch on the floorboards below, smaller now, dimmer now, exactly as it should be, the fire going down into itself for the night the way you are going down into yourself, banked, kept, sure to last till morning without any tending at all. Nothing needs tending. That is the deepest fact in the house tonight. Not the fire, not the lamp long since out. Not the door latched with its simple iron hook. Not the animals warm in their straw. Not you, especially not you. You are the most finished thing in the valley. A task the day completed and set down here in the loft under the quilt done. And the night has taken over all the remaining work, the snowing, the freezing, the slow growing of ferns on glass, the keeping of the creek's dark thread. And the night is good at its work, has never once missed a shift, and it does not want help. So the words can thin again now. They were only ever another kind of snow, a flake, a space, a flake. The pines hold their white without effort. The creek slips its syllable under the ice. Warm bread smell, faint, from the closed dark pantry. Onions whispering on their beam. The deer are down now, folded in the sprucely, snow curtaining them round. Small clouds of breath, slower and slower. The smoke lets go of the chimney, strand by strand. Frost ferns, another frond, another. And the snow comes down with that sound that is mostly the memory of sound, a hush laid on a hush. And every so often, somewhere out in the meadow, a whole bough's worth slides off a branch at once with a soft, collapsing whump, and the branch lifts, lightened, and the quiet closes over the sound like water over a dropped stone. And the falling white goes on as if nothing had happened, because nothing had. Nothing happens here, all night, nothing but weather and warmth and the long, slow keep of sleeping things. You may already be among them. It does not matter where the line was. There is no line, there never is, only the drift getting deeper, only the words arriving from further away, as if the loft had grown longer, as if the voice were down by the stove now, or out by the woodpile, or across the meadow entirely, moving away at the speed of falling snow. And what it says matters less and less, and what it carries matters more. Warmth, only warmth. The one message under all the wandering. You are warm, you are held, the valley has you. The night has the valley, and everything beneath everything is resting on something that does not tire. The quilt rises, barely, and lowers. An ember shifts, the size of a plum, rose-hearted, and says nothing. The moon, behind its wool of cloud, has moved a hand's width and will move another before anything asks the time. Snow on the roof, snow on the snow on the roof. The old beam holds. It likes holding. 90 winters and it has never once put the roof down, not for a moment. And it will hold this one too, this whole white heap of night, easily, while the house breathes underneath it and the ferns climb the glass and the creek goes on telling the stones the same dark soothing thing it has told them since before there was a house here at all. And you In the middle of all this keeping, the kept center of it can let the last thin thread of listening go slack now. Let it lie loose on the quilt like a ribbon slipped from a braid. Nothing on the other end of it anymore but snow. Hush of white on white. Warmth in the deep of the bed, going nowhere. A drop inside the icicles dark, unhurried, the cold making its one slow ornament. And down in the meadow the sugar deepens on the ice and the black ribbon runs beneath, soft syllable after soft syllable, all night. And the drifts round the fence posts grow their smooth shoulders higher, and the paths are meadow again, and the valley is one shape now, one white-held breath with a few warm sparks sleeping in it. The barns spark, the hives spark, the embers spark, the yew spark. Each one banked, each one certain, each one carried through to morning by nothing more strenuous than the turning of the world, which turns in its sleep too, slow and sure, wearing the whole snowfall like a quilt of its own. And the flakes come down through the dark, spaced far apart now in the telling, one, and one, and one, each with its long, silent fall behind it and its soft landing ahead, and none of them yours to catch, and none of them lost, only settling, only adding their small weight to the great gentleness that is lying down over everything tonight, over the pines, over the pantry roof, over the folded deer, over the loft and the quilt, and the warm, slow rise and fall that is you, barely, sweetly, hardly at all now. Snow and snow. Breath and breaths. And the night going on with its white work, patient as ever, deep as ever, while you sink the last little way there is to sink. Into the warm, into the dark, into the softest part of the drift where the falling ends and the resting is. And the valley keeps you, and the snow comes down. And beneath the floor of the house, below the boards and the cold stone footing, there is another kind of keeping going on. The ground itself, doing its slow winter work. For the frost only goes so deep, you know. A hand's depth, too. And under that thin cold rind the earth is still soft, still dark, still holding the summer's warmth the way a loaf holds its heat long after the oven. And everything that sleeps down there is sleeping in that warmth. The roots of the big pines spread wide under the meadow like slow, dark rivers of their own, resting. The bulbs the wind planted years ago along the fence line, resting. Small sleepers in small rooms of soil, curled the way sleepers curl, waiting on nothing, wanting nothing. And the snow above them is not a burden at all from down there. It is a blanket over a blanket, the whole meadow tucked twice. You might feel that, how the warmth you're lying in is only the top layer of a warmth that goes all the way down. The loft warm above the room warm above the cellar mild above the ground soft above the deep rock, which keeps its own old even temperature and has never once in all its life felt a draft. Layer under layer under layer, and you at the top of it, lightest of all, resting on all of it. There is a cellar under this house. You've never needed to think of it until now, and you don't need to think of it hard. It can simply be there the way it is. A small square dark with a dirt floor swept smooth and shelves along one wall, and on the shelves the jars, rows of them. Glass gone dim with the year, peaches in their own gold light, beans dark green and patient, something red, currant maybe, or plum, holding its color in the blackness where nobody sees it. Each jar sealed on a summer afternoon and set down here to wait, and waiting is all they do beautifully without a sound. The cellar keeps them at one temperature all winter, cool but never freezing. The dark down there is the softest dark in the whole house. No window to remember the moon by, no ember to measure by. Just the good dirt smell and the faint sweetness of apples in a slatted crate and the stillness of glass. The apples in the crate are wrapped, each one, in a square of newspaper from some ordinary week months gone. Old small news gone soft around old sweet fruit. And once in a great while, through the deep of winter, one apple will settle against another with the smallest sound there is, a sound the cellar keeps entirely to itself. And that is the whole of what happens down there all season. You can let your mind rest on that shelf a moment if it likes. on the dim jars, the wrapped apples, the swept floor. A room whose only work is to stay calm. And then you can let it drift up again, through the floor, back into the warm, carrying a little of that steadiness with it. Because the whole house is like that tonight, if you feel along it slowly, every part of it doing its one quiet job. The chimney, warm the whole way up through the cold roof, carrying the stove's soft breath out into the falling snow, and the smoke rising into the flakes, unhurried, leaning whichever way the high air leans, the warmest thing for miles above the rooftop. You can almost see it from inside without looking. A slow gray ribbon going up while all the white ribbons come down, passing each other in the dark without a word. The nail heads in the old siding where there's small caps of frost. The door latch rests in its cradle. The window putty, hardened by 40 winters, holds each pane the way a palm holds a coin. And behind every pane, the ferned glass, and behind the glass, you. Somewhere above you over the loft is the attic dark under the roof boards. You can hear the snow best from there, though you don't need to go. Just know it. That thin high room where the summer things sleep. A fishing creel, a bundle of cedar shakes left from the last mending, a chair with a worn cane seat that someone means to reweave some spring and never quite does, and that is fine, it waits well. And dust lying on all of it like the softest snow of all, indoor snow, years deep, never cold. The roof boards over the attic tick very occasionally, with the frost, small settling sounds spaced minutes apart, the house adjusting its grip on itself, the way a sleeper adjusts a shoulder. And each little tick is followed by so much silence that the silence seems to grow back thicker where the sound was. And your body in the middle of all this, you might notice it has gone very heavy now in the good way. The way snow is heavy on a bough that was made for snow. Your hands, wherever they are, warm, finished. The backs of your knees soft. Your jaw loose as a dropped mitten. There may be a place along your spine where the mattress has learned your shape completely by now and holds it without effort. And your breath, which nobody is steering, comes and goes at whatever depth it likes, the way the stove draws, the way the chimney gives. A small climate of your own under the covers, mild and self-keeping. Out beyond the valley walls, if you let your listening go very wide and very soft, the mountains. You've known they were there all along, the dark shoulders that hold this valley like cupped hands. And tonight they are taking the same snow, more of it, the high ridges wading in it, the stunted timber up at the tree line furred white on the windward side. And no one is up there. No lamp, no track, no need. Just the great patient rock under the great patient snow, taking the winter the way it has taken hundreds of winters, thousands. And something in you can rest against that scale the way a child rests against a grandparent. Nothing so large is in any hurry. Nothing so old is worried about tonight. Between the mountains and this bed there is only distance, and all of it is asleep. The upper meadows asleep. The switchback trail asleep under drifts that won't remember it until May. The little tarn up in the high bowl, frozen to the color of pewter, asleep with its handful of small fish drowsing at the bottom where the water stays a few degrees kind. Fish barely moving, fins making the smallest possible corrections, dreaming whatever slow silver thing fish dream under 2 feet of ice and a foot of snow, in a dark as complete and as safe as the cellars. Everything, at every altitude, tucked in at its own depth. And you at yours, the warmest depth of all. The snow is falling a little finer now. You can tell by the sound, or by the absence in the sound. The flakes smaller, drier, the kind that fall almost forever, the kind that add up slowly and stay long. A settling snow, a finishing snow. It hisses so faintly against the roof that the hiss might be inside your own hearing, might be the sound the quiet makes when it's this complete. And either way, it is a lullaby with no melody and no end, and you have nowhere better to be than inside it. There's a well in the yard, under its little peaked cover, its rope wound and still. And far down at the bottom of it, the water stands open-eyed in the dark, unfrozen, too deep for the cold to reach, perfectly round, perfectly black, holding one small circle of the night the way a keyhole holds a room. And it will stand exactly so until morning, and the morning after all winter, the stillest water in the valley, stiller even than the tarn. A coign of calm sunk deep in the yard, and the snow piling its soft roof over the wooden one, sealing the stillness in twice. Everything sealed in twice tonight, everything kept, and the keeping itself kept. You may find your thoughts have stopped making sentences by now, just shapes drifting through. The dim gold of a peach jar, a gray ribbon of smoke, a wrapped apple, the pewter tarn. And that is exactly right. That is how a mind goes down into sleep, dropping its grammar first, keeping only pictures, then dropping the pictures too, keeping only the warm. You don't need to help it. It knows the way water knows the way. The stove ticks once, cooling by 1 degree it can spare. The ash under the ember is fine as flour now, pale gray, holding the heat like a hand held over a candle. And it will hold it for hours yet, and dawn is hours beyond those hours, and none of them are yours to count. Fine snow on deep snow. The valley narrower and softer every hour, its edges going up as the drifts come up, a white bowl slowly filling with white. And at the bottom of the bowl, this house. And at the heart of the house, this warmth. And at the center of the warmth, you, going down by such small degrees that the going and the staying feel the same. Somewhere off in the pines, an owl lets out one low round note, a sound like a stone dropped into wool, and doesn't repeat it. The note lies in the snow between the trees and slowly disappears there, the way a footprint fills. Even the owl is mostly asleep, calling from inside its own drowse, from a hollow high in a dead fir where the wind never reaches, feathers over feet, one eye already closed. It was only checking that the night was still the night. It is. Everything answers by staying silent. And maybe you drift now toward the smallest things, the way the very tired do. The grain of the beam overhead, its long, slow rivers of wood grain flowing nowhere for 90 years. The single thread standing up from the hem of the quilt, casting no shadow in the ember light. The faint mineral smell of cold stone at the edge of all the warm smells, just enough winter in the air to make the warmth taste sweeter. Small things near things. The world shrunk to arm's reach, and arm's reach entirely good. The lamp on its shelf unlit keeps a curl of the embers rose in its glass chimney, a light borrowed from a light. The way the snow outside borrows the cloud's gray glow, the way the cloud borrows the moon's. Everything tonight shining at second and third hand, gently, nothing shining hard. A whole valley lit by Lent light, and all of it dim enough to sleep by. Down under the floor, the cellar holds its rose. Up under the roof, the attic holds its dust. Out under the snow, the roots hold the hill. And in between, in the exact warm middle of all of it, you are held too, without holding on to anything. Your breath has grown so slow it hardly stirs the quilt. In, a long, soft while. Out, and the pauses between our rooms of their own now, furnished with nothing, quiet as the cellar, dark as the well. And you can stay in each pause as long as it lasts without any need to leave it or keep it. The next breath always arrives on its own, the way the next flake arrives from far off, in its own time, landing light. Fine snow, fainter now, almost only an idea of falling. The ember is a plum going to raisin, dark red to darker, drawing its warmth in close around itself the way you have drawn yours. 2 banked fires in one house, yours and the stove's, both trimmed for the long night, both certain of morning without once thinking of it. And if any last flicker of noticing remains in you, let it settle where it likes, on the beam, on the hush, on the little weight of the covers over your feet, and then let even that dissolve the way a flake dissolves on dark water, gone into what it lands on, noticing gone into rest, rest gone into warmth, warmth gone into the deep, even dark that asks nothing. The mountains take the snow. The pines take the snow. The roof takes the snow. easily the old beam glad of it. And you take only sleep, the lightest of all the things falling tonight, flake after flake of it, settling on you, drifting over you, rounding all your edges the way the drifts round the fence posts, until you are one more soft white shape in the valley's keeping, indistinguishable from rest itself. Peach gold in a jar in the dark. Round black water, far down perfectly still. Wool over feathers in a hollow fur. Warmth under wool here, just here. And the fine snow falling, and the deep snow holding, and the ground beneath it all, mild and unhurried, carrying every sleeping thing at once without feeling the weight. You among them now, one of the carried, one of the kept. And the night pours on, slow as syrup in the cold, generous with its dark, hour after unhurried hour still ahead, and all of them soft and none of them needing you. The snow will manage the snow. The ember will manage the ember. The valley has never once needed help with the night, and it does not need it now. So the last of you can go loose, the very last. Whatever was still holding the shape of you upright inside, some small attentive filament, thinner than the thread on the quilt hem. It can lie down too. It has done beautifully. It is finished for tonight. And there is only the warm, and the white beyond the walls, and the slow gray ribbon rising from the chimney into the falling dark, the house breathing out, the sky breathing down, the two of them meeting somewhere above the roof in a place no one watches. Snow into smoke, smoke into snow. And under it all the bed, and in the bed the warmth, and in the warmth you, barely outlined now, a softness inside a softness. One flake, a long while, another. The well keeping its black coin. The apples in their soft old news. The owl's eye closing. And the drifts growing their slow shoulders in the dark, patient, patient. The whole valley leaning deeper into winter the way you are leaning deeper into sleep. The same motion, the same ease, white settling on white settling on white. And the deep ground warm beneath everything, holding the roots, holding the footing, holding the house, holding the bed. Holding. And the fine snow coming down through the pines, threading the dark needles without touching one. And the quilt, warm to its far edges now. And your breath, small and even, the littlest weather in the valley, the kindest. Going on by itself, while the snow goes on by itself. And the night, wide and white and certain, keeps every sleeping thing it has been given. The fish under the pewter ice, the deer in their folded warmth, the bees in their humming ball of slow gold, the yew in the loft deepest kept of all. And somewhere far up, higher than the ridges, higher than the cloud, the cold, clean stars go on burning behind the wool of the sky, unseen and unbothered, keeping their old positions over the valley the way the jars keep their shelf. Everything in its place, everything staying. And the snow comes down between you and the stars, soft gray veil after soft gray veil, tucking the sky in two. So that all of it, top to bottom, star to cellar, is one long gentleness now, layered and warm at the middle where you are. And you sink, the small last distance, into the held, into the white-wrapped dark, where the falling is finished before it lands, and the valley breathes, and the ember keeps, and the snow, faithful, fine, unending, comes down over the roof of your sleep, flake by flake by flake. And time in the valley goes the way the snow goes, without counting itself, each hour laying down over the last without a seam. And you needn't follow it any longer. You can let the hours pass across you the way the drifts pass across the fence, filling it, softening it, until there is no telling where one thing ends and the next begins. Somewhere below the loft, in the dark of the room, the last coals shift in the stove, settling their small red weight a little lower into the ash. A sound so quiet it is almost the memory of a sound. A tick, a soft collapse. The fire growing smaller and kinder as the night goes on, asking nothing, keeping its low orange heart just warm enough, just long enough, tending itself down toward morning while you stay exactly where you are. And out past the frosted glass, the cold is doing its slow, patient work on everything it touches. Along the underside of the eaves, where the day's small melt has crept and stopped, the ice is forming without any hurry at all. One thread of water gathers at a wooden edge, hangs, thinks about falling, and instead grows solid, clear, adding itself grain by grain to a length of ice no longer than your finger. And beside it another begins, and another. A soft row of them lengthening through the dark by hair's widths, so slowly that no eye could ever catch the growing, only the having grown. Clear glass fingers full of held moonlight, reaching down a little further each hour, in no rush to reach the ground. And you can feel how good it is to be one of the warm things in a night full of slow cold, to be held on the inside of all that patient freezing, wrapped and dim and breathing. The ice may keep the eaves, the frost may keep the glass. You keep only the warmth, and the warmth keeps you. The moon has come up somewhere behind the falling snow now. You cannot see it, and you needn't. You can only tell it is there by the way the whole dark has turned a soft and even gray, the way the snowfields beyond the window hold a faint blue glow of their own, lit from within it seems, glowing the way milk glows, the way the inside of a shell glows. A light with no source you could point to, spread thin and cool over every white slope, gentle on the eyes even in sleep. And on the window itself the frost has been drawing all the while, spreading up from the corners of the glass in feathered white ferns, in fronds and fans and tiny forests, each one branching from the last in a shape no hand could plan and no hand needs to. The cold writing its slow, soft language across the pane, leaf by crystalline leaf, filling the window with a garden that grows only inward, only in the dark, only in the deepest still of the night when there is no one left awake to watch it happen. And it does not mind being unwatched. It grows for the pleasure of the growing. A whole silver meadow blooming on the glass, a hand's breadth from your sleeping face, and asking nothing of you but that you rest. Far off, further than the fence, further than the white shoulder of the near field, the pines stand in their long dark rows down the slope of the valley, and the snow has come to rest in them, load upon soft load, until each bough carries its own pale ridge, bending a little under the gentle weight. Now and then, somewhere in all that standing forest, a branch lets its snow go. A soundless slump of white sliding free and falling through the dark below, powdering the boughs beneath it, and the branch rising back the smallest amount, eased of its load. It happens here. It happens there. All down the mountainside through the night, the trees quietly setting down what they have carried, one soft fall at a time, and none of it your concern, none of it needing your ear. You may simply know it is happening, out there in the blue-gray dark, the forest tending itself, the snow finding its own way lower. And let the knowing rock you further down. And lower still than the pines, down where the land folds into its deepest crease, a stream is moving under the ice. You would not know it to look. The surface is white and still, roofed over with snow, sealed and quiet as everything else. But beneath that lid of ice, the water is still going, dark and slow and unfrozen, sliding over its smooth stones in the black, murmuring to itself a sound too soft and too far to reach the loft. A long, low voice under the winter, patient as the roots, saying the same thing it has said for 1,000 winters, going where water goes, needing no light to find its way. And the cold cannot stop it, only cover it, only tuck a white roof over it and let it run on hidden and warm dark beneath. The way something in you runs on, quiet under all the stillness, the slow river of your breath, going and going where it has always gone, needing nothing from you now. You are so far down into the warm now, so far into the held. Let the stream carry the last of your listening downstream under the ice. You don't need to keep it. Nearer, just below the window, the woodpile stands under its thick cap of snow. the split logs stacked in their long, patient rows, dry and resinous in the dark, breathing out that faint, clean smell of cut pine and cold sap even now, even sleeping. And the snow has rounded its whole top into one soft white loaf, smooth as risen dough, hiding all the hard edges of the wood beneath. A whole winter's warmth waiting there in the cold, stacked and dry and in no hurry to be needed. Enough for every night still ahead, enough and more. Nothing running low anywhere in the valley tonight, nothing that must be counted or watched or saved. Plenty, laid up quiet under the snow, and you resting in the middle of the plenty. And across the yard, low and dark against the paleness of the fields, the little barn holds its own pocket of warmth. You needn't go to it. Only know it is there. Know that inside its board walls the animals stand close in the straw-smelling dark, heavy and calm, breathing their big, slow breaths into the cold, and that the heat of them fills the small space and keeps it, so that even on the deepest night of the year there is one low room down there that is warm with nothing but the bodies of sleeping creatures. Shoulder near shoulder, breath near breath, and the snow banking soft against the outside of the walls, drifting up the boards, wrapping the whole barn in its blanket, and the warmth staying in and the cold staying out. Everything down there tended, everything down there kept without a single hand lifted. The valley minding its own all night the way it always has. And the snow keeps coming. You can hear it now if you listen at the very edge of hearing, the sound that is almost no sound at all, the faint, dry whisper of a billion flakes touching down on a world already deep in white. Not a hiss, softer, the sound a held breath makes, the sound of settling itself. Snow onto snow onto snow, filling every hollow, rounding every hard thing, raising the whole floor of the valley by slow degrees through the dark, lifting the level of the world a hair's breadth at a time while you lie still and let it rise around you. And up along the ridgeline, where the last trees give way to open snow, the wind that has been so gentle all night moves once slow, and lifts a fine veil of loose flakes off the crest and carries it out over the drop in a long, pale banner, glittering faintly in the hidden moonlight, unspooling into the dark air and coming apart, sifting down, joining the fall. It costs the mountain nothing. A little snow given up to the wind, a little snow taken back by the ground. The high places shedding their soft weight over the low, evening it all out, sharing the white around, and none of it hurried, none of it harsh. Only the slow, generous rearranging of a valley that has all winter to get it right. You are barely here now, barely a shape at all. A warm blur in the loft, a held breath in the held house, a small kept thing in the great kept quiet. And it is allowed, all of it, to let go this far, to sink this deep. Nothing is being neglected while you rest. The eaves grow their ice without you. The frost blooms its ferns without you. The stream runs black beneath the roof of white without you. The pines set down their loads, the woodpile keeps its warmth, the barn keeps its breathing dark, the ridge shares out its snow. The whole valley works its quiet all-night work and needs not one thought from you, not one, not the smallest. You are the one it is working for. You are the warm middle it is keeping. Your only task tonight was to lie down in the warmth and let the night close over you, and that task is long since done. So let even the listening go now. Let it thin. Let it drift down like the rest, soft and gray and unhurried, one flake of attention after another loosing itself and falling, no longer needing to catch the words, no longer needing to follow the stream or the snow or the slow gray ribbon of smoke. You can let the voice become just another quiet thing in the valley, no different from the settling of the coals, the growing of the ice, the whisper of the fall. Something warm and low that goes on in the dark, whether you follow it or not. And the room around you dims another shade, and another, the last red of the stove sinking down into a deep, still glow, no bigger now than a coal held in a cupped hand, warm enough, always warm enough, keeping its patient watch in the dark below while the frost gardens climb the glass and the ice fingers lengthen at the eaves, and the whole white world outside leans in a little closer. a little softer, folding itself around the small warm house and the small warm loft and the small warm you at the center of all of it. It's held and held and held. And the snow comes down over the roof of your sleep, faithful still, fine still, unending still, over the ridge and the pines and the sealed white stream, over the rounded loaf of the woodpile and the banked walls of the barn, over the fence swallowed to its top rail, over every hollow and every slope of the sleeping valley, laying its endless soft weight down as gently on the whole wide dark as it lays it on you. And there is nowhere it falls harder, and nowhere it falls colder. Only the same slow white everywhere, the same patient covering, the same deep kindness spread even from the ridge atop to the well cap to the sill an arm's length from your closed eyes. One flake, a long while, another. And the warm goes on beneath it, and you go on within the warm, smaller and softer and further down with every breath, every quiet even breath, the littlest weather in the whole white valley, going on all by itself, needing nothing, keeping nothing, only rising and falling, slow as the drifts grow, slow as the ice reaches, slow as the snow lays itself layer over patient layer across the long, unhurried middle of the night. And the night has so much of itself still left to give, hours of it yet, dark and soft and full of falling, none of them asking anything, all of them yours to sink through. And the snow will fill each one the way it fills the fields, quietly, completely, without a seam. So sink, the small last distance and then the one past that, down where the falling is finished before it lands, down into the white-wrapped dark where the valley keeps its warm, and let the snow come down, and let the coals glow low, and let the ice grow slow and clear along the sleeping eaves. You needn't stay for any of it. The snow will keep on falling, flake by flake by flake, long after the last of you has drifted down into the deep kept warm and gone. And still it falls. And still the valley holds. And still you rest, warm at the center of the long white night, while the quiet does the rest. And somewhere in the long middle of that falling, without your needing to notice it, the wind that carried the snow lies down too. Lies down along the drifts the way you lie down in the loft, gives up its last slow push against the corner of the house, and goes still. And in that stillness, the snow no longer slants at all, but comes straight down, plumb and unhurried, each flake taking the whole soft height of the dark to reach the ground. And the valley grows quieter than quiet, the way a room grows quiet after a clock is stopped, a hush laid down over the hush that was already there. And you may find, drifting there, that you can hear how deep the quiet goes. Not with your ears, not any longer, but with something softer and further in. The way you can feel the size of a dark room without seeing its walls. And the room the snow has made is very large and very kind, and it curves away from you on every side into more of the same gentle nothing, and there is no edge to it you could ever reach, and no reason to reach. Beneath the drifts where the fields were, the ground has gone to sleep as well. The long grass folded flat under its white weight weeks ago, and folded again, and settled, and it sleeps now the way a hand sleeps under a warm head, forgotten in content. And beneath the grass the earth has drawn its own slow cold down and closed over it, still and dark and untroubled, holding the small folded seeds the way the house holds you, deep past frost, deep past reaching, saving them for a spring so far off it is not even a rumor tonight. Nothing down there is waiting hard for it. Everything down there is only sleeping, slow as stone, slow as you. And higher, along the buried lane where the fence went, the snow has rounded every post to a soft white shoulder and joined one shoulder to the next, until the whole line of them is only a long, low swell in the field, a seam sewn shut and smoothed over, going nowhere anymore, marking a boundary that has stopped mattering under so much quiet. The gate is somewhere in it, latched or unlatched. No one will know until the thaw, and no one needs to know. The road it opened onto is gone too, filled and level and folded into the field it once divided, so that the whole white floor of the valley is one unbroken thing now, seamless from wall to wall of the dark hills, and you could walk across all of it in your sleep and never find a line. But you are not walking. You are only lying warm and folded in the loft while the valley smooths itself shut below, and even the thought of walking has grown too heavy to lift, and it settles back down into you, soft as a flake, and is covered over and is gone. Far off, so far it is more a shape than a sound, an owl says one low note out of the buried pines. One round soft note, and a long space, and one more. Not calling to anything, not answered by anything, only marking the deep of the night the way a coal marks the deep of the stove. A small warm pulse in all that cold and quiet. And the note travels the whole hushed valley to reach you, thinned and softened by the falling snow until it arrives as gentle as a hand smoothing a blanket. One note. A long while, another. And then the pines keep it, and the owl folds itself smaller against the trunk, and the silence comes back and lies down over the place where the sound had been. And you can let that be the last thing you listen for. The owl, or the snow, or the low glow of the coal, whichever is nearest when the listening finally lets go of you. None of them minds being the last. None of them asks you to stay for the next. The beams above you tick once as the house settles a hair deeper into the cold. An old wooden sound, dry and low and companionable. The sound of a thing so long in one place it has forgotten how to be anywhere else. The roof tree over your head has held 100 winters like this one, has carried the weight of 100 such snows and set them down again come April and thought nothing of it. And it holds this one now without the smallest strain, spreading the soft white burden out along every rafter and down every wall and into the deep frozen ground, so that all of it, all that endless falling weight, comes at last to rest and asks nothing of you at all. You carry none of it. The house carries every ounce, gladly, the way it was built too, and you have only to lie beneath it and be kept. And the small last light of the stove has sunk now to the very floor of itself, a single deep ember breathing under the ash, brightening the least bit and dimming again, brightening and dimming, slow as a sleeper's chest. You could watch it forever and never see it hurry. And you do not have to watch it. It will go on breathing its low red breath in the dark below whether any eye is open to it or not, keeping the loft just warm enough, keeping the pipes just clear, keeping its small faithful watch over the sleeping house while the whole cold country turns slowly under the snow. Somewhere under the ice, where the stream used to run, a little water still moves. Not frozen all the way down, never quite all the way down. A thin dark thread of it slipping along the stones beneath the sealed white lid. So slow and so quiet you would have to press your ear to the ice to know it was there at all. And it does not hurry either, that last thread of water, does not fight the cold that has closed over it, only goes on slipping downhill in the dark, patient and unbothered, carrying nothing, going nowhere it must arrive. It will still be moving when you wake, and moving when you sleep again, and moving long after, the smallest unsleeping thing in all the valley, keeping its quiet way beneath the quiet, so that even the deepest freeze has one soft, moving thread of dark running through the heart of it, alive and untroubled and slow. And you can lay yourself down along that thread. Let your last thoughts move the way it moves, slipping and cold soft and downward and unhurried, not stopping, not hurrying, only going gently on beneath the sealed white lid of sleep, one slow thought slipping into the next. None of them held, none of them needed, all of them slipping quietly downhill in the dark and gone. The snow, meanwhile, has begun to build along the north wall of the barn, drift by patient drift, curling up the boards in a long, soft wave that will not break. It climbs there while you sleep, an inch and then an inch, leaning its white shoulder against the wood, sealing the last gaps where the cold got in, tucking the sleeping barn deeper into its own warmth the way, a drawn quilt tucks a shoulder. And inside, in the dark and the hay smell, the animals stand folded and drowsing, breathing slow clouds into the black, their great warm sides rising and falling, rising and falling. And the drift climbs the wall behind them, and the snow falls on the roof above them, and they sleep the deep, untroubled sleep of warm things in winter, asking nothing, keeping nothing, only breathing in the dark. And you are one more warm thing sleeping in the dark tonight, no different from them, no more asked of you than of them, only to lie folded in your own warmth while the snow builds its soft walls around you, and the night carries you slowly through. You belong to the sleeping valley the way they do, the way the folded grass does, the way the low coal does, all of you kept together under the same wide falling, all of you let go of the day in the same slow way, all of you sinking down through the same long white middle of the night. Higher up, where the ridgeline was, the pines have taken on so much snow that they have bowed their heads under it, whole ranks of them leaning slowly downward altogether, their dark arms lowered and laden and still, and the snow keeps settling into them, soft handful after soft handful, and now and then a branch far off lets its load slip free with a whispered fall, a small white sigh going down into the dark beneath the trees, and then the branch lifts a little, eased, and the snow begins to gather on it again, and that is all that happens up there all night, the slow loading and the soft letting go, the gathering and the gentle fall, a whole mountainside breathing snow, slow as tide, slow as sleep. And you needn't climb to it. You needn't picture it clearly. Let the pines be only a soft, dark weight at the far top of the dark, leaning and laden and letting go. A thing you know is there the way you know the far wall of a room is there, without looking, without minding. It will lean and let go all night without you. It has no need of your watching. It only adds its slow white breathing to the great slow breathing of the valley, so that everything, everywhere, from the buried seed to the bowed pine to the low coal to the small warm you, is rising and falling together, gently, evenly, in the same unhurried dark. And the falling goes on. Finer now, if that were possible, the flakes grown small and dry and endless, a slow silver dust sifting down through the black, so fine you could not catch a single one, so many you could not begin to count, filling the air between the ground and the low cloud with a soft gray nothing that is neither falling nor still, but only quietly everywhere. And it settles on the settled snow without a sound, adding its thin new layer to all the patient layers beneath, deepening the hush by the smallest degree, drawing the whole valley one shade further down into the white and the quiet and the kept warm dark. And you go down with it. Of course you do. One shade further with every soft breath, one thin layer deeper into the folded warmth, sinking as the fields sink, as the lane sinks, as the barn and the bowed pines and the low red coal all sink together beneath the sifting silver dark. There is nothing to hold to and nothing to hold, no next thing coming, no last thing left undone, only the down and the slow kind covering, only the snow that does not stop, and the warm that does not fail, and the night that has so much of itself still to spend on you. Let it spend it. Let the hours come and lay themselves over you like the layers over the field, one and then another, each one softer and further down than the last, each one asking nothing, each one yours to sink clean through. You are so far into the white now that the top of it is only a memory, a faint gray light somewhere far above the deep, still dark where you have come to rest, and even that memory is filling in, flake by fine flake, softening and closing and going quietly out. And here, this far down, the snow itself grows warm. Not warm the way the stove is warm, but warm the way deep drifts are warm to the things that shelter in them, the small sleeping creatures curled in their hollows beneath the weight, held out of the wind, held out of the cold, kept by the very snow that buried them. You are held like that now, deep in the kind heart of the white, wrapped round and round in soft, cold weight that has turned, somehow, to soft, warm dark. And there is no edge to it and no bottom to it and no reason left in you to look for either. Only the down, only the warm, only the slow silver falling far above, faithful still, fine still, unending still, laying the long night down over you layer by patient layer while you sink beneath it, smaller and softer and further, the littlest kept thing in the whole white valley, needing nothing, keeping nothing, going gently on all by itself in the deep-held warm. And the coal glows low, and the water slips slow beneath the ice, and the pines lean and let go far off in the dark, and the snow comes down, and comes down, and comes down, and you rest at the still, warm center of all of it, kept and covered and carried, while the long night goes on giving itself, hour by soft hour, to the quiet and the white and the sleeping you. One flake, a long while, another, and the warm goes on beneath it, and you go on within the warm. Deeper now, and slower, and further still into the kind of the night. And deeper the valley keeps for you, further than the eye of any waking day could follow, down where the snow lies so thick and so long that it has forgotten it was ever anything but this, forgotten the sky it fell from, forgotten the wind that turned it here, remembering only the slow, soft business of holding still. And you lie folded into that forgetting now, easy as anything, one more quiet wait among the quiet waits, asking the night for nothing and given all of it anyway. Somewhere below you, so far below it is scarcely a sound at all, water still remembers how to move. A thread of it, thin as a hair, slipping along under a roof of ice it will never lift, taking its slow, patient way between banks that sleep on either side. And the sound it makes is not really a sound, only the ghost of one, a smoothness under the stillness, a going on beneath the not going on. You might follow it a little way if you like, the way you follow a thing in a dream, without moving, without wanting, just letting the mind drift alongside the small dark water as it slips further and further down the sleeping ground. And it is in no hurry. It has all the winter to arrive at wherever it is going, and it knows this, and so it does not press, does not gather, does not run. It only slides, one cold, clear inch and then another, past the roots of reeds gone brown and bowed beneath their little caps of white, past stones that have not felt the sun in months and do not miss it, past the long, slow shelves of ice that grow out from each bank a grain of frost at a time, closing the dark water over with a patient silver lid. And above all that, above the sliding thread and the closing ice and the sleeping brown reeds, the drifts go on rising in their soft, unhurried shapes, curving up and over everything the way a slow tide would if a slow tide could hold its breath and stay. They have made themselves into long, smooth backs and gentle hollows, into rounded shoulders leaning against a fence that has all but vanished, only its topmost rail still showing, a dark, thin line laid across the white, and even that is going now, flake by flake, into the same soft everywhere. How quietly it fills the world when no one is asking it to hurry. How the sharp edges soften first, and then the small dips, and then the wide fields, each low place taking its measure of the falling and then a measure more, until there are no low places left, only the long, unbroken sweep of white lying level and calm from the frozen reeds to the far dim rise of the hills. And you are somewhere in the middle of all that leveling, sinking as it sinks, smoothing as it smooths, your own last sharp edges going soft under the same kind fall. Let them go, the edges, the corners, the little held shapes of the day that still stand up in you here and there. Let the snow find them the way it finds the fence rail and the reed and the stone, without judgment, without haste, laying its soft weight over each one until it too rounds down and quiets and joins the smooth, wide calm. There is room for all of it under the white. There is room for everything the night decides to cover. And the cold, out there beyond you, has grown very deep and very clean. The kind of cold that has no wind in it at all, That simply is, standing in the still air like clear water standing in a still pool. So pure and so quiet you could almost hear the shape of it if there were anything left to hear. But you are not out in it. You only know it the way you know weather from behind glass, the way you know the far edge of a thing while resting safe at the warm middle of it. It presses gently at the outermost skin of the world and comes no closer. And its far clean pressing only makes the warm you lie in warmer, only draws you one more slow degree in toward the kept and quiet center. And the light has changed out over the drifts. Not brighter, not dimmer, only different. The way light is different late in a long snowfall when the clouds have given most of themselves away and go thin at last. A faint far paleness is loosening up there behind the falling, a soft gray turning softer. And now and then the snow between you and it comes down lit very faintly from above, each fine flake carrying its own small share of that pale light down through the dark, a slow drift of dim silver sinking past and past and past. You need not watch it. It asks nothing of your watching. But if some quiet part of you wishes to, it may rest its eyes on that slow fall the way one rests eyes on embers or on rain, following nothing in particular, holding to nothing, only letting the down and down of it move through the mind and out again, taking a little more of your waking with it each time it passes. Down, and gone into the white, down, and gone. And where each flake lands, far below in the deep smooth field, it touches the ones already fallen with a softness too small to have a name, and joins them, and is one of them, no longer itself and glad of it, no longer falling and glad of that too, only lying now, only being held now, only resting in the long, soft company of all the others in the deep and patient drift. And that is where you are going. That is where you already mostly are. Come to rest among the countless quiet others, no longer falling, no longer yourself in the old effortful way, only held, only lying, only one more soft thing in the soft, wide keeping. The barn owl that hunts these fields on clearer nights does not fly tonight. It sits somewhere close against the trunk of an old tree, feathers loosened out into a round, warm shape, eyes half shut, and lets the snow build its little pale ridge along the branch beside it, and waits without waiting, rests without meaning to rest, kept warm inside its own soft down while the down of the sky comes drifting past. And it is in no distress about the night. It does not count the hours it will sit there. It simply sits and softens and lets the long white time go by. And you may be like the owl now, needing to hunt nothing, chase nothing, catch nothing, only to sit deep in your own warmth with the eyes gone soft and the night coming down, letting hour lean into hour with no seam between them, no edge, no moment where one ends and the next begins, only the long unbroken sitting. Still, only the warm, only the slow pale fall going on and on past the branch and past the field and past the sinking, softening you. How far the quiet reaches now. Out past the owl's tree, out past the buried fence, out over the smoothed white fields to where the land begins at last to rise, and up the long, slow shoulder of the hills where the snow lies even deeper, even older, even more untouched. Drift upon drift the wind has laid there over all the weeks of winter and smoothed and re-smoothed until the whole slope is one soft curve rising into the dim. And nothing moves upon it. Nothing has moved upon it in a long time. It only rests, immense and pale and patient, holding the falling sky the way a great slow shoulder holds a sleeping head. And beyond even that, over the round, dark crowns of the hilltop firs where the snow sits in heavy, soft cushions on every bough, the valley gives way to a wider stillness yet, a great held hush that has no edges and asks for no attention, the deep, unpeopled quiet of high sleeping country in the middle of a winter's night, where the only motion in all the world is the slow silver coming down, and the only sound is the sound that snow makes falling on snow, which is the sound of no sound at all, which is the very voice of the quiet you have sunk so far into. Rest there, at the bottom of all that hush, Rest under the hills and the firs and the smoothed, slow slopes, under the falling and the fallen, under the thin, far light and the deep, near warm. There is no bottom you can reach that the night has not already softened for you, no depth you can sink to that is not lined with the same kind keeping. Down as far as you go, it is warm. Down as far as you go, it holds. And the falling loosens. The clouds thinning further now, giving the last of themselves in slower and slower drifts. The flakes further apart, larger, softer, taking longer to come down. One turns past, unhurried, and then a long, quiet while, and then another, so slow you might follow the whole of its falling from the high dark down to the waiting white, watching it turn and settle at last with a smallness beyond all smallness. And then another long, quiet while, and then one more. And in those widening quiets between the flakes, something very like peace comes down instead, filling the spaces the snow leaves, settling over the fields where no snow is falling just now, lying just as soft, just as deep, weighing just as gently on the sleeping ground. It is the quiet arriving in place of the snow, and it drifts down over you the same slow way, layer on invisible layer, until you are as covered in stillness as the fields are covered in white. You have been let go of by everything that ever asked anything of you. You can feel that now, this far down, the way you feel warmth or weight, a plain and simple fact of where you are. Nothing calls. Nothing waits. Nothing leans in from the dark edges of the mind to be tended. All of it has been laid down out there under the smooth white with the fence and the reed and the stone, covered and quieted and kept, and none of it will stir before the morning. And the morning is a long, long way off, and you need not go to meet it. Only stay, here in the deep, warm middle, under the thinning fall. Only stay and sink and soften, and let the great slow night keep spending itself over you, hour laid on hour laid on hour, each one darker and kinder and further down than the one before, each one asking nothing of you but that you rest at the still warm center and let it pass. And it passes, so gently, the deep hours turning over in the dark the way the slow water turns beneath its ice, unseen, unhurried, going on without you, needing no help from you, carrying the whole long night forward inch by patient inch while you lie still at the heart of it and are carried too. You do not have to move for time to move. You do not have to wake for the night to keep its watch. It keeps it well enough on its own, out over the smoothed white fields, up the pale, slow slopes, down along the thin, cold thread of the water, on and on in the deep, untroubled dark, while you rest and sink and are kept. The last flakes now, only a few, drifting down so slow, so far apart, that the falling has almost become stillness, the sky almost emptied of its long, soft gift, the whole white world lying finished and smooth and deep beneath a thinning, clearing dark. And here and there, very faintly, where the cloud has worn all the way through, a small pale glimmer shows for a moment in the high black and is gone again behind the drift. A single distant point of quiet light looking down a little while on all the sleeping snow, and then softly closing its eye and letting the dark come back. And that is enough. One far glimmer, one soft closing, one more fold of the dark drawn over the deep white world. You need see no more of the sky than that. You need not wait to see whether it clears. You may let your own last glimmer soften and close in just the same way, here in the warm, here in the deep, here where the snow lies finished and the water slides slow and the owl sits round and still against its tree, and the whole valley holds its long, soft breath around you. Down and warm and kept, and the night going on, and the fields lying deep, and nothing left in all the white world for you to do but lie here at the still center and rest, and go on resting further down with every slow breath into the kind and covered dark. One flake, a long while, and the warm beneath it, one more, a longer while still. And you within the warm, small and safe and sinking, the last soft weight settling into the deepest fold of the deep white night. And the dark leans close, and the snow lies deep, And the hush goes on giving itself, hour by soundless hour, to the sleeping fields and the sleeping hills, and the quiet kept sleeping you. Deeper now, and softer, and further still into the long white keeping of the night. And further still, to where the snow lies deepest of all, out in the middle of the fields, in the folds no wind has touched, where flake has come down on flake for so long and so softly that the ground has forgotten it was ever anything but this. A slow, deep blanket lying blue in the dark, pale and blue and endless, rising and falling in long, low waves over the buried furrows, over the sleeping stones, over the small, round backs of the sleeping hills. So smooth in the starless dark that the whole valley might be one great drift breathing very slowly in its sleep. And you are folded somewhere in the deep of it, warm as a seed in the dark of the earth, wanting nothing, waiting for nothing, only lying still while the cold keeps its long, quiet vigil above, and the warmth keeps its own below, and you rest between them, held. And if you follow the low blue land down, the way everything here goes down, gently, always gently, you may feel rather than see how the fields lean toward the hollow in the middle of the valley, how the deep snow tilts and slides its slow weight toward the low place where the water runs, down through the pale drifts, down past the dark shapes of the willows standing to their knees in white, down to where the ground gives way at last to the long, frozen ribbon of the stream lying still and dim under its lid of ice. And there, very far down, under a hand's depth of snow, under a finger's depth of clear black ice, the water is still moving, slow and dark, and warm in the way deep things are warm, warmer than the air, warmer than the fields, holding the last of the year's long summer somewhere in its slow, dark body and carrying it down through the winter one patient turn at a time. You can rest your quiet mind on that, on the slow, dark water going on beneath the ice, never stopping, never hurrying, asking nothing, only sliding smooth and low over its bed of round stones in the deep, cold dark, on, while the snow lies over it and the ice roofs it in and the whole white night stands guard above. And the round stones on the bed of the stream, smoothed for 100 slow years by that same soft water, lying now in the dark under the ice, cool and rounded and still, each one settled into its own small hollow, each one holding its own small warmth of the moving water against its curved cold back. Nothing troubles them there. No light reaches them. No sound but the low, endless murmur of the current folding past. They have lain so a long time and will lie so a long time more, patient in the deep. And you may lie as they lie, settled, rounded, smoothed of every sharp thing, resting in the dark on the soft floor of the night while the warm, slow water of the hours slides over you and on. Higher now, a little higher, to just beneath the ice where the water runs its clearest and its slowest, and where, if any faint far glimmer found its way down through the snow, it would move along the underside of the ice in a pale, wandering ribbon, very dim, very slow, wavering with the water. But no light comes, and that is well. It is dark down here, and warm and moving, and the darkness is the kindest thing of all. A soft black wool drawn close over the running water, over the round stones, over the whole slow, secret life of the low place, so that nothing need be seen and nothing need be watched, and everything may simply go on in the dark, unwitnessed, untroubled, at rest. And the ice above, thick and clear and old, laid down layer on layer through the long freezing nights, each cold night adding its own thin sheet so that the ice is made of nights, night pressed on night, a deep clear record of all the quiet dark that has passed over this water. And none of it heavy, none of it hard on the stream below, only a smooth, cool roof, keeping the wind out, keeping the warmth in, holding the whole low world still and safe beneath it. You rest under such a roof now, night laid over night over you, deep and clear and cold above, deep and slow and warm below, and you in the soft between, kept. And now let the low place widen. Let the frozen stream open out ahead into the still broad pool where the water rests before it goes on. The wide, flat place where the ice lies smoothest and the snow lies evenest and the whole surface stretches away pale and level under the dark. A long, still floor of white laid down over deep, quiet water. Nothing crosses it. Nothing marks it. It lies there perfect and untouched, holding the faint gray of the sky, holding the deeper black of the far bank, lying so flat and so still that the pool beneath might be asleep, might be dreaming, might be sinking slowly through its own dark depth toward some floor far down where the cold cannot reach and the warmth pools thickest, and the whole long winter cannot follow. And you sink with it, down through the still dark water of the pool, past the last dim reach of the surface light, down where the water grows warmer and heavier and slower with every soft length you fall, down to where the cold of the world is only a memory pressed thin against the ice far above. And here at the bottom of the deep, quiet pool, there is only warmth and dark and slowness, and the soft, settled silt lying deep and even over everything. A bed softer than any bed, deeper than any drift, and you may lie down in it and let it take your weight and let the warm, dark water close its long, slow arms over you and keep you at the still floor of the night. Nothing reaches the floor of a deep pool in winter. No wind, no cold, no hurry, no hour. The storms may cross the fields far above, and the snow may fall, and the ice may thicken night on night, and none of it comes down to where you lie. The deep water takes it all and holds it still and turns it slow and warm, and you rest beneath it all, at the deepest and the warmest and the stillest place in the whole white sleeping valley, wanting nothing, needing nothing, held by the deep against the deep. And time, up there, goes on, the long night wheeling its slow dark hours over the frozen fields, over the smooth pale pool, over the drifted willows and the buried stones and the round still owl in its tree at the wood's edge. It goes on without you, high and far and cold, and you have let it go. You lie too deep for it to find you now, too far down in the warm dark water of the hours for any hour to reach and turn you. Let it wheel, let it pass. Let the whole great night spend itself out across the sky, and never once disturb the deep, warm floor where you have come to rest. The owl at the wood's edge, far above and far away, sits round and soft against the dark trunk, its feathers deep, its eyes half closed, its whole small weight settled warm into itself, keeping its long, patient watch over the sleeping snow without ever needing to move. It does not hunt tonight. It does not call. It only sits and breathes and lets the cold slide off its deep, soft feathers and watches the white fields dream, a small, round guardian of the hush, awake so that all the valley may sleep. And you need not be the owl. You need not keep the watch. You may be the field it watches over, the deep white field lying finished and smooth and dreaming beneath its soft eye, held safe under a watch that never tires, free at last to sleep and sleep and sleep. And further along the buried stream, where the willows give way to the low black shapes of the alders, the snow has draped every branch and every twig in its own soft weight, an inch of white balanced along each dark line, so that the whole thicket stands still and heavy and hushed, 10,000 small white burdens held in perfect balance in the windless dark, none of them falling, none of them stirring, all of them resting exactly where the slow fall laid them. And the thicket holds so still under all that gentle weight, so patient, so unbothered, glad almost of the softness pressing it down, leaning a little into the deep, cold sleep of it. And you may lean the same way now, into the soft weight of the dark, letting it press you gently down, gently still, glad of the slow kind burden of the night settling over your quiet limbs and holding them exactly where they lie. And the air among the alders, so cold, so clean, so utterly without motion, that a breath let slowly out would hang there in a pale, slow cloud and drift down rather than away, sinking, the way everything here sinks, settling toward the deep white floor. The cold air pools in the low places. It slides down off the pale slopes all through the long night, thin and clear and silent, gathering in the hollow of the valley, lying deepest where the water lies, a slow, soundless river of cold running down under the still river of ice. Both of them moving so slowly they are almost still. Both of them going down, always down, toward the low, deep heart of the sleeping land. And you at the heart of it, warm, while the clean cold slides past and around and away, never touching the warmth, only smoothing the dark, only deepening the hush. And up on the pale slopes above, where the deep snow lies unbroken to the ridgeline, the drifts have curled and smoothed themselves into long, soft shapes in the slow cold, sculpted grain by grain over the quiet hours into low, round dunes of white, their crests feathered fine as smoke, their hollows blue and deep, the whole slope a still frozen sea caught in the moment of its gentlest swell and held there. Held, not one grain moving, the long waves of white lying stopped and soundless under the dark. And it will hold so all the night, and longer, the deep smooth snow keeping its shape in the deep still cold, patient, unhurried, in no need ever to move again. And where the drifts meet the low stone wall that runs down the slope, the snow has climbed and curled and capped each rounded stone in soft white, drifting deep against the sheltered side, blowing thin against the other, so that the old wall lies half-buried and wholly quiet under its long white eave, its stones warm dark and close set beneath, its cold cap smooth above, holding still the little heat the day once laid in it. Giving it back so slowly to the snow that the snow along the wall's warm flank has softened and settled deeper than anywhere, a low, warm hollow of deep white running the whole length of the buried wall. And you might lie in such a hollow, in the deep, soft snow along the warm stone, sheltered on one side by the patient wall, covered on the other by the deep, kind drift, warm below and soft above and still all around, folded into the low white seam of the night where nothing comes and nothing goes, and the cold slides high overhead and never down to you. So still now, so far down, the valley lying deep and blue and finished all around you, the fields smooth, the pool dark, the stream slow, the ice thick, the drifts curled and stopped on the pale slopes, the thicket bowed soft under its weight, the wall warm under its cap, the owl round and quiet at the wood's edge, and the whole long night wheeling far above, unreachable, letting you be. There is nothing here that hurries. There is nothing here that asks. There is only the deep, and the warm, and the slow, and the dark, and you, resting at the very heart of it, held. And the snow, where it lies deepest, in the folds and the hollows and the low sheltered seams, is not one thing but 1,000,000 small still crystals fitted soft against each other, each one a tiny six-armed star laid down in the dark, each one holding a little pocket of still air against its neighbors, so that the deep drift is more air than ice, more hush than weight, a soft, dark-held breath of a thing lying warm over the cold ground. And all those small, still stars, packed close and quiet in the dark, keep the deep warm and the cold high and the whole low world asleep, a slow, soft blanket woven grain by grain out of the falling dark. And you rest beneath a blanket woven so, out of 10,000,000 small, quiet things laid gently down one on another through the long, slow hours, each one adding its own soft, nothing to the deep, kind weight that holds you. Deeper now, and the crystals settling. Over the slow hours, the deep drift settles into itself, so slowly, each small star easing a hair's breadth closer to the next, the whole deep field sinking a finger's width into the dark across the whole long night, soundless, unhurried, going down as everything here goes down. And you sink with it, that same slow hair's breadth, that same soft finger's width, easing deeper into the warm dark with each long breath, settling as the snow settles, closer, lower, stiller, giving your last small weight to the deep that waits so patiently to take it. And the sky, far up beyond the thinned and clearing dark, wheels its cold, bright grains as slowly as the field wheels its own, the high pale stars turning over the sleeping valley the way the deep crystals turn in the drift, unhurried, uncounted, going on without you. But you need not lift your eyes to them now. You have gone too deep for stars. You lie under snow, under ice, under water, under the deep, warm dark, far below the last faint reach of any far cold light, and the light may wheel where it wills, high and clean and far, while you rest low and warm and dark at the still floor of the night, kept. So let the deep take a little more of you. Let the warm water rise a little higher. Let the soft snow settle a little closer. Let the slow stream slide a little further. Let the long night wheel a little on. There is time. There is nothing but time, and it is not yours to spend, only to lie within, warm, while it spends itself so gently over the sleeping fields and the sleeping hills and the quiet, folded, sleeping you. One crystal easing closer in the dark, a long, soft while, and the warm beneath, one more settling, a longer while still. And the deep taking it, taking you, drawing you down another slow hair's breadth into the kind covered dark where the cold cannot come and the hours cannot reach, and there is nothing at all left to do but sink and soften and rest and go on resting deeper into the long white keeping of the night. Down and warm and slow, and further still into the deep blue hush of the fields, the deep dark hush of the water, the deep soft hush of the settling snow. Further still, and kept. And under the snow, where you have gone, the world is rounded now. Every hard edge the day left behind has been taken softly under, filled and smoothed and forgiven by the slow grain of the fall, so that the fence line is only a long, low swell in the white, and the stone by the water is only a soft, pale shoulder, and the little rise where the field folds down toward the stream is only the gentlest curve of the deep, one long, slow line drawn by the snow across everything that was once sharp. And you are rounded so, all your edges taken softly under, filled and smoothed by the same slow deep, until there is nothing left of you that catches, nothing that holds an angle against the dark, only a soft, low warmth curved into the white, breathing slow, deeper now. And the snow keeps its own quiet warmth beneath, a thing you would never guess from the cold, clean top of it, for down where the first flakes fell and were long ago covered over, down in the older layers near the sleeping ground, the deep drift holds the last warmth of the earth against itself and will not let it go, so that the world beneath the snow is warmer than the world above it, a low-kept warmth the cold cannot reach, and every small living thing that knows the winter knows this and goes down into it and sleeps. And you know it too, without being told, and you have gone down into it, into the low-kept warmth beneath the white, far under the clean, cold top of the night, and you sleep as the deep things sleep, held warm by the very cold that covers you. And there are the sleepers of the deep field with you now, though you will never see them, the small, warm, folded ones tucked into their soft, dark hollows under the frost line, curled nose to tail in the rounded rooms they hollowed out of the earth before the snow came, breathing so slow you could not count it, their small hearts gone long and quiet with the season, their warmth banked low like a covered coal, waiting out the long white above them with a patience older than any thought. And they ask for nothing, and they wait for nothing, and they do not dream of spring. They only lie in the warm dark and let the winter pass over them, breath by long, slow breath, exactly as you lie now, asking nothing, waiting for nothing, letting the long night pass over you in its own good time, deeper still. And the roots go down beneath them, down past the last of the warmth into the still cold ground, the slow, patient roots of the old trees standing bare above the drift, and they too have gone quiet, drawn their green life down out of the high, thin branches into the deep of themselves, into the dark below the frost, and they stand through the whole long winter neither living quite nor sleeping quite, only holding, only staying, only keeping their slow, low place in the turning of the cold. And above them the branches carry their soft weight of snow without a sound, each dark limb bent gently under its own pale burden, curved down toward the deep field the way you are curved down toward sleep, patient, unhurried, bearing the quiet weight of the night without a thought of setting it down. And the stream is still moving, far below the ice in the dark. You may have thought it stopped, up here under the deep drift. You may have forgotten there was ever water at all beneath the white and folded field. But it is there. It is moving, slow and black and unhurried under its long roof of ice. Sliding over the smooth stones it has slid over for 1,000 winters, carrying the cold quietly downhill in the dark where nothing watches it, and nothing hurries it, and nothing asks it where it goes. And you may let a small part of yourself go down to it now, down through the snow and the sleeping ground and the still roots to the slow black water beneath the ice, and lie there where it slides so smooth and dark, and go with it a little way downhill in the deep, deeper and warmer and slower. And the ice above the water is a world all its own, a thing the falling snow never touches, growing in the long cold dark by a patience so slow no eye could ever catch it, plate laid over quiet plate, each night's cold adding one more clear thin layer to the underside of the sheet, the water giving itself up grain by grain to the ice, and the ice thickening down toward the stream so slowly, so gently, that a whole month of nights might pass in the width of a single held breath of growth. And you are held above it and below it and within it all at once, the cold clear ice and the slow dark water and the deep warm ground, layered over you the way the snow is layered, keeping you, and you thicken down into your rest the way the ice thickens down toward the stream, one thin quiet layer of stillness laid over another through the long slow hours, sinking, settling, going down. And the cold high air above the whole white valley has gone so still now, so utterly without motion, that the smoke from the one far chimney far down the folded fields rises straight and slow and silver into the dark and does not lean, does not scatter, does not hurry, only climbs its single soft gray thread up and up through the windless night until it thins to nothing among the low cold stars. And you might watch it climb, that one slow thread, if you were still near enough the top of yourself to watch anything, the only moving thing in all the sleeping valley, rising so gently it seems hardly to move at all. But you have gone too deep to watch it now. You have gone down below the smoke and the stars and the cold clean top of the night, into the warm and rounded dark, and the thread may climb where it wills while you lie low and kept and still at the soft floor of the winter. And somewhere out across the buried field a single flake still falls. The great fall is long over now, the sky nearly clear, the deep drift settling into its long night's keeping. But here and there, out of the last thin high haze, one crystal still comes down, slow, alone, turning over and over in the windless dark, a tiny six-armed thing drifting down the whole tall depth of the night toward the waiting white below. And it takes so long, that one last flake, so long to fall through all that still cold air, that you might sink a whole soft fathom deeper into your rest before it ever touches down. And when at last it settles without a sound into the deep among all its numberless kin, the field is one crystal fuller, one hair's breadth deeper, one small quiet grain nearer to full. And so are you. Is deeper now. And the moon, if there is a moon, lies somewhere behind the last of the thinning cloud, and its light comes down not as light quite, but as a kind of pale gray knowledge spread even over all the snow, so that the whole field glows faintly from within, no shadow anywhere, no bright and no dark, only one soft, even paleness lying over the rounded world like the breath on cold glass. And the snow gives that pale light back so gently, so quietly, that the whole valley seems lit from below, from the deep, from within its own white keeping, a low even glow with no source and no edge that asks nothing of your eyes and lets them close. And behind your closed eyes there is that same soft even paleness now, no shadow, no bright, no dark, only a low, warm, even glow lying over the whole sleeping field of you, sourceless, edgeless, kind. And the far hills have gone, folded away into the pale, their high, cold shoulders rounded under the same deep drift that rounds the field, so that where the land ends and the sky begins there is no longer any line at all, only the soft, gray paleness rising up out of the snow and going on up into the dark without a seam, The valley and the night grown into one single quiet thing with no horizon left to hold them apart. And you have grown into it too. The last faint line between the warm, low weight of you and the deep that holds you gone soft and gone quiet, and at last gone altogether. So that there is no longer any edge where your rest ends and the night's rest begins. Only one deep, even hush going down and down without a seam. And time itself has thickened here. The way the ice thickens, the way the snow deepens, laid down grain by slow grain in the dark until the hours have gone soft and lost their edges and no longer pass so much as gather, settling over the sleeping valley the way the drift settles, deep and even and unhurried, a long, slow wait of quiet hours lying warm over the folded fields. And you lie beneath the gathered hours the way you lie beneath the gathered snow, kept by their soft, deep weight, asked nothing by them, hurried nowhere by them, only held, only covered, only let to rest at the still floor of the long white night while the hours gather themselves so gently overhead. And far under everything, under the snow and the sleeping ones and the still roots and the slow black water and the growing ice, the old ground of the valley holds its deep slow warmth and turns, so slowly, with the turning of the dark, carrying the whole white sleeping world around toward a morning that is still so far off it is hardly even a thought, still so many soft, deep hours down the long slope of the night that you need not lean toward it at all, need not wait for it at all. Need only lie here in the warm, kept dark, and let the ground turn you so gently through the deep of the winter, unhurried, uncounted, going down, deeper and warmer and slower still. And the last of the wind that ever moved here lay down hours ago in the low places of the field and has not stirred since, curled quiet in the soft hollows between the drifts the way the small warm sleepers are curled in the ground, gone still, gone soft, gone down into the same deep hush that holds the snow and the water and the sleeping you. And there is nothing left anywhere in all the folded valley that moves quickly now, nothing that hurries, nothing that strains toward anything at all, only the slow black water sliding, only the clear ice thickening, only the deep drift settling, only the far ground turning, only your own long, soft breath rising and falling so slowly it has nearly grown as quiet as the snow. And you may let it grow quieter still. You may let it settle, breath by long breath, closer to the great even hush of the sleeping field, until your breathing and the night's breathing are one slow, quiet thing going down together into the dark. Deeper now, and kept. And the snow goes on doing in the dark what snow has always done, softening the world, rounding the world, covering the world over so gently that by the deep of the night there is nothing left uncovered anywhere, nothing left sharp, nothing left cold that the deep, warm keeping does not hold. Every stone and every furrow and every last hard edge of the day taken softly under the white and forgiven and let to rest. And you are covered so, wholly, softly, every last sharp thing about you taken under and rounded and let to rest. Nothing of you left uncovered to the cold, nothing of you left that the deep does not hold, only a warm, low stillness folded deep into the white, breathing slow, going down. And there is a sound so far away, and so soft it is nearly not a sound at all, only the faintest low settling of the deep drift somewhere out across the buried field. A whole night's snow easing one hair's breadth closer to the sleeping ground with a hush too quiet to wake even the small ones curled beneath it. A sound like the whole white valley letting go of its last held breath, slow, long, complete. And you might let go so too, one last small held thing easing soft and quiet out of you into the deep, one last hair's breadth of yourself given over to the warm dark that has been waiting so patiently to take it, going down with the snow, settling with the drift, letting go the way the whole sleeping valley lets go, into the long white keeping of the night. And the stars, where the sky has cleared, hang so still and so cold, and so far above the deep even paleness of the snow that they seem hardly to be fire at all, only small, clean grains of frost scattered high across the black, holding their tiny fixed light without a flicker over the sleeping fields. And they must be turning, wheeling their slow, cold circle over the folded valley as they have wheeled over every winter that ever was, but so slowly, so far, so utterly without hurry, that you could sleep the whole night deep and never catch them move. And you need not catch them. You need not lift toward them. They will keep their slow, cold circle up in the high, clean dark whether you watch or no. And you have gone too far down into the warm to watch, too far under the snow, too far into the deep, even hush to do anything now at all but lie here and be kept. It's deeper and warmer, and further down still into the soft, rounded dark where the edges are all gone and the hours have all gathered, and the cold, high light wheels far above the deep, low warmth that holds you. Where the black water slides so slow beneath the ice, and the ice thickens so slow beneath the snow, and the snow settles so slow over the sleeping ground, and the ground turns so slow beneath the wheeling stars. Everything here going down together, unhurried, uncounted, one deep, slow, quiet descent through the whole long white night, and you going down within it, softer, lower, stiller, kept. And here, where you have come to, so deep beneath the drift, so far below the last cold reach of the light, there is nothing left that the night asks of you, nothing to hold, nothing to keep, nothing to carry, nothing to wait for, and nothing to watch, and nothing at all to do but lie in the warm, covered dark, and let the deep have the whole soft weight of you, the way the snow lets the field have it, the way the water lets the stones have it, the way the sleeping ground lets the long, slow turning have it, given over, let go. Laid softly down, and covered warm and kept. One crystal settling out in the dark, a long soft while, and the warm beneath, one more easing closer, a longer while still, and the deep taking you, drawing you another slow hair's breadth down into the low-kept warmth where the winter cannot reach and the hours cannot hurry and there is only the snow, and the water, and the slow turning dark, and your own long, quiet breath going down among them, slower, softer, further into the deep white keeping of the night. Down, and warm, and slow, and covered, and kept. And still the snow settles, and still the water slides, and still the deep holds you, warm, far under the cold, clean top of the night, and asks nothing, and hurries nothing, and lets you go on sinking so gently into the long, soft dark. And somewhere far along the edge of the valley, where the fields give way to the trees, the whole dark stand of firs holds its own great weight of snow, each branch bowed low and soft beneath the load it has been given, curved gently down toward the covered ground and holding there, unmoving in the deep still cold. And no wind comes to shake them. Nothing stirs the long white shelves that have settled along the boughs through all the quiet falling hours. And if a little of it slips, now and then, from some high dark branch, it comes down without a sound, only a soft gray sifting through the lower dark, and the forest takes it in and closes over it and is still again, deep and hushed and heavy with sleep, every tree standing down there under its own soft burden the way you lie here under yours, held, laden, quiet, kept. And in among those trees the dark is thicker, older, softer even than the dark out over the open snow. A low green-black hush pooled deep beneath the boughs where the starlight hardly reaches, where the cold has gathered slow, and even all the long night through, and the snow lies untrodden and unbroken between the trunks, smoothing every root and every fallen thing beneath one gentle unbroken white, so that the whole floor of the forest has gone round and soft and formless, all its edges taken under, all its old rough shapes drawn down and covered and made calm. And nothing walks there. Nothing needs to walk there. The forest sleeps standing, as it has slept 1,000 winters, and you sleep lying, here, warm, and the same deep hush lies over the both of you. Deeper now, and slower. And the small live things of that wood are all gone down into the warm dark of the earth, folded away beneath the roots and beneath the snow, curled small in their close, soft hollows where the cold cannot follow them, breathing so slow, that a whole winter goes by in the space of it. The little sleeping things, tucked far down under the frost line where the ground still holds a low old warmth from the long-gone summer, saving it, keeping it, letting it out so gently through the dark. And they do not stir, and they do not wake, and they do not count the nights. They have given themselves over wholly to the season, laid down into the deep of it, trusting the earth to hold them warm until the light comes round again. And so may you. Down here, so far under the drift, trusting the warm to keep you, asking nothing of the night, letting the long cold pass over you far above while you lie deep and untroubled beneath it, breathing slow, so slow. And out past the last of the trees, the land goes down again, a long, soft fall of white sloping away toward the low place at the valley's floor, where the frozen brook lies still beneath its lid of ice and snow. And no one could say now where the water ends and the bank begins, for the snow has drawn it all into one smooth, pale curve, one long white seam winding down through the sleeping fields, and only if you stood very close and listened very deep might you catch, far under the ice, far under the muffling snow, the faint, slow voice of the water still moving, still going, patient and unhurried in the dark, threading down and down through the buried stones toward some low, still gathering place. And it is in no hurry, that water. It has forgotten hurry. It slides so slow beneath its cold, clean roof that it hardly seems to move at all, only to lean, gently, downward, the way everything here leans gently downward, the way you lean now, downward into the warm, into the deep, going the way the water goes, slow and covered and sure, toward the low, still place where all the sinking things come at last to rest. Is softer now. And along the brook the willows stand bare and bowed, their thin dark branches furred all over with the finest frost, every slender twig grown thick and white and soft with it, feathered with a fur of tiny crystals that the still cold has drawn out of the dark air one patient hour at a time, so that the whole tree stands ghost pale and shimmering faint against the deeper dark, dressed in a frost so fine that the least breath of warmth would take it, and no breath comes, and the frost stays. And the willows keep their soft white feathering all the long night through, unmoving, delicate, deep in the same great stillness that holds the wood and the field and the low sliding water and you. And you might see it, that frost, if you let the picture come, the way it beads and branches along each dark twig, crystal upon crystal, so fine, so still, each one grown slow in the dark and holding now its tiny share of the far starlight, a whole tree of small, quiet fires that are not fires, cold and clean and utterly at rest. And the sight of it asks nothing of you either, only settles in behind your eyes the way the frost settles on the branch, gently, slowly, without a sound, one soft, cold layer laid over the last, drawing you further down into the deep white quiet where nothing hurries and nothing calls, and there is only the slow, beautiful settling of the cold over the sleeping land. Down and further down. And above the brook, the old stone wall runs on beneath the snow, that low wall that has stood along the field's edge longer than anyone remembers, each rough stone set by hands long gone, and the winter has taken it too, has rounded every hard gray shoulder of it soft and white, has filled every gap and seam and hollow with the drifting snow, until the whole long line of it lies gentled and blurred beneath one smooth, pale cap. No longer a thing of edges and weight, but a soft white ridge winding away through the dark, sleeping, like everything here, under the deep even keeping of the snow. And the snow does that. It is the great gentler of all hard things. It comes down so soft and so slow and so patient, hour upon hour through the long dark, and it asks nothing and it forces nothing. It only settles and settles and settles over the wall and the willow and the wood and the field, over the roof and the lane and the buried stones, over the sharp and the rough and the broken, until every hard shape has gone soft and every cold line has gone round, and the whole troubled surface of the world has been drawn down under one deep, quiet white and made calm. And it is doing that now, all around you, everywhere out in the dark, the slow, soft, ceaseless gentling of the snow. And it is doing it to you as well. Layer upon soft layer, hour upon quiet hour, softening, rounding, covering, drawing every last hard edge of the day down under the deep white keeping until there is nothing left of it but a smooth, pale quiet, and you beneath, warm and still and kept. So slow now, so deep. And further down the valley, where the fields gather toward the low houses, the roofs lie deep under their own soft weight of snow, each one smoothed and rounded and hung along its edge with the long, still teeth of ice that the slow days have drawn down from the eaves, clear and cold and utterly at rest, catching the least of the starlight far down in their glassy hearts. And beneath those roofs the houses sleep, banked warm against the cold, their small fires burned low to a deep red glow of embers, breathing out the faintest thread of wood smoke into the still dark air, so that the whole low cluster of them lies wrapped in the soft gray scent of it, warm smoke rising slow and straight into the windless night, the one gentle breath of the sleeping village going up quiet among the frozen stars. And that smell drifts out over the snow, the low, sweet, resinous smell of the banked winter fires, cedar and birch burned down to their soft red keeping, threading faint across the cold, clean air. And it is the smell of everything held warm through the long dark, the smell of shelter, the smell of the deep safe indoors where the fire is kept low, and the cold is kept out, and there is nothing to do all the long night but sleep. And you may breathe it in, that warm gray thread of wood smoke on the cold, still air, and let it settle in you, and let it tell you what your whole slow, sinking body already knows, that you are held, that you are warm, that the cold is far away and cannot reach you, that the fire is kept, and the night is long, and there is nothing at all that you need do now but sink. Warm now, and slow, and far down. And above it, all the great dark bowl of the sky leans quiet over the sleeping valley, and where the last of the cloud has drawn away, the stars stand out clean and cold and countless, deep and deeper behind each other into the black, the near ones bright and steady, the far ones only a faint pale dust of light strewn back through the endless dark, more of them the longer you look and softer the further they go, a whole slow, silent depth of them wheeling their great cold circle over the snow. And between them and the sleeping fields, there is nothing at all but the still clear cold, mile upon mile of it, rising up dark and empty, and utterly at peace from the low, warm ground where you lie to the high, cold fires that hang so far above. And you are down at the bottom of all that stillness, down at the low, warm floor of the great cold quiet, held in the deepest and the warmest and the most covered place there is, with all the still dark air rising away above you and all the deep warm earth banked close beneath, and the snow over you and the fire kept, and the slow water sliding far below, and the whole long night wrapped soft and close around the whole soft sleeping valley. And you within it, deep within it, going slowly down. And there is a kind of hush now that is deeper than any silence, the great gathered hush of a whole land asleep under snow, where every small sound has been taken under and stilled, where the wind has laid itself down and the water has gone quiet beneath the ice, and the trees have stopped their stirring, and the birds have folded away, and even the slow drift of the falling snow has thinned to almost nothing, one last stray crystal easing down now, and then through the dark. And in that great soft hush the smallest things come clear and slow and far apart, one long slow breath of your own going down, a long still while, the faint far settling of snow from a distant bough, a longer while still, the deep low quiet of the warm earth beneath, and nothing hurries to fill the spaces between, and the spaces grow and lengthen and soften, and you go down into them, down into the long still gaps in the hush, further with each one, slower, deeper, further under. So far down now. And the deep is patient, and the deep is warm, and the deep is in no more hurry than the sliding water or the wheeling stars or the slow, soft, ceaseless settling of the snow. And it will keep you the whole night through, gently, without asking, without counting, drawing you down another soft hair's breadth with every slow breath, and holding you warm at the bottom of the long, cold quiet where nothing reaches and nothing calls, and there is only the snow, and the smoke, and the frost on the willow, and the low-kept fires, and the great cold circle turning far above, and your own long, quiet breathing going slower and slower and slower among them, down into the deep, white keeping of the night. And here, so deep, so warm, so far under the drift, there is nothing left that the night wants of you. Nothing to hold, nothing to keep, nothing to carry down or watch over or wait for. Only the warm and the dark and the long, slow settling, and the deep taking the whole soft weight of you the way the snow takes the field, gently, wholly, without a sound, laying you down and covering you over and keeping you close through all the long, cold hours till the light. Let the deep have you. Let the warm close over you. Let the snow keep settling and the water keep sliding and the stars keep wheeling their slow, cold circle far above while you lie here at the low, warm floor of the quiet and go on sinking, so gently, so slowly, into the long, soft dark. One crystal easing down out in the trees, a long, still while, and the warm beneath holding you, one more further off, softer, a longer while still, and the deep drawing you down another slow breath's depth into the low-kept warmth where the winter cannot come and the hours cannot hurry and there is only the settling and the sliding and the slow turning dark and you going down among them, softer, lower, stiller, further. Down and warm and covered and slow and kept. And still the snow settles over the sleeping wood, and still the frost feathers the bowed willow, and still the low fires keep their deep red glow beneath the rounded roofs, and still the deep holds you, warm, far under the cold, clean top of the night, asking nothing, hurrying nothing, letting you sink and sink and sink into the long, soft keeping of the dark. And further down still, beneath the drift, beneath the frost, beneath the whole slow, settling weight of the winter night, there is only the warm and the quiet and the long, slow breath going down. And somewhere far along the edge of the sleeping wood, the moon has come up over the white, so slowly you would never have marked the moment of it, and the snow that was gray is silver now. Faintly, everywhere, a low, cold shine laid over all the rounded fields as though the light itself had settled like the frost and meant to stay. And you may feel, without lifting anything, without turning anything, how the whole white country has gone luminous under it, mile on soft mile, each drift holding its own small share of the light and giving it back up into the dark, so that the night is not black at all but a deep, dim blue, the blue that lives at the bottom of deep snow, cool and endless and kind. And there is a hush that comes with moonlight on snow that is deeper than the hush of the dark before, a hush with a faint shine in it. And you are lying under that shine, far down, warm, while it moves so slowly across the fields it will not reach the far hedge till you are long asleep. The willow stands silver now where the frost has feathered it, every bowed thread of it picked out fine and pale and still. And beyond it the low roofs where their smooth white caps gone faintly blue in the moon, and the thin smoke lifts from them straighter than before, for the wind has wholly gone, and rises gray-silver into the high cold air and thins and is nothing, and no one tends the fires and the fires do not need tending. They only glow on, deep and red and low, beneath the sleeping houses, all through the silver hours. And further off, where the fields fold down toward the river, the moon has laid a long, pale road across the open snow. A soft road going nowhere, leading only down the slow white slope toward the water. And you may let your slow attention drift along it the way the light drifts, downhill, unhurried, past the buried fence posts wearing their little white crowns, past the black still shapes of the far trees standing in their own blue shadow, down and down the gentle fall of the land toward the sound of the water that has never once stopped and never will. And the river, where it slides between its white banks, has begun in the deep cold to grow a skin of ice along its edges, thin and clear and gray, reaching out from either shore in slow, still fingers over the black, slow water. And where the current keeps the middle open, the water shows dark and smooth and moving, and where the ice has closed it lies silver and quiet, and along the joining of them the frost has grown its small bright crystals all the night, feather upon feather, in perfect silence, in no hurry at all, building the ice a hair's width at a time while the moon looks on. And under the ice, where the water still slides on, it slides slower now, and darker, and warmer than the air, holding the last of the day's faint warmth deep in its slow black body, carrying it on down the valley beneath the closing lid of frost, unseen, untroubled, patient as the deep that holds you. And you may feel yourself down there with it, under the ice, in the slow, warm dark of the moving water, going on quietly beneath the still white top of things while the frost feathers on above, and the moon walks over and nothing hurries. How far down the warm goes here? How far beneath the cold, clean shell of the winter night? Down under the snow, down under the ice, down where the water keeps its warmth, and the earth keeps its warmth, and the low fires keep theirs, all of it held close and deep and dark beneath the silver, all of it keeping you. And out across the white a fox comes stepping, slow and small and neat, the only moving thing under the moon. And you need do nothing but watch it come, soft-footed over the crust, its breath a little silver cloud at every step, its narrow track printing dark behind it down the pale slope, unhurried, going home. And it stops and lifts its head and listens to the great silence and finds nothing in it to fear and goes on, down toward the frozen reeds and slips into the blue shadow of the bank and is gone, and the field is still again, and the track it left fills slowly, so slowly, with the faint drift of the finest snow, and by morning will be smoothed wholly away. And everything the night makes, the night unmakes, gently, the track filled in, the smoke thinned to nothing, the ice grown and the ice to melt. And there is a great ease in that, lying here so far down and warm, an ease in belonging for one long night to a world that keeps nothing and holds nothing and lets everything soften and settle and go, where you too need keep nothing, hold nothing, only lie and be let go softly into the dark. And deeper into the wood, past the willow, past the low houses, the pines stand close and black and heavy with the snow, each broad bough bent down under its long white weight, holding it careful and still. And the spaces beneath them are the darkest and the stillest places in all the night, roofed thick with snow-laden branches, floored deep in the soft years of fallen needles under the drift. And the cold does not go there, and the wind never came there, and it is warmer in under the low pines than anywhere in the open white, close and brown and resinous and dim. And the sharp, clean smell of the pines hangs in that still air, cold pine and cold sap, and the old sweet dust of the needle floor. And it is the smell of shelter, of the deep den, of the safe, hollow place far back under the boughs where the small, warm, sleeping things are curled. For all through the buried wood the creatures of it are asleep, each in its own kept dark. Down in the hollow root the mouse lies curled small and warm in its nest of dry grass and thistledown, its heart gone slow, its breath the smallest thread, dreaming its dim mouse dreams while the snow roofs it over. And deeper, under the frost line, in the round earth chamber lined soft with leaves, the larger sleeper lies curled nose to tail in the pitch-warm dark, breathing long and slow and deep. So deep the months go by and do not wake it, held under by the long, kind sleep of winter the way you are held now, warm at the bottom of the cold. And the whole white wood is full of them, unseen, uncounted, each folded deep in its own warm dark, each let go wholly into sleep, and the snow lies over them all alike, the field and the foxtrack and the low roofs and the buried nests, one smooth kind cover laid over the whole sleeping country, keeping every small, warm life close and still through the long turning of the night. And you are one of them now, folded warm into the deep of the winter, roofed over with the soft white keeping. Let go, like all the rest, into the long, slow sleep the cold makes safe. Far above, the great cold circle has turned a slow hand's breadth on, the way it does without a sound, and the low, bright star that hung over the willow hangs now a little west of it, and the others with it, all wheeling their patient slow round through the black, and between them the faint dust of the fainter stars, thousands on thousands, so far and so cold and so still, laid across the whole dome of the dark like frost across a window. And the moon walks under them, and the snow shines back at them, and the whole white world lies open and quiet beneath the whole deep sky, and turns with it slowly together through the long middle of the night. And you turn with it too, down here, warm, so far below the wheeling and the shine. You turn with the whole slow world through the dark, carried, held, needing to do nothing to be carried, the way the sleeping fields are carried, and the buried wood, and the slow warm water under the ice. All of it borne together gently, on through the hours toward a morning that is in no hurry to come. Let it come slowly. Let it come slowly. There is nothing you need bring to it and nothing you need do before it. Only lie here in the deep white keeping and let the long night carry you, breath by slow breath, further under, further down, softer and stiller and warmer with every turning. One flake, easing from a high pine bough, sifting down through the still dark air, a long while, settling without a sound on the smooth drift below, a longer while, and the warm beneath you holding, and the deep drawing you down another slow hair's breadth into the low-kept dark. Somewhere the ice grows one crystal wider along the black edge of the water, slowly, in silence, and you sink. Somewhere the moon lays its pale light one soft inch further across the open field, slowly, in silence, and you sink. And the smoke lifts gray and thin and straight from the low warm roofs into the cold, and thins, and is gone into the dark, and rises again, unhurried, endless all the long night through. And beneath it the deep red fires glow on in the buried houses, and beneath them the warm earth holds its warmth, and beneath everything the slow, deep quiet takes the whole soft weight of you and lays you down and covers you over and keeps you close. How good it is to be kept, to have nothing to keep, to lie so far down in the warm dark of the winter that the cold is only a rumor at the top of the world, a clean far shine of frost and star you need never climb back up to. Down here there is only the warm, and the dark, and the slow, and the long, slow breath going out into the stillness and drawing softly in and going out again, slower each time, quieter each time, further under each time. And the night has all the hours it needs, and asks for none of yours. It only turns, and shines, and settles, and keeps, and lets you sink, and sink, and sink, into the deep, soft floor of the dark where nothing reaches and nothing calls. The frost feathers wider on the still willow, slowly, and you are further down. The fox sleeps now in its blue-shadowed hollow, curled and warm, and you are further down. The last thin edge of smoke unravels into the high cold air, slowly, and you are further down. And out over the whole white sleeping country, the silver light lies still and even and kind, on the folded fields and the buried wood and the closing river and the low warm roofs, on every drift and every bowed bough and every small warm hidden sleeping thing, one long cool blessing of moonlight laid over all of it at once, and holding, and staying, while the deep beneath draws you down and down through the long soft middle of the night, so gently, so slowly, so far under the cold clean shine, into the warm, and the dark, and the endless quiet keeping of the snow. Down, and warm, and covered, and slow, and kept. And still the moon walks, and still the ice grows, and still the flakes come sifting one by one from the laden boughs, easing down through the blue dim air onto the deep smooth white, without a sound, without a hurry, all through the turning hours. And still the deep holds you, far below them all, warm at the low, quiet floor of the winter night, asking nothing, hurrying nothing, letting you go on sinking, breath by slow breath, into the long, soft dark. A longer while now between the falling flakes, a longer while between the slow, soft breaths, and the spaces open and lengthen and soften, and you go down into them, further with each one, deeper into the warm, deeper into the keeping, so far under the shining top of the night that there is only the settling, and the sliding, and the slow turning dark, and your own long, quiet breathing going slower and slower and slower among them. And here, so deep, so warm, so far below the moon and the frost and the wheeling cold, there is nothing more the night wants of you, nothing to hold, nothing to keep, nothing to carry down or watch over or wait for, only to lie and be kept and go on sinking softly into the low, warm dark. Let the deep have you. Let the warm close over. Let the snow keep settling and the moon keep walking and the slow world keep turning through the long, still hours while you lie here at the quiet floor of it all and go on down, and down, and down, into the soft, into the dark, into the deep white keeping of the night. One flake, down, a long still while, and the warm holding you. One more softer further off, a longer while still, and the deep drawing you down and warm and slow and kept, and further under still, beneath the moon, beneath the frost, beneath the whole slow settling silver of the winter night, there is only the warm and the quiet and the long slow breath going down. And deeper than the deep, there is a stillness the snow makes only in the smallest hours, when the last wind has laid itself down somewhere far off among the hills and forgotten to rise again. And the whole white country goes quiet in a way it is quiet no other time. And you are down inside that quiet now, held in the very center of it, where even the falling has grown gentle enough to be almost sleep itself. And you may feel, without needing to look, how thick the soft has grown above you, how many slow hours of settling lie stacked and folded there, layer on layer, feather on feather, each one come down without a sound onto the one before, until the whole world wears a deep pale coat, and everything beneath it lies warm and rounded and forgiven of its edges. And here, so far under, the snow does a kindness it does nowhere else. It takes every sharp thing and softens it, every hard corner it rounds, every loud thing it hushes, every fast thing it slows, until there is nothing anywhere in the whole white dark that is not gentle and not slow and not kind. And you are part of that now, rounded and softened and slowed like all the rest. One more quiet shape under the deep pale keeping, breathing, sinking, kept. Far off, so far it is more a feeling than a sound. The ice on some hidden pond settles in its sleep. A single low note traveling out under the snow, through the dark, growing softer as it comes, until it reaches you as nothing more than the memory of a sound, and is gone. And the stillness closes over the place where it was, smooth and whole again, the way still water closes. And you sink a little further at the sound of it, down past where sounds can follow. And the pond lies there under its long dark lid, holding its cold black water still and deep and unhurried below the ice, dreaming its slow winter dream, keeping its small sleeping fish far down in the warmest dark it has. And the snow lies over the ice, and the moon lies over the snow, and layer sits on quiet layer, all the way up into the high cold air, all the way down into the warm. And you rest somewhere in the deep middle of it, wrapped in every soft layer at once. Is slower now. And the flakes come slower, a long dark space and then one, turning down through the blue dim, so slow you could follow every drift and lean of it, so slow it seems in no hurry ever to arrive. And it settles, and another dark space opens, wide and soft and unhurried, and you open into it too, further down. Somewhere among the low white hills a stand of old pines stands sleeping, their long boughs bent and laden, each dark green needle sheathed in soft, each branch bowed low and patient under the weight it carries, holding it gently, in no hurry to set it down. And now and then, in the deep of the night, one bough tips at last and eases its soft white burden off into the dark and lifts, slow and silent, a little nearer the stars. And the snow falls down through the sleeping tree without a sound and settles at the wide, dark foot of it. And the pine stands quiet again, breathing its cold green breath into the still air, and rests. And you may breathe as the pine breathes, slow and deep and cold and clean and easy, in through the still air and out into the still air, so slow the breaths grow long as the dark spaces between the falling flakes. In and a long quiet while, and out and a longer while still. Each breath softer, each one further down, until the breathing itself grows nearly as quiet as the snow. That scent again, faint and far and clean. Cold pine and colder air, and somewhere under it the deep mineral smell of snow that has lain a long time on the earth. It comes to you soft, on no wind at all, just the still cold breathing of the winter world. And it settles you deeper, anchors you here in the low warm dark, under the sleeping trees, under the sifting sky. Down. And the country widens, out and out, all of it sleeping. And the snow lies over all of it the same. Over the low stone walls that wander off across the buried fields and lose themselves in the pale dark. Over the humped, soft shapes of things that were once carts, once gates, once heaped and ordinary daytime things, all of them rounded now into the same gentle white, all of them the same soft, sleeping shape under the deep. Over the long, slow rise of the far hills, folded one behind the other, paler and paler as they go, until the last of them is only the faintest lift of white against the deep blue dark, and then not even that. And nothing out there stirs, nothing hurries, nothing waits or watches or needs. There is only the wide white sleeping land, and the slow sky sifting down onto it, and the deep beneath it all, holding everything gently at once, letting everything sink. And you with it. Slower. Far under a snowed hedge, in a small dry hollow lined with old leaves, some small warm creature sleeps rolled into itself, its breath the smallest breath there is, slow and even and untroubled, warm in the little dark it has made. And the snow lies smooth over the hedge above it, keeping the wind out, keeping the warm in, tucking the whole hedgerow deep beneath its soft, pale weight. And the small, warm thing sleeps on, and knows nothing of the cold, and needs to know nothing, held safe in the deep the way you are held safe in the deep. And it is enough, out here, simply to lie warm in the dark while the cold does its slow, clean work far overhead. Enough to be one of the many small, kept sleeping things under the long snow. Enough to breathe and sink and be covered and stay. Down. And warm. And kept. The flakes come slower still. One, far up, catching the moon for the length of a slow breath, a single small brightness turning down through the dark, and then softening, and then lost against the pale below, and gone into the deep, smooth white with all the countless others that have come down before it and lie now in the long, patient drifts, waiting for nothing, going nowhere, only lying, only keeping, only holding the shape of the quiet. And a long, dark space. And you sinking through it. And here, at this hour, when the night has grown as deep as it grows, a great soft hush lies over everything that is not the snows alone. A hush that has weight to it, and warmth, and a kind of tenderness, as though the whole dark had leaned down close over the sleeping land to keep it. And you are down under that leaning dark, small and warm and held, with the hush laid over you thick and soft as the snow itself, so that there is nothing to hear but your own long, slow breathing, and nothing to feel but the warm, and nothing to do anywhere ever but lie here and let it hold you. Slower. Somewhere the moon has moved a hand's breadth further down the sky, so slow no eye could catch it moving, and laid its light now at a longer, lower angle across the drifts, so that each smooth white slope wears the faintest blue in its hollows and the palest silver on its rounded crown. And the long, soft shadows lie down full length across the snow and rest there, unmoving, patient as everything else in the sleeping country. And the light is cool, and even, and kind, and asks nothing and stays. And you need not watch it. You need only lie beneath it, deep and warm, while it lies over the whole white world and over you the same, one long still shining, held across the hours. Down, and the deep draws you gently on. Past the sleeping pond and its dark still water, past the bowed and breathing pines, past the small warm creature in its hollow and the low stone walls losing themselves in the dark, and the far pale folded hills. Down below all of it, to the low soft floor of the winter night, where the warm gathers thickest and the quiet lies deepest, and nothing at all reaches down to trouble the long, slow sinking of your breath. And there is such room here, such wide, soft room. The dark spaces between the words grown long as the spaces between the flakes, long enough to fall all the way down into, long enough to lose yourself in and rest and rise, and find the next slow word waiting soft and far off when it comes, and no sooner. One flake, a long still while, and the warm holding you. Another slower, softer, further off, a longer while still, and the deep drawing you down. And out at the very edges of the sleeping land, where the white fields give way at last to the low dark line of a wood, the snow lies uncounted and untouched among the trees, deep and smooth between the dark trunks, unmarked by anything, held in a stillness older than any of the hours. And the tall bare trees stand quiet in it, their high thin branches laced and laden, holding the snow up against the stars, breathing the cold, slow breath of sleeping wood. And far up among the topmost twigs, the frost has grown fine white feathers on every littlest branch, so that the whole crown of the wood glitters faint and silver when the moon finds it, a still cold lace laid over the tops of the sleeping trees. And beneath it, all the deep snow lies warm over the roots, and the wood sleeps down into its own long dark and rests. And you rest with it, down among the deep roots of the quiet, warm under the long snow, held in the old still keeping of the wood. Slower. The cold, clean smell of it drifts down to you once more, faint as breath. Snow and old bark, and the deep sleeping earth beneath, and the high, thin scent of frost. And it settles over you soft as everything else, and takes you further down, and lets you go. And nothing hurries. And nothing calls. And the night goes on turning, so slowly, so far above you now, up where the moon walks its long, slow arc, and the frost grows its fine white feathers, and the flakes come sifting one by one out of the deep, dark sky. All of it going on without you, gently, needing nothing of you, while you lie here at the low, warm floor of it all and sink, breath by long, slow breath, into the soft, into the dark, into the deep white keeping of the winter night. Down, and warm, and covered, and slow, and kept. And the great drifts settle a hair's breadth lower in the dark, easing down into themselves with the smallest sigh, packing soft and close and warm, growing deeper and stiller with every hour that passes over them. And the whole white weight of the country settles the same, all together, so slowly, so evenly, so quietly, that it is less a movement than a deepening. A whole world easing down another soft degree into its long night's sleep. And you ease down with it, another soft degree into yours. Slower still. And the spaces open wider, and the flakes come fewer, and the moon lies still and low and silver over the whole slow sinking land. And there is only the warm now, and the deep, and the long slow breath, and the falling, gentle as sleep of the last few flakes out of the quieting sky. As one, as down, as a long, long while, and the warm, another somewhere, softer than all the rest, and the deep, and down. And here, so far below the moon and the frost and the sleeping wood, so deep in the warm dark that the falling flakes are only the faintest far-off memory of falling. There is nothing more the night wants of you at all. Nothing to hold, nothing to keep, nothing to carry or watch or wait for through the long, slow hours. Only to lie and be covered and go on sinking softly into the low, warm dark while the snow keeps settling and the moon keeps its slow, bright walk and the whole white country sleeps around you and over you and beneath you, holding you gently at the still, deep floor of the winter night. Let the deep have you. Let the warm close over. Let the snow go on falling and the world go on turning, so slowly, so far above, while you lie here in the deep and go on down and down and down into the soft, into the dark, into the long white quiet that asks nothing and holds everything and keeps you. Down, and warm, and slow, and kept, one flake, down, a long still while, and the warm holding you. And further under still, beneath the moon, beneath the frost, beneath the whole slow settling silver of the winter night, there is only the warm and the quiet and the long slow breath going down. And slower, and softer, and further down. And the snow keeps falling on the deep white country, and on the sleeping wood, and on the low warm roofs, and on you, all through the long turning middle of the night, without a sound, without a hurry, one flake, and then another, and then, after a long still while, another. Down through the blue dim air onto the deep smooth white, gently, endlessly, gathering the whole world softer and deeper and quieter under it hour by slow hour, while you lie here at the low, warm floor of the dark, kept and covered and held, and go on sinking, breath by long, slow breath, into the deep. Down, and warm, and kept, and here. There is only the falling, and the warm, and the deep, and you going down into it. Slowly, so slowly, into the long soft dark, and somewhere out past the sleeping wood, where the fields lie open and unbroken beneath the moon, the snow has drawn itself into long low curves, one behind another, softer than dunes, each one shaped so slowly by the quiet air that no eye ever saw it move. And they lie there now, those long pale swells of snow, holding their shapes without effort, without end, curved and smooth and blue in the dimness, going on and on toward the far edge of the dark where the land and the sky lean, gently together and blur. And you may feel, without needing to look, how far that softness reaches, how much of the world is lying still and covered under the same low moon, how there is nothing out there but the slow and the smooth and the deep, all the way to the edge of everything, and how good it is to be so small and so warm at the still center of so much quiet. And closer, on the near boughs of the sleeping trees, the snow has gathered in soft, rounded weights, ounce by silent ounce, until each dark branch wears its own pale ridge of white, bowed a little under the gentle load, holding it easily through the long hours. And now and then, so rarely that it seems to happen in another world, one small weight of snow lets go of its branch and falls, without a sound, down through the still dark air, and settles into the deep below, and is gathered in, and the branch lifts, the smallest breath, and grows still again. And all of this happens so slowly, so quietly, so far from anything that needs doing, that even the falling is a kind of rest. And you are here, warms and low, and kept. And the cold that lies over all of it, over the fields and the boughs and the low white roofs, is not a cold that reaches you at all. It is a clean, far cold, a still cold, a cold that only makes the warmth around you deeper and softer by lying so quietly outside it. And you may feel the edge of it somewhere far off, the way you feel the edge of a window in a dark room, only as a place where the warmth grows gentle and turns back. And everywhere inside that turning edge there is only the warm, close and heavy and kind, wrapped all around you, holding you down into the soft, while the clean cold keeps its distance under the moon. And the moon itself has moved, only a little, a slow hand's width across the enormous quiet of the sky, and its light lies now a fraction differently on the long snow curves, silvering one slow slope and leaving the next in soft blue shadow, so gently that the shadows themselves seem to breathe as the hours turn. And the stars that stand around it are very small and very still, scattered thin and bright across the black, each one a cold, clear point that does not flicker, does not hurry, only hangs there in the deep and shines quietly down on the sleeping country and on the deep white drifts and on the low, warm dark where you are lying, further under with every slow breath. Down, and warm, and further under still. And beneath the smooth white fields, beneath the frost, there runs a river, wide and slow and long since gone to sleep under its own pale lid of ice. And the ice lies over it thick and blue-gray and still, roofed with snow, holding the whole dark water quiet beneath. And under the ice the water moves so slowly now, so heavily and so smoothly, that it barely knows itself to be moving at all. A deep dark drift of water, going down toward the low country, without a ripple, without a sound, turning over in itself as gently as sleep. And you may feel yourself as that water feels, held under a smooth, cool lid of quiet, moving without effort, going down without trying, carried along the deep, slow floor of the night toward some low, still place where everything comes at last to rest. And there is no hurry in the water at all. It has all the long night and the long, slow winter and all the years of winters to go where it is going. And it goes there slowly, slowly, turning over soft and dark beneath the ice, while the snow lies deep on the roof of it and the moon walks bright and slow above, and nothing calls it faster and nothing ever will. And you go with it, down and slow and warm. And the snow keeps falling. Not everywhere now, but here and there across the wide dark, a few flakes drifting down over the frozen river, a few more settling on the long field curves, a few coming down through the still air of the sleeping wood to rest at last on the deep, soft floor. Each one alone, each one taking its long, slow while, each one landing without a sound and giving itself over to the deep and being kept. And you may follow one of them, if you like, only one down through the dim blue air, so slowly, turning, drifting, sinking, down and down past the still dark boughs, down toward the smooth white deep until it settles at last and is gathered in and is still. And then there is only the settling in you too, the same slow giving over, the same coming quietly to rest at the bottom of the long, soft dark. Down, and kept. And the hours turn over the sleeping country so gently that they leave no mark. And somewhere the frost is drawing its slow pale feathers across a dark window pane, so quietly, spreading its fine white ferns one crystal at a time out of the cold, patient as anything, building whole silver forests on the glass through the long middle of the night. And no one sees it, and it does not mind. It only goes on, slowly, silently, laying down its delicate cold lace in the dark while the warm sleeps close behind the glass. And you need not watch it either. It is enough only to know it is out there, patient and quiet and lovely, working its slow, soft frost across the night, one of the small, unhurried things the winter does while the whole world sleeps. And you are warmer than the glass, deeper than the frost, further down than the far cold can ever reach. And here, there is nothing the night wants of you. Nothing to hold, nothing to keep, nothing to carry or watch or wait for. It's only to lie and be covered and go on down into the warm. And further under still, beneath the field, beneath the sleeping river, beneath the deep white weight of the whole quiet country, The ground itself lies dark and still and holds a slow, low warmth of its own, kept from the long summer banked deep beneath the frost, breathing it up so faintly, so patiently, into the roots of the sleeping trees and the seeds that lie folded and waiting in the dark. And everything down there is resting. Everything down there is holding still and warm and quiet, deep beneath the snow, in no hurry to wake, in no hurry at all, only lying folded in the low, dark warmth, breathing so slowly it can hardly be called breathing, waiting out the long white season in a sleep too deep for dreams. And you are down there with them now, folded into the deep, warm dark of the ground under the snow, held and kept and asked for nothing, resting the long, deep rest of things that know the spring will come without their trying. So let it come without your trying. Let the deep ground hold you. Let the warm rise up so faintly around you. And go on down. Send down. Into the soft. And the snow keeps settling on the white world above, so far above now, another hair's breadth lower in the dark, easing the whole country another soft degree down into its long night. And you ease down with it, deeper into the low, warm dark of the ground, deeper than the frost, deeper than the roots, into the still and the slow and the kept. Down, and warm, and slow, and further under still. And the moon has moved again, another slow hand's width, and the long night is turning, quietly, hugely, all around the sleeping land, the stars wheeling so slowly overhead that the wheel of them seems not to move at all. And the whole vast dark is turning you gently as it turns, holding you at its still warm center while it wheels, carrying you so softly through the deep middle hours that you feel no motion, only the deepening, only the slow, soft sinking further and further into the warm. And somewhere, very far off, so far it is more a softness than a sound, the wind moves once across the high open snow, low and long and gentle, brushing a fine pale dust of it up off the tops of the far drifts and letting it sift back down again in the moonlight, slow as smoke, quiet as breath. And then the wind lies down again and is still, and the fine snow settles, and the great quiet closes back over the fields, deeper than before. And even that, even the one long, far-off breath of wind across the open dark, only makes the stillness afterward more complete. The way one soft sound at the edge of sleep only carries you further under. So let it carry you. Further under. Down. And the low, warm dark holds you close. And the snow lies deep and smooth and endless over the whole slow-turning world. And there is only the warm, and the deep, and the long, slow breath, going down. And here, so far below the moon and the frost and the sleeping wood, so deep in the warm dark of the still ground under the snow that the far cold and the far wind and the far bright stars are only the faintest memory of a world that lies somewhere above you and asks nothing of you now. There is nothing left to do at all, nothing to reach for, nothing to finish, nothing to hold. Only to lie folded in the deep, warm quiet and be kept, and go on sinking softly, breath by long, slow breath, into the low, still dark that closes so gently over you and holds everything and lets everything go. Down, and warm, and kept, and slower still. And the snow keeps falling on the deep white country, on the long field curves and the bowed dark boughs and the sleeping river under its lid of ice, and the low warm roofs, and the patient frost on the dark glass and on you, all through the long turning middle of the night, without a sound, without a hurry, gathering the whole world softer and deeper and quieter hour by slow hour, while you lie here at the still warm floor of the dark, folded in, covered over, held, and go on down, and down, and down into the deep. One flake. Down. So long, long while. And the warm holding you. And another, somewhere out in the far dark, softer than all the rest. And the deep. And down. And you need not follow it now. You need not follow anything now. The snow will fall whether you watch it or not, all the long night, so gently, so far above, and the moon will keep its slow, bright walk across the enormous quiet, and the river will turn dark and slow beneath its ice, and the deep, warm ground will hold its patient warmth around the folded roots, and none of it asks anything of you. None of it needs you awake. None of it needs you to do a single thing but lie here in the low, warm dark and go on sinking, softly, into the long, white quiet. So let the snow fall without you. Let the moon walk without you. Let the whole slow world go on turning so far above, so gently, while you lie here in the deep and go down, and down, into the soft, into the dark, into the warm that asks nothing and holds everything and keeps you. Down, and warm, and slow, and kept, and here. There is only the falling, and the warm, and the deep, and you going down into it, so slowly, into the long, soft dark, and further under still, where the deep, warm ground lies quiet beneath the frost and the roots hold still, and the seeds lie folded in the dark. The night goes on so gently around you that you can no longer tell the turning of it from the slow, soft turning of your own long breath. And the two turn together now, the great dark night and the slow, warm breath, one wheeling so hugely and so quietly through the deep white winter, one rising and falling so softly at the low, warm floor of the dark. And between them there is no space at all, no edge, no seam, only the one slow turning that carries everything down together into the deep. And breath, and night, and down, and the warm holds you at the center of it. And the snow keeps settling, so slowly, over the roof of the whole quiet world. And you go on down, into the low, warm dark, where there is nothing to hold, and nothing to keep, and nothing to carry through the long, slow hours. It's only the warm, and the deep, and the falling, gentle as sleep, of the last few flakes, out of the quieting dark, down, and warm, and kept, and here, at the still low floor of the winter night, so far beneath the moon and the frost and the far bright turning stars, so deep in the warm that the falling snow is only the softest far-off memory of falling. There is only to lie, and be covered, and go on down, breath by long, slow breath, into the deep that closes over you so gently, and holds you so warm and lets the whole slow-turning world go on without you, far above, in the long, white quiet. Down, and warm, and slow, and further under still, into the soft, into the dark, into the deep, warm quiet that asks nothing of you now, and holds everything, and keeps you all through the long turning night, while the snow goes on falling, so far above, so gently, so slowly, one flake, and then, after a long still while, another. Down, into the warm, and the deep, and the long soft dark, and out past the edge of the warm, where you need not go but may let your soft attention drift. The field lies under its long white cover, so smooth now, so unbroken, that the whole low world has become a single soft curve of pale light beneath the dark. And the drifts lie along the fences in slow, soft shapes, curved and folded like sleeping things, their far edges blued by the night, their near slopes catching only the faintest silver from the low, quiet sky. And nothing crosses them. And nothing marks them. Only the snow, coming down so slowly now that each flake seems to hang a long while in the still air before it finds its place among the others, and settles, and is still. And you might notice how quiet the settling is, how the whole wide field takes each falling flake without a sound, how the drift grows deeper by the width of a breath through all the long hours, and never once disturbs the dark, and how the far line of the fence disappears, so slowly, under the soft rising white, one rail and then another, until there is only the smooth, pale curve and the dark above it and the snow coming down between. Somewhere out along that quiet, a low branch bends beneath its own soft weight of snow, so gently, so slowly that the bending takes the whole night. And the small white load gathers, flake by flake, along the dark length of it, curved and heaped and softening every hard edge of the wood. And the branch holds it patient, sloped a little lower toward the buried ground, and the snow keeps coming, and the branch keeps holding, and neither of them asks a thing of you. Only lie here in the warm, so far beneath it all, and let the branch bend without you. Let the drift rise without you. Let the field lie white and smooth and unbroken through the long, slow turning of the dark. And the cold out there is only a rumor now, only the faintest far-off word for something you left behind a long while ago, when you first began to sink. For here in the deep the warmth wraps close and even, held around you like the ground holds the folded roots, and the frost may write its slow, bright feathers along the far dark glass of the window, and you need never feel the edge of it. Only the warm, only the deep, only the soft, even holding that asks nothing and keeps you through the hours. You may feel how heavy you have become, how the warmth has gathered in your hands and along your arms until they lie exactly where they lie, with no wish to move, no weight to lift, nothing at all to carry. How the long muscles of your back have gone soft and wide and easy against the deep. How even the small hinges of your jaw, the fine, quiet places around your eyes, have loosened and let go and settled into the warm. And how the breath goes on so slowly now, so low and even, rising a little, falling a little, all on its own at the still floor of the dark, needing nothing from you at all. And further under still, where the snow light does not reach, the deep warm ground goes on holding its patient hush around everything folded into it for the winter. The roots asleep in their dark, the seeds curled small and quiet in their soft brown beds, the slow cold water threading somewhere far below through the sleeping stone. And all of it still, and all of it kept, and all of it turning so gently through the long night that nothing hurries, nothing wakes, nothing needs to be anything but held. And you among them now, folded into the same deep warm, kept the same slow way, asked nothing, wanted nowhere, only here, only down, only settling deeper into the quiet with every long, soft breath. Let the ground hold you the way it holds the roots, unhurried, even through all the dark hours, into the low, warm still. And above the buried field, so far above, the sky has begun to change in its own slow way, the falling thinning to a scatter now, the last soft flakes turning down out of a clearing dark. And here and there, through the parting of the high gray, a faint star shows and is veiled again and shows again, so small, so far, so quiet, that its light seems less a thing seen than a thing remembered. And it makes no sound, and it asks no looking, and it turns with all the others through the enormous cold so gently that the whole wheeling height of it is only another kind of hush laid down over the sleeping ground. You need not follow it. You need not keep it. You may let the far star turn where it turns, so high, so slow, and stay here in the warm, going down. And the night is long, and the night is kind, and there is nothing in all its slow, dark hours that needs you awake to meet it. There is a stillness that gathers in a house at the deep middle of a winter night, when the fire has burned so low it is only a soft red breathing in the grate, only a dim warm coal or two settling now and again with the smallest sound, and the whole warm room holds that low light around it, held in turn by the cold and the snow and the enormous quiet outside. And you are somewhere in the deep heart of that warmth now, wrapped and weighted and easy, so far from the frost on the glass, so far from the drift climbing the fence, so deep in the low red hush that the outside is only a softness pressing gently at the walls, and the walls hold, and the warmth stays, and you go on down. You may hear how the coals settle, the smallest shift, a faint soft crumbling of ash, and then the quiet closing back over it, deeper than before, and how the room seems to breathe with that low warmth, so slow, so even the way you are breathing now, the two of you sunk together into the same long hush, the fire going gently dim and you going gently down, and no hurry in either, and no end that needs reaching, only the slow warm sinking through the middle of the night. And the smell of the wood smoke lingers, so faint and soft and warm, the cedar sweet last breath of the low fire drifting through the still room, mingling with the cold, clean, far-off scent of the snow that has settled everywhere outside. And the two smells lie together in the dark, the warm and the clean, the near and the far, the fire and the field, and you between them, held in the warm, breathing the soft, dark air so slowly that each breath seems to carry you a little deeper into the low red quiet. Let the fire settle without you. Let the smoke drift where it drifts. Let the deep, warm room hold you at the still heart of the winter night, and go on down. And further under still, the sounds of the world have grown so few and so far that each one, when it comes, seems only to deepen the quiet it rises from. The long, low creak of the house easing in the cold, so slow, so soft, that it might be the whole night turning on some great dark hinge. The small settling of snow sliding at last from a steep, dark roof, a soft, heavy hush, and then the stillness again. The far, far cry of some night bird out over the white field, one note and a long silence, and perhaps another, so distant it is nearly no sound at all, only the faint edge of one, laid gently over the sleeping dark and gone. And none of them wakes the night, and none of them asks anything of you. They only pass, so soft, so far, and the quiet closes over each of them and grows deeper still, and you sink a little further with everyone. You may let them come and go. The creak, the hush, the far small cry, like slow, soft stones dropped one at a time into the deep, still water of the night, each one sending its faint slow ring out through the dark and then gone, and the water smoothing over, deeper and stiller than before. And you sinking, so slowly, through that dark, smooth water, down past where the sounds can reach, down into the low, warm still where nothing stirs at all. And the hours turn so gently here, so gently, that you cannot feel them turn. Only the slow deepening, only the warm growing warmer, only the dark growing softer and closer and kinder around you as the long night carries you down through its quiet middle toward its quiet far side so slowly, so patiently, that there is nothing at all to do but be carried. Nothing to hold, nothing to keep, nothing to reach, only the warm and the deep and the long, slow going down. Somewhere out under the last of the falling, the river lies beneath its skin of ice, so still now, so slow, that the dark water beneath moves without a sound at all, turning and folding upon itself in the deep cold, easing along beneath the pale frozen roof so gently that not one bubble rises, not one ripple stirs the smooth gray ice above. And the snow settles on that ice the way it settles on everything, soft and even and slow, until the frozen river is only another white curve laid quiet across the sleeping land, indistinguishable from the field it crosses, hushed under the same long cover. And beneath it the water keeps its slow dark way through the winter, patient, unhurried, needing no light and no watching, moving only because it is the deep nature of it to move, so gently, so far below. And you might feel yourself carried the way that water is carried, held in a slow dark current that asks nothing of you, that finds its own way through the deep, that turns and eases and drifts you along beneath the quiet ice of sleep so gently you cannot feel the moving, only the warmth of the deep around you and the slow, soft going on. Down along the buried river of the night, under the snow, under the frost, under the far turning stars, warm at the deep heart of the cold, carried and kept, and needing nothing at all. Let the river carry you the way it carries the dark, slow water, under the ice, through the deep, all the long night, so gently, so far below. And the warmth holds even and close, and the breath goes low and slow, and the deep grows deeper still, and you go on down. There is no edge now to where you are. The warm has no walls. The dark has no far side. The deep goes down and down beneath you, softer than water, softer than snow, and you sink through it without falling, drift through it without moving, so slow that the sinking and the stillness are the same thing now. One long, soft settling that has no bottom and needs none. Only deeper, only warmer, only further into the quiet that opens beneath you without end, and takes you down so gently and holds you all the way. And the snow has nearly stopped now, out over the sleeping field. The last few flakes turning down so slowly through the clearing dark that whole long, quiet moments pass between them. One, drifting down out of the high, still air, so light, so slow, wandering a little on the faintest breath of the cold, and settling at last upon the deep, soft white and lost among the others. And then the long stillness. And then, after a while, another, coming down alone through the enormous quiet, so gently, so far above. And the drift is deep now, and the field is smooth, and the fences are gone beneath the soft, pale curve, and the whole low world lies covered and hushed and kept beneath the thinning dark. You need not count them. You need not wait for them. You may let each last flake come down in its own slow time, so far above, while you lie here so far below, warm at the deep, still floor of the winter night, and go on sinking so softly into the low, warm dark that has no bottom and asks nothing, and keeps you through all the long remaining hours. And further under still, where even the last far flake cannot reach, the deep goes on holding you the way it holds the roots and the seeds and the slow dark water, patient, even warm, through the long turning of the night toward the far pale edge of morning that is still so distant, so many quiet hours away, that it is nothing you need think of now, nothing you need move toward, only a far soft gray a long, long way off beyond the dark, that will come in its own slow time without any help from you at all. And until then there is only here, only the warm, only the deep, only the long, soft sinking through the quiet middle of the night. Let the morning stay far off where it is. Let the hours turn without you. Let the whole slow world go on so gently, so far above, and lie here in the deep and go down, and down, into the warm, into the dark, into the low, soft quiet that holds you and keeps you and asks nothing, only rest, only this, only the going down. And the branch out in the dark holds its soft white load and bends no further and is still. And the drift along the fence lies deep and smooth and quiet under the last of the falling. And the river turns dark and slow beneath its ice. And the low fire breathes its dim red hush through the still warm room. And the far star shows and is veiled and shows again through the parting gray. And none of it needs you, and none of it asks a thing. And all of it turns so gently through the long white night, while you lie here in the deep and go on down. Down and warm and slow and kept. Into the soft, into the dark, into the deep that has no bottom and holds everything. And the breath goes low, and the warm grows close, and the quiet closes over you, so gently, so far below. And here, at the still warm floor of the winter night, where the snow has all but ceased, and the field lies smooth, and the deep holds you even and close, there is nothing left to do but be held, and go on down, breath by long, slow breath, into the warm dark that closes so gently over you and lets the whole slow-turning world go on without you, far above, through the long, white quiet of the hours, only to sink, only to soften. Only to be kept, all the long night, in the deep that asks nothing and gives everything and carries you down so slowly you cannot feel the sinking. Only the warm, only the dark, only the low, soft, quiet growing deeper and closer and kinder around you with every breath. Down into the warm and the deep and the long, soft dark. And the last flake turns down so far above so slowly through the clearing night, and settles, and is still, and the quiet closes over the whole sleeping field, and over the deep warm ground, and over you sunk so far beneath it all, so warm, so held, so slowly going down, into the soft, into the still, into the long, low quiet where there is nothing to keep and nothing to carry and nothing to do at all. Only the warm, only the deep, only the falling, gentle as sleep. And the night turns on so gently, so far above, and holds you, and keeps you, and lets you go on down. Into the warm, and the deep, and the long, soft dark. And far under the field, where no cold ever reaches, the ground holds its own slow warmth, dark and even and old, and you are down there with it now, gathered into the deep, patient heat of the sleeping earth, so far below the white that the white is only a rumor, only a softness laid over the top of everything, a long way up, where the last of the flakes has settled and gone still. And here, down in the kept warmth, there is nothing of the cold at all. Only the low dark hum of the ground holding its heat through the winter. Only the deep. Only the quiet that has closed all the way over you and gone on closing, softer and softer, further and further down. And the frost is at work on the glass, so slowly, so far above you, feathering its pale ferns across the cold pane one fine white thread at a time, blooming outward in the dark without a sound, patient as the whole long night is patient. And you need not watch it. You need only know it is there, drawing its quiet gardens on the window while you lie so far below, unreachable, warm, gone soft and heavy in the deep. The frost growing its silver leaf and its silver fern, its slow crystal branching, out across the glass in the cold, so gently, while the warm keeps you and the dark keeps you and nothing asks a single thing. Down here it is always this deep. Down here the hours do not turn. There is only the even warmth of the low ground and the weight of your own slow breath and the soft dark that has no floor and no edges and holds you the way still water holds what has sunk to the very bottom of it, gently, evenly, from every side at once. And you have sunk that far. You have gone all the way down into the held and quiet middle of things, where the cold is a rumor and the morning is a rumor and even the falling has ceased, and there is only the deep, only the warm, only the kept. Somewhere under the frozen bank, a small creature sleeps, curled tight and warm in the dark of its burrow, its breath grown so slow it is barely a breath at all, its small heart gone quiet and even, its whole soft weight given over to the long sleep of the season. And the earth holds it close, the way the earth holds everything now, the roots and the seeds and the small warm sleepers all folded down into the same deep patient dark. And you are folded down there with them, kept the same, warmed the same, asking nothing, given everything, sunk so far beneath the white and the cold that you cannot feel where you end and the warm dark begins. Let it be like that. Let there be no edge. Let the warm come all the way in and the dark come all the way close and the last small holding on go loose and drift away down into the deep where it is not needed and never was. And above the sleeping ground the field lies smooth and unbroken under the settled snow, blue-white and still in the starlight, softened at every edge, its fences gone to gentle mounded lines, its stones gone round and soft beneath the deep, and no wind moves across it, and no track marks it, and the whole wide white of it lies there breathing its slow, cold breath up into the dark. And none of it needs you, and none of it waits on you. It only lies there, smooth and still and kind, while you sink further and further beneath it, into the warm, into the deep, into the low, soft quiet that closes and never asks you to rise. The starlight comes down so faintly on the snow, so far above, a thin pale silver spread across the whole still field, cold and clear and very far away. And where it touches the drifts it wakes the smallest glinting, a scatter of tiny lights across the white, each one a single grain of frost catching the far starshine and giving it softly back. And you need not count them. You need not hold them. They only lie there glinting in the deep of the night, a slow, quiet field of them, so far up, so far off, while you lie so far down in the warm and let your eyes stay closed, and let the last light go, gently into the dark. And the dark is kind. and the dark is deep, and the dark asks nothing at all. Down and warm and slow and kept. Far off in the still air, so faint it is barely there, the ice on the deep pond gives its one low sound, a long, soft, settling note that moves out under the frozen surface and fades, a slow, dark tone traveling away beneath the ice and gone. And it does not startle. It is only the winter speaking to itself in the deep of the night, the patient ice easing and settling in the cold, the pond turning slowly toward its own long sleep. And you hear it from very far below, muffled and low and kind, and it only settles you further, only sinks you deeper, only draws the warm a little closer around you as you go on down. The pond lies black and still beneath its lid of ice, and under the ice the water is dark and slow and never freezes, holding its deep, even cold through all the long white season, and the small fish hang motionless down in the deep of it, barely stirring, barely breathing, given over to the quiet the way everything is given over now. And the whole still weight of the frozen pond rests there in the dark of the field, kept and patient, going nowhere, waiting on nothing, while the ice sings its low, slow, settling note into the night, and the stars wheel so far above, and you sink further and further into the warm. There is nothing you need to keep, not the field, not the frost, not the low sound of the ice. Let them all go on without you. Let the whole cold, beautiful still of the winter night hold itself, up there, far above the warm dark where you have come to rest. You have no part to play in any of it now. You have only to be held and to go on down and to let the breath grow slow and slower and let the warm close over. And it closes, and it deepens, and it keeps you, and it lets you go on down. Under the deep snow, the grass lies flattened and soft, folded down into the earth, waiting out the white in a patient green dark of its own. And beneath the grass, the ground goes down through its cold crust into the old kept warmth below, layer under layer, dark under dark, down to where the heat of the whole slow earth lives on undisturbed all winter through. And you are down there in it now, in the deepest warm of the ground, so far under the snow and the grass and the frozen crust that none of the cold can find you, gathered into the low, steady heat of the world itself, held the way a seed is held, still and dark and warm and waiting on nothing but the long, slow turning of the season, so many quiet months away. And you need not wait even for that. There is no waiting here. There is only the warm and the dark and the deep and the slow, low breath going out and out into the quiet. Only the being held. Only the going down. Only the soft, even heat of the ground closing gently around you and asking nothing and keeping you all the long night through. Let the season turn without you. Let the snow lie and the ice sing and the frost draw its silver ferns across the far cold glass, all night, all the long white night. None of it needs you. None of it asks. It will all go on so gently, so far above, while you lie here in the deep, warm ground and go on down. Down and warm and slow. Into the deep that holds the roots and the seeds and the small, warm sleepers. Into the low-kept heat where no cold ever comes. Into the soft, dark ground that carries the whole white field on its back so lightly, so evenly, and holds you at its warmest center, and lets you sink and never asks you to rise. The night is at its stillest now, far above, in the long, quiet middle of the dark, where nothing moves and nothing calls, and even the stars seem to have slowed in their slow wheeling, hung there faint and clear over the sleeping snow. And the cold has gone deep, and even and unmoving, laid over the whole still world like a clean, quiet weight. And under it all the ground breathes its slow, warm breath, and you breathe with it, low and long and unhurried, so far down in the deep that each breath is barely a breath, only a soft, slow easing, only the warm going in and the warm going out and the deep growing kinder and closer with everyone. There is nothing to do with this breath but let it come. There is nothing to do with this dark, but let it close. There is nothing to do with this warmth, but sink into it, further, softer, all the way down to where the sinking itself goes still. And there is only the being held, only the deep, only the long, low quiet of the sleeping ground in the long, low quiet of the night. And here you may stay. Here you may go all the way down. Here there is nothing left that needs you, nothing left to carry, nothing left to keep. Only the warm, only the dark, only the deep that has no bottom and holds everything, so gently, so evenly, all the long night through. Somewhere the eaves hold their long, clear line of ice, hung still and shining in the starlight, each smooth, cold length of it grown slowly through the freezing hours and now gone perfectly still, dripping nothing, moving nothing, only hanging there bright and quiet in the dark along the low edge of the roof. And it makes no sound. It asks no notice. It only hangs there in the cold and the clear, catching the faint far light, while you lie so far below in the warm and let it be, let it hang. Let the whole still architecture of the frozen night hold itself together without a single thought from you. And the smoke goes up so slowly from the low chimney, a soft pale thread of it rising straight into the windless dark, warm from the last of the banked fire below, climbing gently and thinning and vanishing into the cold, clear air high above the snow. And you need not follow it up. You are going the other way down, into the warm, into the deep, while the thin smoke climbs and fades so far overhead, and the fire settles to its last dim red, and the whole still house breathes its slow, warm breath out into the night. Everything is settling now. Everything is going down with you, or going still, or growing slow. The fire to its embers, the smoke to nothing, the ice to its long, clear hanging, the field to its smooth, deep white, the pond to its dark, slow sleep beneath the singing ice. The whole world easing down into the deepest still of the winter night, and you at the warm center of it, sunk further than any of it, held closer than any of it, going down so slowly and so gently that there is no sinking left to feel, only the warm, only the deep, only the kind dark closing over. And closing, and deepening, and keeping you, and letting you go. Rest now, all the way down, at the still warm floor of the night. There is so much dark still ahead, so many quiet hours yet to turn, so long a while before any far gray edge of morning even begins to think of coming. And none of it is yours to tend. None of it is yours to reach. You have only to lie here in the deep and let the hours go over you like slow water over a stone that has long since sunk and settled and given itself entirely to the bottom, unmoving, unbothered, kept. Let them go over you like that, slow and dark and warm and endless. Hour after quiet hour, turning so far above, while you lie so far below, sunk and soft and held, breathing the slow, warm breath of the deep ground, asking nothing, needing nothing, going down and down into the long, low kind of the winter dark. Down into the warm. Down into the deep. Down into the soft, still ground that holds the whole white world so lightly and holds you at its very warmest heart. And the frost draws on, so slowly, across the far cold glass, its silver ferns unfurling one fine thread at a time in the dark, patient, unhurried, blooming their still gardens through the long night while no one watches and nothing needs them. And the ice hangs bright and quiet from the low eaves, and the pond sleeps black and slow beneath its singing lid, and the small warm creatures sleep curled in the deep of the bank, and the field lies smooth and blue-white and unbroken under the faint far stars. And none of it asks a single thing of you. Only rest, only this, only the warm dark ground and the slow low breath and the deep that closes so gently over you and carries you down. And the night turns on, so far above, so gently, through the long white quiet of the hours, and holds you, and keeps you, and lets you go on down, into the warm, and the deep, And the long, soft dark that asks nothing and gives everything, and never, all the long night through, asks you to rise. So low now, so warm, so far down in the kept and quiet heart of the ground, where the cold is only a rumor laid over the far white top of the world, and the morning is only a rumor a long, long way off beyond the dark. And here, between the two, in the deep, unmoving middle of the night, there is only you and the warm and the slow, soft breath and the endless kind dark closing and never once letting go. And it closes. And it deepens. And it keeps. Let the last of you go loose into it. Let the last small weight of anything held drift down out of your hands, down through the warm, down through the deep, down to where it settles on the soft floor of the dark and lies still and is kept and is no longer yours to carry. There is nothing there that needs holding now. There is nothing here but the warm and the deep and the long, slow going down. Down and gone soft. Down and gone slow. Down and gone still at the warm floor of the winter night, where the ground holds you and the dark holds you and the whole white world turns on so gently, so far above, and asks you for nothing at all. It's only the warm. It's only the deep. It's only the long, soft dark. And the slow, low breath going out into the quiet. And the deep growing kinder and closer around you. And the night turning on, so gently, so far above. It's holding you. It's keeping you. It's letting you go on down. And far off now, past the edge of the field, the snow lies deeper in the wood, drifted soft between the dark trunks, folded into the long, low hollows where the ground dips and the light never came. And it is quieter there than anywhere, quieter than the field, quieter than the frost, a deep blue quiet with no floor to it at all. And you may feel yourself among it, low and warm, laid down in one of those long, soft hollows where the snow has gathered all winter, thick and unbroken, holding the shapes of the roots below and the fallen wood and the slow, sleeping dark, holding you too, so gently, so completely, that there is no line at all between where the snow ends and where the warm of you begins. The trees stand very still, black and slow and far apart. Their branches carry their small white weights without a sound, and now and then, somewhere off in the dark, one branch lets a little of its snow slip loose. And it falls so softly, so slowly down through the still air, catching nothing, striking nothing, sifting down to join the deep white floor with a hush too faint to be a sound at all. Only a softening, only the dark growing a shade more soft, and then still again, so still. And you go down a little further into the hollow, into the warm, into the deep, unmoving blue of the wood at the low middle of the night. There is a smell here of cold bark and buried leaves, faint and clean and old, the smell of the ground sleeping under its long white cover, the smell of things that have set down their work for the season and lie easy in the dark, asking nothing, growing nothing, only resting through the deep of the year. And you breathe it so slowly, so softly, the cold, clean smell of the sleeping wood, and it settles into you and slows you and lays you down further still. Down into the drift. Down into the blue. Down into the long, soft dark between the quiet trees. And the snow keeps its own slow, secret warmth, deep down where you lie, far below the bright, cold crust that catches the starlight, down where the drift is old and packed and still, where the cold cannot reach and the wind never comes, where it is only close and dim and kind, a held and breathing dark that curves around you the way the earth curves around a seed, and holds it, and keeps it, and asks it for nothing but sleep. You need do nothing here. You need not listen. The words may go on drifting past you like the small slipped snow from the far dark branches, catching nothing, needing nothing, sifting down and softening and gone. And you may let them fall past. Let them settle somewhere out past the edge of you and lie still. There is nothing in them to hold. There is nothing anywhere to hold now. Only the drift and the warm and the long blue quiet of the deep wood going down. so far down, so warm, so still in the folded dark, where the snow lies deepest and the trees stand furthest apart, and the night lays its whole soft weight upon the woods so lightly that nothing wakes, and nothing stirs, and nothing anywhere is asked to rise. And somewhere beyond the trees the land goes on falling, so gently you would never feel it, down and away toward the low place where the stream runs slow beneath its lid of ice. And even that, even the running water, has gone quiet for the winter, gone slow, gone dark, folded down small beneath the pale ice that has closed across it fold by fold through the long, cold nights. And under there the water still moves, so slowly, so softly, a low dark thread of it turning and sliding beneath the ice with a sound that is almost no sound, a deep smooth hush of cold and moving water going patiently along under the still white roof of the winter, going nowhere it needs to be, in no hurry at all, only turning and sliding and going quietly down toward the low dark places of the ground. You may follow it a while if you like, not with your feet, only with the slow drift of your resting mind, sinking down along the dark cold thread of the water where it slides beneath the ice, down through the long low reaches where the banks lean close and the snow hangs over the edges in soft blind curves, down where it is darker still and slower still, and the water barely seems to move at all, only breathe, only turn, only carry its small deep cold along under the sleeping white world above. And you sink with it, and slow with it, and go down along with the quiet water into the deep of the winter ground. Down, along the dark slow water. Down, beneath the still white ice. Down, into the low cold quiet where nothing hurries and nothing wakes. And the ice above holds the faint blue light of the stars so thinly, so far off, a pale dim glimmer strained down through the frozen roof and gone soft and gray by the time it reaches the low dark water where you drift. And it is enough. It is more than enough. That faint far dimness, that last thin thread of light come all the long cold way down from the stars to lie so gently on the black slow water. You need no more than that. You need nothing bright. You need nothing near. Only the dim and the slow and the deep and the long, cold, patient turning of the water carrying you down. The cold here does not touch you. It lies all around, in the ice and the dark bank and the packed old snow above, but it holds off from you, the way it holds off from the sleeping water, the way it holds off from the small, dark things curled deep in the mud of the bank who breathe so slow you could not count it, who have gone down under the frost to wait out the long white season in a sleep so deep it is almost the sleep of the ground itself. And you are among them now, one more small, warm, still thing folded into the deep of the winter, breathing so slow, sunk so far, kept so gently, that the cold forgets you entirely and passes on above. It's so slow, so far under, so kept. And time here has gone as slow as the water. It does not press. It does not pass. It only pools deep and dark and still in the low, cold reaches of the night, the way the water pools in the deep bends where the current forgets to move. And you may pool with it, gathered soft in some low, dark bend of the hours, going nowhere, waiting for nothing, only lying still in the deep, pooled dark of the middle night, while the world turns on so slowly, so far above, beneath its ice and its snow, and its faint, cold scattering of stars. There is a warmth that comes only at the very bottom of the cold, and you have found it now. Down past the frost, past the ice, past the long white cover of the snow, down where the ground keeps its own deep, patient heat all through the winter, banked low and slow like coals under gray ash, giving off just enough, just barely enough, to hold the sleeping roots and the sleeping water and the sleeping small dark things, and to hold you at the very deepest and warmest heart of the cold season, so gently, so completely, that you could not fall any further if you tried, and you have no wish at all to try. It's only down. It's only warm. It's only deep at the last low floor of the winter dark, where the ground keeps its slow, banked heat and holds you at the middle of it and asks you for nothing at all, but to lie still and go on down. And far above, so far it hardly seems the same night, the wind may move a little across the high open snow, drawing a thin, bright veil of it up off the drifts and letting it fall, drawing and letting fall, combing the white field into long, slow ridges under the stars while no one watches. And the sound of it does not reach you. Not down here. Down here there is only the deep, and the low, slow water, and the banked, warm ground, and the long, soft breath going out and out into the quiet dark. The wind may do its slow, blind work upon the high, white world all night, and none of it is yours to tend. You have gone too far down for the wind. You have gone down to where the wind is only a rumor combed across the far top of the dark, a long, long way above the low, warm place where you lie kept and still and sinking. So far below the wind, so far below the cold, so far down in the deep, warm dark that nothing up there can reach you, and nothing up there is asking. Let the last thin thread of listening go loose now, if it likes. You do not need it. The words will keep on going, low and slow, drifting down through the dark like the faint, far light through the ice, and they will find you or they will not, and either is well, either is soft, either lets you sink. You may let them blur. You may let them run together into one low, warm hush with no edges and no meaning, only a slowness, only a darkness, only a going down laid over you like the deep old snow. And you may sink beneath it, past the words, past the reach of any word, into the wordless, warm dark where there is nothing left to follow and nothing left to hold and nothing left to do but be kept. Down, past the words. Down, past the light. Down, into the wordless deep where the ground holds you, and the dark holds you, and the long night asks you for nothing at all. And the drift goes on gathering, so slowly, all through the low, dark hours, softening the wood, softening the field, softening the far, cold edges of the world into one long, unbroken, blue-white quiet with no line and no seam and no hard place anywhere in it. And you are folded down into the soft of it, into the deep of it, into the warm, banked heart of it, sunk so far and held so kind that the whole white, sleeping world seems only the soft outermost edge of your own long, slow rest, curving away and away into the dark on every side, snow upon snow upon snow, quiet upon quiet upon quiet, going out to the faint, far rim of things where the stars hang low and cold and still and shed their thin light down over all of it and ask nothing of any of it. Least of all of you. Only rest. Only the deep. Only the long, soft dark and the slow, banked warm and the whole white world gone still around you. You may feel how little there is to do now, how little there ever was, how the day, whatever it held, has gone down under the snow with everything else, laid quiet in the deep white cover, softened and stilled and set aside until some far-off morning that need not come for hours yet, that need not come at all for anything you must do. For there is nothing you must do. There is only the drift and the deep and the warm, dark ground and the long, low breath going out so slowly into the quiet of the wood. Out into the quiet. Out into the dark. Out into the deep, soft, snow-hushed heart of the winter night, where you lie so far down and so kept and so warm that even the breath grows slow, and slower and softer, and barely stirs the still cold air at all. Only a faint, slow warmth going out and gone. Only the smallest movement in all that vast white stillness. Only you, breathing low and slow and soft at the deep, warm floor of the dark. And the snow keeps falling somewhere far off, the way it will fall all night, patient and blind and endless, laying its soft white weight so gently on the wood and the field and the low iced stream and the deep banked ground where you rest. Falling and asking nothing, filling the old tracks, smoothing the last hard edges, drawing its long white quiet closer and closer over the whole sleeping world. And over you, folding you deeper, keeping you warmer, letting you go further down into the soft and the slow and the dark. is so soft now, is so slow now, so far down in the deep white quiet that there is no edge left to you at all. Only warmth going out into dark and dark going down into more dark, and the long, low breath going soft and slow and softer still, out into the endless kind hush of the winter night that closes and never once lets go. Let it close, let it deepen, let it keep. There is nothing here that needs you awake. There is nothing here that needs you at all except to lie still and be held deep in the warm banked heart of the ground, under the snow, under the ice, under the long, slow turning of the low, cold stars, kept and quiet and going down, and down, and down into the soft, into the deep, into the endless winter dark that asks for nothing and holds you through it all. Down into the warm, down into the still, down into the long, soft, snow-hushed dark, where the ground breathes slow beneath you and the night lies deep above you and nothing, all the long white night through, asks you to rise. And even the far, small sounds have gone now, one by one, down under the snow with everything else. The slip of loose snow from the dark, far branches, the low turn of the water under the ice, the thin, blind combing of the wind across the high, white field. All of it gone soft, gone slow, gone down into the one deep quiet that lies over the whole sleeping world and lies over you. So that there is nothing left to hear but the slow of your own breath, going out, going soft, growing longer and lower and further apart, until even that seems to belong less to you than to the deep, warm dark that breathes it. In and out, and slower, and softer, and down. It's so slow. It's so soft. So deep and warm, and kept in the still white heart of the night. There is a place at the very bottom of all this, deeper than the drift, deeper than the ice, deeper than the banked warm ground, a place with no floor and no cold and no edge and no smallest thing that needs doing. Only dark, only warmth, only the long, slow going down with no bottom ever reached. And you are sinking toward it now, so gently, so slowly, the way the snow sinks through the still night air, the way the water sinks through the low, dark bends, the way everything in all the winter world is sinking, softly, patiently, down toward the deep, warm, keeping heart of the season. And you sink among it, one more soft, slow, warm, still thing let down into the dark, kept and carried and asked for nothing, going down and further down into the endless quiet that closes so kindly over you and holds you and lets you go. Down into the deep with no floor. Down into the warm with no edge. Down into the long, soft dark that opens and opens beneath you and never once lets you fall too far, only holds, only keeps, only carries you slower and softer and deeper into the still, white heart of the winter night. And here you may stay, as long as the dark lasts, as long as the snow falls, as long as the low stars turn so slowly above the frozen field. Here in the deep, warm, kept quiet where there is nothing to do and nothing to hold and nothing anywhere asking anything of you at all. Only the drift, only the deep, only the long, slow breath going out into the dark, and the snow coming down so softly over the whole sleeping world, and the ground breathing slow beneath you, and the night going on, so gently, so far above, holding you, keeping you, letting you go on down. It's only the warm. It's only the deep. It's only the long, soft, snow-hushed dark, closing and never all the long white night through letting go. And out beyond you, past the edge of hearing, the field goes on farther than anyone has ever walked it, wide and white and level under the low turning stars, and the snow keeps coming down over all of it, unhurried, uncounted, filling the small hollows and the old furrows and the faint bowls the wind left, until the whole broad ground is one smooth, unbroken softness, with nothing to mark where one drift ends and the next begins. And you are somewhere far in the middle of all that white, kept warm in the deep of it, and the snow that falls on the far field falls on you too, the same slow feathering down, the same patient covering over, so that you are of a piece now with the whole quiet country, one soft rise among all the soft rises, breathing slow beneath the falling of it. There is a weight to snow when it lies deep, a good weight, a settling weight, the kind that presses down without ever pressing hard. And you can feel it now, laid over you fold on fold, each new fall so light it is barely a touch, and yet the whole of it together so soft and so heavy that it holds you the way still water holds a stone at the bottom of a slow pool, held and let be and asked for nothing. Deeper. The cold has gone somewhere far off. It moves along the tops of the drifts, high above where you lie, combing the loose crystals from the crests and letting them sift down through the dark. But it does not reach you here, down in the warm, banked heart of the snow, where the ground keeps its old, slow warmth and gives it up to you a little at a time, all the long night through. You are between two kindnesses, the deep, warm earth below, the deep, soft snow above. And you lie in the narrow, warm dark between them, held on both sides, going down. Slower now. Far off, so far it is more a memory of sound than a sound. A single branch lets go of the snow it has carried too long, and the snow comes down in one soft fall through the dark, and touches the drift below, and is taken in, and is quiet. And that is all. That is the whole of what happens in the whole of the night, and it happens so gently that even the field does not stir for it. And you do not stir for it. You have gone down past the place where sounds can reach in and turn you. They come to the edge of you and soften and sink away, the way the last of the daylight sank away hours ago, down under the rim of the white world, leaving only this, the low blue dark, the slow stars, the endless coming down of the snow, and you folded warm into the deep of it, drifting. There are crystals in the snow above you, more than could ever be told, each one a small, still shape the cold made in the high dark and let fall, and they lie now all around you and over you, packed soft and loose together, and if any light were to reach them, they would hold it and pass it hand to hand down through the drift, a faint blue glow going deeper and deeper into the snow, until it too grew tired and lay down and was still. But there is no light to reach them, only the dark, only the deep, and so they simply lie, each one holding its small shape and its small warmth, keeping you being kept, going nowhere at all. You may feel how still your hands have become, how they have stopped their small holdings and their small reachings and lie open now in the warm dark, palms up, cupped loosely, holding nothing, wanting nothing, resting the way a leaf rests once it has come all the way down and found the ground and needs never rise again. And your arms, heavy and warm along your sides, sunk a little into the softness, given over to it. And the long weight of you, from the crown of your head to the far quiet ends of your feet, laid out level and easy in the deep of the drift, sinking so slowly, so evenly, that there is no falling in it at all, only a settling, only a going down that has all the night to happen in and no need ever to arrive. Deeper. Somewhere under the smooth, white field the water still goes, the way it went in the words a while ago, but slower now, thicker, turning in the dark below the ice with a patience older than the winter itself. And it carries the cold down and away, down along the low bends where no one walks, folding the last small murmurs of the day into itself and bearing them off under the snow, so that the field above lies quieter and quieter, emptied even of its buried sounds, until the whole white country is one held breath drawn slow and let go slower, and you are the held breath, and you are the letting go. So soft. The stars, when you find them, are not the bright, close stars of a clear, cold night. They are the far, dim stars of deep snowfall, seen through the slow drift of it, thinned and softened and made kind, no more than a faint scattering of pale points turning so slowly overhead that a whole hour of them would move less than a hand's breadth across the dark. They ask nothing. They only turn and shine faintly through the falling snow, and keep their old slow order above the sleeping field. And you may watch them without watching, feel them without looking, the far slow wheel of them going round through the long white night while you lie warm and low beneath, sinking, kept, let be. And the snow comes down across them and blurs them, and they shine on softer still. And the coming down of the snow and the slow turning of the stars are the same motion now, one falling, one wheeling, both so gentle, both so far, both carrying the whole night quietly on toward its deepest hour. And you along with it, borne on the same slow motion, down among the drift, down among the dim turning stars, down into the long middle of the dark where the night is deepest and warmest and asks the least of anyone at all. Down. There is a hush that lives in the deepest part of a snowfall, deeper than quiet, a fullness of soft that fills the ears the way the snow fills the field, so that you do not strain to hear anything anymore because there is nothing left uncovered to hear. Every edge muffled, every sound laid down and taken in, the whole world wrapped fold on fold in the same white softness, until listening itself grows heavy and lies down and rests. And your listening has lain down now. It rests in the hush with the rest of you, no longer reaching out into the dark for sounds, no longer turning toward the far small falls of snow, only resting, only receiving the soft that comes to it, letting even the wish to hear go soft and sink away. Slower. You might notice how far apart your breaths have drifted, how long the warm dark lies between them now, one slow breath going out into the snow, and then a long still while of nothing at all, only the drift, only the deep, and then the next breath coming so gently you barely feel it turn in from the warm banked dark, and out into the falling white, each one a little longer than the last, a little lower, a little further down, until your breathing is no faster than the snow itself, no faster than the stars, one more slow motion of the sleeping night, given and taken back, with all the long hours still to come. And you need not keep it. The night keeps it for you. The deep, warm ground beneath you draws the breath up slow, and the soft, white cover above lets it go slow. And between them, your breathing goes on all by itself, unminded, untended, the way the water goes on turning under the ice with no one to turn it, the way the snow goes on falling with no one to let it fall. You have laid down the keeping of it, along with all the other keepings, down into the warm, and it goes on without you, and you go on down without it, deeper into the drift, deeper into the dark, deeper into the still white heart of the hour. There, farther out than the field, farther than the low dark line where the field gives way, the hills lie under the same snow, long and slow and rounded, sunk in white to their soft shoulders, holding their old shapes patiently beneath the cover. And they too are asleep, if hills sleep, breathing their vast, slow stone breath once in 100 quiet years, so deep beneath the reach of any night that the snow which lies on them tonight is only the thinnest passing whiteness over a stillness older than all the winters there have ever been. And you rest on the near edge of all that oldness, cradled in the young, soft snow of a single night, and the great slow patience of the hills reaches out under the field and up through the warm dark ground and lays itself beneath you too, so that you are held not only by the snow and the earth, but by the long slow keeping of the whole still land, which has held 1,000 nights like this one and will hold 1,000 more, and holds you now among them, unhurried, untroubled, sunk warm and small into its vast, soft dark. Deeper still, the snow that fell at the beginning of the night lies far below the snow that falls now, packed close and blue and old already, and the snow that falls now will lie far below the snow that falls near dawn. And so the drift builds, layer on soft layer, hour on quiet hour, and you are laid in the deep of it, down among the early snow, down where it has gone dense and still and warm, and the whole slow night is building softly over you, fall on fall, laying the hours down above you like the pale bands in deep old ice, each one holding its stillness, each one pressing down so gently, keeping you deeper, keeping you warmer, keeping you further from the small, far world of edges and hours and things that need doing, which lies now so far above the top of the drift that its faint light cannot even reach the crest, let alone the deep, warm dark where you rest. Let it be that far. Let the top of the snow be very far above you. Let the cold, combing wind be far. Let the dim, slow stars be far, and the long white field, and the old sunk hills, and the turning water, all of it far and soft and quiet, going on without you in the great patient dark, while you lie deeper than any of it, down in the warmest, oldest part of the drift, held on every side by the soft, breathing slow, sinking slower, asked for nothing, kept for the whole of the night. Softer. If a single flake could be followed all the way down, one small crystal loosed from the high dark, turning as it falls, drifting sideways on some breath of air too slight to feel, slowing, settling, touching at last the soft crest of the drift and sinking a little in and going still, that is how you are going down. That slow, that soft, that unhurried and that sure, not falling, drifting. Turning gently on the slow air of the night, in no haste to arrive, borne down by nothing heavier than your own soft weight, coming to rest by inches, by breaths, by long still whiles of nothing at all, deeper and deeper into the warm white keeping dark, until you too touch the deep of it and sink a little in and go still. And even then, still going down. Because the deep of the snow has no bottom on a night like this. It only grows softer the farther you sink, and warmer and darker and more still, opening and opening beneath you the way it opened in the words before. Never a floor, never an edge, never a place where the sinking stops and something is asked of you. Only more of the deep, only more of the warm, only more of the long, soft dark that takes you slower and slower down, and never, all the long white night through, lets you come to any end. So you may sink as long as you like. There is more night than you could ever use. There is more snow than could ever finish falling. There is more dark below you than all the sinking of all the sleeping world could ever reach the bottom of. And it is all warm, and it is all soft, and it is all for you, laid open beneath you like the deep, still heart of the winter itself, waiting only to take you further in, to hold you closer, to keep you longer, to let you down and down and down through the long, slow hours with nothing, nothing at all, asking you ever to rise. Down into the warm with no floor. Down into the deep with no end. Down into the long, soft, snow-hushed dark that only opens the farther you go, and only softens, and only holds you closer the deeper you sink, and carries you slower and slower and slower into the still white middle of the night, where the snow lies deepest, and the dark lies warmest, and the whole sleeping country breathes its one slow breath around you, and you breathe with it, out into the falling white, so slow now, so soft now. So far apart now that between one breath and the next, a whole hour of snow might come quietly down and cover the field a little deeper and never once wake you. Slower. The night is nowhere near its end. The dark goes on and on above the field, wide and low and kind, and the stars go on turning through it so slowly, and the snow goes on coming down through it so softly, and there are hours yet, long, soft, warm hours, before even the faintest paleness thinks of stirring at the far low rim of the white world, and none of them ask anything of you. Each one only lays itself down gently over the last, and deepens the drift a little, and holds you a little warmer, a little lower, a little further into the deep, and then gives way, so quietly you never feel it pass, to the next long, soft hour, which does the same, and the next, all the slow night through, each one carrying you deeper down into the warm dark and asking nothing, nothing, only that you go on resting, only that you go on sinking, only that you let the long white night keep you as it keeps the whole still field. And it will. It keeps the field, and it keeps the hills, and it keeps the turning water under the ice, and it keeps the far dim stars, and it keeps you down in the deep warm heart of it, All of you gathered soft into the one long dark. All of you held and covered and let be. All of you sinking so slowly together into the still that lies over the whole sleeping world tonight and will not lift till morning is very old. So rest. There is only the drift now. There is only the deep. There is only the long, slow breath going out into the falling snow, and the warm dark closing so kindly over it, and the field lying white and level and endless above you, and the ground breathing slow beneath, and the night going on, so gently, so far, holding you, keeping you, letting you go on down. Only the warm. Only the deep. Only the long, soft, snow-hushed dark, coming down over the whole sleeping world, and over you and never, all the long white night through, letting go. And under the snow, where you are lying now, there is a whole soft country that no one ever sees, and it is warm, and it is dark, and it is yours tonight as much as it belongs to any sleeping thing. Down at the bottom of the drift, close against the ground, the cold cannot reach, and the wind cannot find its way, and the snow lies over it all like a great pale roof laid down by no hands, curving gently from field edge to field edge, holding the quiet under it the way a cupped palm holds a little warmth. You may feel that roof far above you now, deep and soft and thick, letting down only the faintest gray of the night through all its slow-settled layers, so that here at the bottom where you rest, the light is scarcely light at all. Only a dimness, only a hush the eye can lean into, gentle as the inside of a closed eyelid, and nothing in it sharp, and nothing in it bright, and nothing in it that asks to be looked at. The snow above you is not one thing. It came down over many hours, and each hour lies in its own soft layer, one upon the next, and between them the air is trapped in 1,000 small stillnesses, so that the whole deep drift is more air than snow, more quiet than weight, and it presses on nothing, and it holds down nothing, and it only rests, the way you rest, layer on layer on layer, each one settling a little into the one beneath through the long, slow reaches of the night. And far down where you lie, you can feel how gently it all leans upon itself, how nothing hurries to fall, how the whole great softness only sinks by the width of a breath in a whole slow hour, and takes you with it, that same small width, that same slow while, deeper into the warm. Here and there in the dark of the drift, if you could see, you would find the snow has grown itself into small clear shapes while the night went on, six-sided, slow-made, each one built out of nothing but cold and stillness and time, each one turned a little differently from the last, and none of them made to be seen, and all of them let be. They gather along the underside of things. They gather in the hollows. They gather all through the deep of the drift in their thousands upon thousands, and they hold the faint gray light and pass it softly from one to the next, on, down into the dark, so that the whole buried world glimmers just barely, just at the very edge of glimmering, the way the inside of sleep glimmers when a dream is still far off and has not yet begun to come. You need not follow that glimmer anywhere. It goes nowhere. It only lies there, cool and slow and endless, all through the sleeping field, and you lie among it, and it asks nothing of you, and the night goes on. Down here the sounds of the world have grown very few. The snow has taken most of them. It lay itself over the roads and the fences and the far dark shapes of the trees, and it drank the sound out of all of them, one by one, through the long evening, until the whole country went as quiet as the inside of a bell that no one strikes. What is left is small. The settling of the drift, now and then, so soft it is more felt than heard, a slow easing somewhere off in the dark, a whole hillside of snow shifting the smallest fraction closer to the ground and going still again. The tick of ice growing, too slow to catch. And far under everything, so faint you might only be dreaming it, the ground itself, breathing its long, cold breath, once in a great while, deep and unhurried, the way the oldest sleeping things breathe. In and out, and nothing between but the dark. Not far from where you rest, though you will never need to go and find them, The small, warm lives of the winter are folded away in the earth, sleeping as you sleep. Down in the roots, down in the burrows lined with dry grass and soft fur, curled so small that the whole of them would fit in 2 cupped hands, the sleeping ones have gone down into a stillness even deeper than yours. Their breath has slowed until whole slow minutes lie between one soft rise and the next. Their hearts have hushed almost to waiting. They lie in the warm dark under the snow, wrapped round themselves, wrapped round each other, and the winter turns above them, and they do not feel it turn, and nothing wakes them, and nothing needs them to wake. All the long white season they will lie so, and let the cold go by overhead, and let the snow deepen, and let the nights come one after another, and they will not stir for any of it, only sink and slow and rest, and be kept, exactly as you are being kept now, in the same deep warm, under the same soft roof, held by the same long patient dark that holds the whole of the field. You may let yourself go down to where they are, not to wake them, only to rest as they rest, that low, that slow, that folded away, with the whole loud year gone quiet above you and no part of it able to reach so far down, and no hour of it asking you to climb back toward the surface where the wind is. Down here there is no wind. Down here there is no cold that can touch you. Down here the earth keeps a little of the old summer warmth still, far down in itself, and lets it up so slowly through the dark, a gentleness rising to meet the gentleness coming down, and you are held between them, warm from below and soft from above, and you have nowhere to be and no one to be it for, and nothing to carry up into the morning, which is still so far away, still so many slow dark hours off, that it need not even be thought of yet. And the water, even the water sleeps tonight. Out past the field, the slow stream that ran all summer has gone still under its lid of ice, and the ice has thickened through the freezing dark, layer laid patient over layer, until it lies smooth and gray and quiet across the whole slow width of the water. But under it, down in the dark where the ice cannot reach, the stream has not stopped. It only moves the way everything moves tonight, so slowly you would hardly call it moving. It leans its cold weight downhill by inches. It turns over its smooth stones without a sound. It carries the winter light, the little there is of it, down along its dark floor and away, unhurried, going nowhere it needs to be, taking all the long night to round a single slow bend. And the fish that live in it have sunk to the deepest, stillest pools, and hang there in the cold dark water scarcely stirring a fin, resting the whole winter through in the slow heart of the current. And the water holds them exactly as the snow holds you, close and dark and endless, and lets them be. You can feel, if you like, that same slow water somewhere far off through the ground, that patient downhill leaning, that soft dark going on and on with nowhere to arrive. Let your breath do what the water does, not stopped, only slowed. Only leaning out so gently into the dark and drawing back, and leaning out again, unhurried, taking all the time the night can give it, which is more time than you could ever use, more dark hours than you could ever fill, so many that you may spend them as freely as the snow spends itself coming down, endlessly, softly, with never a thought of running short. The stars are still up there, far above the roof of snow, far above the thin gray light and the settling drift and the whole hushed field. They are turning through the deep of the night the way they have turned over every winter that ever lay on this ground, cold and clear and very slow, wheeling by degrees you could never catch, so that a star that stood over the eastern hill when the snow began to fall has crossed by now a whole slow span of the dark, and hangs a little lower toward the west, and will go on so all the night, sinking by the width of the sky through the long black hours, and you beneath the snow will sink with it, down and down at just that pace, that unhurried, that far from any hurry. They shed no warmth, those stars, and they ask no watching. They only turn. And the turning is so slow, and so old, and so far away, that to feel it at all is to feel how much night there is, how much dark still waits overhead, how the whole great wheel of it has barely begun to come round toward the morning and will not, for hours yet, for long, soft hours yet, let even the first gray thought of dawn up over the rim of the world. So there is time. There is so much time. There is more night above you than you could ever spend, and all of it soft, and all of it dark, and all of it yours, laid over you deep as the snow and just as gentle, and none of it, not one slow hour of it, wanting anything from you but that you go on lying here in the warm and let it pass. And it will pass so kindly. It will pass the way the snow falls, without a sound, without a weight, one soft, slow hour easing down over the last and settling, and holding you a little deeper and giving way so quietly you never feel it go to the next, which does the same, and the next, all the long night through. Down at the bottom of the drift now, the dimness has grown even softer. The last faint gray has thinned almost to nothing up through the deep of the snow, and here where you lie there is scarcely anything left to see, and nothing that needs seeing, and the dark has come down close and warm and full, close as a hand laid over the eyes, warm as breath, full as the deepest hour of the deepest night. You can let your eyes go down here. There is nothing they must do. There is nothing left in all the buried quiet that they must find or follow or keep watch on. Only the dark and the warm and the slow and the endless soft settling of the snow far overhead, going on without you, needing no eye to fall, needing no ear to hush, needing nothing of you at all but that you sink and stay and rest. And the snow goes on coming down. Somewhere above the roof of the drift, out in the wide dark air over the sleeping field, it is still falling. You may just feel it, the faintest slow arriving, flake on flake laying themselves so gently over the pale roof far above you and deepening it, adding one more soft layer to all the soft layers already lying between you and the cold night sky. One more slow hour's worth of quiet piled patiently overhead while you rest beneath it all, warmer for every flake, deeper for every hour, further from the wind and the cold and the far small stars with each soft thing the night lets down. It does not hurry, that falling. It has all the dark to fall through. It will still be coming down, so slow, so soft, when this hour has long given way to the next, and that one to the one after, and you have sunk still lower into the warm than you are lying now. It will still be coming quietly down over the whole white world, filling the old tracks, rounding the sharp edges, laying its long, slow softness over everything the day left behind, and asking nothing, and covering all, and keeping you down in the deep of it. As it keeps the buried seed, and the folded sleeping ones, and the slow dark water under the ice. There is a seed down here too, near you in the dark earth, though you would never know it, a small, hard, quiet thing, folded shut around all the green it will one day be, lying still in the cold ground under the snow and waiting for nothing, hurrying toward nothing, simply keeping itself whole and closed and patient through the long white season, in no rush at all to become what it will become, content to lie dark and small and shut in the warm earth for as many slow months as the winter cares to lay over it. It knows how to wait, that seed. It knows there is no need to open yet, no need to reach yet, no need to be anything yet but small and closed and kept. And you may know it too, tonight, that same deep patience, that same soft shut-away stillness, that same being content to lie folded in the dark and let the long season pass over you and ask nothing of yourself but rest. There will be time enough later for everything that is not now. Tonight there is only the folding in, only the lying still, only the being kept, small and warm and closed, in the deep dark heart of the winter ground, while the snow comes down and the stars turn and the whole slow night leans on toward a morning that is still so far away it need not be thought of, need not be waited for, need not be anything at all but a paleness somewhere out past the far low rim of the world, hours and hours off, coming so slowly it has not even begun. So sink. There is nowhere below you now but warmer. There is nothing around you now but softer. There is nothing above you now but the deep, slow snow and the deeper, slow dark and the whole great patient turning night, going on and on and on over the sleeping field, over the buried stream, over the folded warm lives in the earth, over the small closed seed and the slow cold water and the far dim stars, over all of it, and over you, holding it all in the one long dark the way the snow holds the field, close and warm and endless, and in no hurry, none at all, to ever let a single sleeping thing go. Only the deep now, only the warm, only the long, slow breath leaning out into the dark and drawing back, so far apart now, so soft now, that whole slow reaches of the quiet lie between. Only the snow coming down over the roof of the world. Only the dark closing warm and full over the eyes. Only the settling, only the sinking. Only the being kept down here in the still soft heart of the winter night, where nothing asks and nothing hurries, and nothing, all the long dark hours through, will ever once wake you. Down and down, and down into the warm, into the deep with no floor, into the dark with no end. Into the long, soft, snow-kept quiet that only widens the farther you go, and only warms, and only holds you closer the lower you sink, all through the slow, black middle of the night, where the drift lies deepest and the earth lies warmest and the whole sleeping country breathes its one long breath around you, and you breathe with it, out into the falling dark, so slow, so soft. So far apart now that between one breath and the next another whole soft hour of snow might come quietly down over the field and cover it a little deeper and never once reach you where you lie. So far below now, so warm, so kept. Rest, there is only the drift. There is only the deep. There is only the long dark night going on so gently above you, holding you, keeping you, letting you go on down. And out past you now, though you need not go to it, the field goes on under its long white weight, level and pale and endless, and somewhere across it, where the land dips down toward the trees, there is a pond you have never seen, gone still and hard beneath its own quiet lid of ice. And the snow lies over that too, deep and unbroken, so that there is no telling where the field ends and the frozen water begins. Only the one soft white going on, and the black shapes of the reeds standing up out of it here and there, bent a little under their small caps of snow, holding still, holding on, keeping their slow, cold vigil at the edges of the sleeping water while the whole night leans over them and asks them for nothing. And beneath the ice, in the dark and the slow green cold of the deep water, the fish hang almost still, far down where the frost cannot reach, moving hardly at all, one slow fin, one slow turn, breathing the way the winter breathes. So slow it is nearly not breathing, waiting out the long white months in the quiet underdark where the light comes down thin and blue through the ice and lies over them soft as a blanket. And they too are kept, held low and safe in the deep of the water the way you are held low and safe in the deep of the night, asking nothing, doing nothing, only hanging there in the cold, clear dark and letting the season pass. You need not follow them down. You need only know they are there. One more sleeping thing among the many. One more quiet life folded away in the warm, low dark of the world, going nowhere, wanting nothing, waiting for no morning. And the knowing of it is enough, and the knowing of it settles in you soft as more snow, and you sink a little further just for the knowing. The pines stand along the far edge, past the pond, and the snow has come down through them all the long night, sifting slow between the black branches, gathering along each dark arm of them until the boughs bend low with the soft white weight, lower and lower, so slowly that no eye could ever catch the moving of it, only the being moved, only the deep green shapes going gradually rounder and paler and heavier through the dark. And now and then, so far off it is less a sound than the memory of a sound. One bough lets go its load with a soft, low sigh into the dark below, and eases up an inch, and begins again, without hurry, without waking, the slow gathering of the snow. That is all the pines do all the long night through. They stand. They hold the snow. They let a little go. They stand. And the wind, when it comes at all, comes so low and so soft among them that it is only a long breath moving through the high dark needles. A hush that gathers far off at one end of the wood and comes leaning down the length of it toward you, slow, slow, so that you hear it long before it nears. And it passes over the buried field and over the frozen pond and over the small closed lives in the ground, laying nothing bare, moving nothing that does not want to move, only smoothing the drifts a little softer, only breathing the loose snow a little lower into the hollows. And then it is gone on past, and the long quiet closes back over the field behind it, deeper than before. And you are so far down now that the wind, when it comes, does not reach you either. It moves somewhere up above over the roof of the dark, the way the snow moves, the way the far slow stars move, and you lie beneath it all, kept and covered, hearing it thin to nothing and let the silence back in. And the silence comes back down over you soft and full and warm, and there is nothing in it that asks to be listened to, nothing in it at all but the deep and the down. Somewhere out along the low stone wall that runs the far side of the field, a wall so old and so long tumbled that the snow has made it whole again, made it one soft, unbroken curve of white leaning through the dark. There are small, warm rooms hollowed back in among the fallen stones, and in one of them, a little creature lies curled nose to tail in a nest of dry grass and its own soft warmth, breathing its slow winter breath. So deep in its long sleep that a whole month might pass between one heartbeat and the next. And the snow lies thick over the stones above it, and the cold stands off outside the small dark door, and inside there is only the warm and the dark and the slow long dreaming, and it does not stir, and it does not wake, and it will not for all the long white weeks that lie ahead. And you need do no more than it does. You need only lie as it lies, curled soft and warm and closed in the deep of your own kept dark, letting the slow breath come and go, letting the long night stand off outside the small warm door of you, asking nothing, keeping nothing back, going down and down into the same great sleep that has taken the field and the pond and the fish and the pines and the small curled life in the wall and all the buried patient country under the snow. For it is all asleep now, the whole of it, everything the snow has covered. There is not one waking thing left in all the long white miles. The field sleeps under its weight. The pond sleeps under its ice. The stream sleeps under its stones. The seed sleeps in its furrow, and the root sleeps in its dark, and the wall sleeps under its soft new hole of snow. And over all of them the night stands watch, the great slow patient night, holding them all the way the snow holds them, close and warm and covered, letting not one of them be troubled, letting not one of them be woken, keeping them all down in the deep together while the hours go by so slow and so soft that they are hardly hours at all. Only the one long dark, only the one long breathing, only the one great sleep with everything gathered warm inside it. And you among them now, one more, kept the same, held the same, going down the same into the warm with no floor and the dark with no end. And the snow keeps coming. All through this deepest reach of the night it keeps coming, so slow and so straight in the still air that each flake seems to hang a moment before it falls, turning once in the dark, catching no light, and then settling down so soft onto all the others that no ear could ever hear it land. And another comes behind it, and another, all the long night down, laying the white a little deeper over the field, a little deeper over the roofs of all the sleeping things, a little deeper over the whole quiet turning country, and never once reaching you, never once touching you, only closing you further and further in. You are under all of it now, under the falling and the fallen both, under the deep soft weight of the whole white night, and it does not press on you, it only holds, it only keeps. It only lies over you the way it lies over the field, even and endless and warm from being so deep, sealing in what little heat there is and letting nothing of it go, so that the lower you sink, the warmer the dark grows around you, and the warmer it grows, the lower you sink, down past where the wind goes, down past where the cold goes, down past where even the slow snow goes, into the still, warm, bottomless middle of the sleeping earth where nothing moves at all and nothing ever will, all the long night through. Let the breath go then. Let it lean out into that warm dark, so slow now, so far apart, and let the dark take it, and let the next one come of itself, whenever it comes, with no hurry at all, with whole soft reaches of quiet lying between. For there is nothing your breathing need do now but ease, and go on so slow and so soft that it too seems half asleep, half sunk into the deep with all the rest. Hardly a stirring, hardly a sound, only the last slow tide of you going gently in and out at the bottom of the night. And still, far up above, past the snow and past the cloud, the stars are turning. You cannot see them down here in the deep, but they are there, they are always there, wheeling so slow over the buried field that no watching could ever catch their moving. The whole great, cold, bright field of them swinging round through the black, one hand's breadth in a long hour, drifting the winter shapes of them down the sky toward the far pale morning that has not begun and need not begin. And they ask nothing of you either. The stars, they only turn, the way the earth turns under them and the snow comes down between. The whole slow machinery of the night going round so gently and so far away that its turning is only another kind of stillness, another kind of rest. One more great quiet thing wheeling on above you while you lie kept and warm and going nowhere in the dark below. And it is all so far off. The stairs are so far off. The morning is so far off. The pale rim of the world where the light will someday come is so far off it is not even a thought yet. Not even a paleness yet, only a somewhere, only an out there, hours and hours and hours away across the whole width of the dark, coming so slow it has not started, coming so soft it will not be felt, coming so late that between here and there lie all the deep, still middle hours of the night, hour upon hour of nothing, but snow and dark and warm and down. More of it than you could ever come to the end of, more of it than you would ever need. A whole long country of night, laid out warm and white and endless before you, and all of it yours to sink through, and none of it asking you to hurry, and none of it asking you to wake. So there is time. There is so much time. There is all the time there could ever be, and more, folded soft into the long dark ahead, and not one moment of it wants anything of you but this, but the lying still, but the sinking down, but the being kept warm and closed and quiet in the deep heart of the winter night, while the snow comes down and the stars turn, and the whole slow country sleeps around you and the morning stays away. Down then, a little further down, the dark is warmer there. The dark is always warmer, the deeper you go, and softer and stiller, until the sinking is no longer a moving at all, but only a settling, only a lying always a little lower into the warm, the way the snow settles, the way the drift settles, grain by soft grain through the long night, sinking into itself so slowly it looks like lying still. And that is how you sink now, that slow, that soft, hardly sinking at all, only easing lower and lower into the deep with each long breath that leans out and lets you down another silent inch into the warm. And around you, folded away in the dark on every side, the whole sleeping country breathes its one long breath, so slow, so deep, so far between the ins and the outs of it that you might lie here a long, quiet while and hear it draw but once. The field breathing, the pond breathing, the wood breathing, the small, warm, curled lives in the wall and the ground all breathing together. One great, soft, slow tide of sleeping breath rising and falling under the snow, and you breathing with it in the middle of it. One small, warm part of the one great rest, no longer apart from it, no longer separate, only another of the many sleeping things the night has gathered in and covered over and holds now so close and so kind in the deep of its long white dark. There is nothing to keep. There is nothing to hold. There is nothing to carry down with you into the warm. Whatever the day was, it lies far up above now, up past the snow, up past the dark, up in the thin, cold air where the waking things go, and it cannot follow you here, and it need not, and it will not. For here there is only the deep and the down, only the warm and the still, only the long, soft, snow-kept dark closing full and gentle over you and asking nothing, keeping nothing, letting you go on down. Let it go, then, whatever is left of it. Let it lift up off you the way the last warmth lifts up off the field into the dark, and let it go up and away, up past the pines and the wall and the low turning stars, out of the deep and gone. And feel how much lighter the sinking is without it, how much softer, how much further down you ease now that there is nothing left to hold you up, nothing at all, only the warm dark under you going down and down with no floor to catch you and no reason to stop and no morning near enough to matter. So sink, soft and slow and warm, down past the sleeping fish in the deep green water, down past the small curled life in the deep of the wall, down past the seed in the furrow and the root in the ground and the stream under the stones, down past all of them, deeper than any of them, into the low, warm, bottomless heart of the winter night where the drift lies deepest and the dark lies stillest and nothing, all the long hours through, will ever once come near enough to wake you. Only the snow now, coming down, soft over the roof of the world. Only the dark now, warm and full and closing over. Only the long, slow breath leaning out and easing back, so far apart now, so soft now. That whole quiet reaches of the night lies sleeping in between. Only the settling, only the sinking, only the being kept down here in the still, warm heart of the snow-covered dark where nothing asks and nothing hurries, and the morning is so far off it has not even begun to come. Down and down and down into the warm, and down. And still the snow keeps coming, though you are far below it now, far under, so far down into the warm that the falling of it has become only a rumor, only the faintest far-off hush somewhere up above the dark, the way a sound heard through deep water loses all its edges and arrives at last as nothing more than softness. Somewhere up there, the flakes are still turning, still drifting down through the black air one after another, each one alone, each one taking its own slow time, none of them in any hurry to arrive, and they land without a sound, on the long, low rail of a fence gone soft and round, on the last dark stalk left standing in the field, on the still backs of the folded hills. And each one that lands makes the world a little quieter than it was, a little deeper, a little more wrapped and hushed and put away, until the whole of the country up above lies muffled under a weight of white so gentle it could never wake a thing, only press it kinder into rest. You may feel that weight even here, not heavy, only close, only the soft near press of everything above you settling down, layer on patient layer, the way a great many light things gathered slowly become at last one warm, deep covering that holds the heat in close against the ground and lets nothing cold come through. That is what is over you now. That is what you are under. All the long night's snow, come down and come to rest, and you beneath it, warmer for the weight of it, kept. There is a barn out there somewhere in the white. You need not go to it. You need only know that it stands, dark and broad and patient, its old boards silvered, its wide roof carrying its own smooth field of snow, and inside it the slow, warm animals stand close in the dark and breathe. Cattle, deep-chested, drowsing on their feet with their heads gone low, the steam of their breath rising soft into the rafters and hanging there, the smell of hay and warm hide and old dry wood. The small shiftings, the long sighs, the deep contented weight of large, gentle things at rest in the straw with the storm shut out. They are not afraid of the night. They have stood through 100 nights like this, and they know how it goes. The snow comes, the dark comes, the cold stands off beyond the walls, and inside, in the close, warm dark, there is nothing to do but lean together and let the hours pass. And so they lean, and so they let the hours pass. And out beyond their walls, the drift climbs slowly up the north side of the barn, soft and blue in the almost dark, higher by a breath each hour, and no one minds, and nothing hurries, and the warmth stays in. Let yourself be like them, if you like. One large, warm, patient breathing thing at rest in the dark with the storm shut out. Nothing to do but let the hours pass. Nothing at all. And further off, past the barn, past the last of the fences, the wood stands deep in its own snow. You have been near its edge before, back at the start of the long night, but you have never gone in this far, never come this deep among the trees, where the pines stand close and old and hung so heavy with white that their branches have bowed down low, low and lower, until the whole of the forest seems to be leaning gently toward its own long sleep. Here the snow does not fall so much as sift, coming down slow through the high dark boughs, catching, resting, letting go, drifting a little further down. And the light in here is a strange and lovely thing, not dark, not quite, for the snow gives back what little glow the sky still holds, so that everything stands dim and blue and softly shining, the trunks going up into shadow, the drifts glowing faintly at your feet, the whole hushed hall of the forest lit like the inside of something asleep. And it is so quiet in the deep of the wood, quieter than the field, quieter than anywhere. The snow on the boughs and the snow on the ground drink up every sound there is, so that even the falling makes no noise. Even your own slow breath goes soft and small and vanishes into the white. There is only the standing of the trees, only the leaning, only the slow blue glow of the drifts between them, running back and back among the trunks until they lose themselves in the dark, and every one of those trees is asleep. Root and trunk and bowed low branch, the great slow winter sleep of growing things, the sap gone down and still, the whole tall, patient life of them dropped low and dreaming out the long white months with the snow piled soft against their sides. They will not stir till spring. They ask for nothing between now and then. They only stand and hold their snow and sleep. And you may stand a while among them and sleep the same, rooted soft in the drift, holding your own warmth in, asking for nothing, wanting nothing, only to be one more still thing among the still things in the dim blue glowing quiet of the deep wood at the deep of the night. Somewhere among the trees a branch lets go of its load. A soft, heavy sound, a low white sigh, the snow slipping down through the boughs and settling, and then the quiet closing over the place where the sound was, deeper for the little sound having come and gone. And the branch, lightened, rises the smallest bit and stills and sleeps again. That is all that happens here. That is all that will happen all the long night through. A branch now and then letting go what it can no longer hold. The snow coming down. The quiet deepening, nothing more. You could let go the way that branch let go. Let the weight of the day slip down off you soft and heavy into the dark and be gone, and feel yourself rise the smallest bit, lightened, eased, and settle, and still, and sleep. There is nothing you are holding that the night will not take from you if you let it. It has room for all of it. It has taken in the whole of the country already, every field and fold and frozen pond, every barn and wall and bowed low tree, every warm, curled living thing, and covered them all over and holds them all now soft and close and kind. And there is room yet, room and to spare, for whatever small last weight you are still carrying. Set it down in the snow. It will be covered by morning. It will be as though it was never there. And how warm it is down under, for all the white and the cold laid over the world. That is the deep, strange kindness of the snow, the thing the sleeping animals know and the sleeping roots know, and you may know now too, that the more of it comes down, the deeper it lies, the warmer it keeps the dark beneath it, holding close against the ground the last low heat of all the year and letting the hard cold ride above, up on the surface, up where you are not. Down here the frost cannot reach. Down here nothing bites, nothing chills, nothing hurries the blood. There is only the low-kept warmth of the covered ground, and you settle down into it, deeper than the frost can follow, warm to the very heart of you, wrapped round and under and over by the soft, deep dark that the snow has made. The stream is still moving, far under the field. You cannot hear it now, so deep are you, so muffled is the world, but you may know it is there, dark and slow beneath its lid of ice and its blanket of snow, sliding on over the smooth stones with a sound too low and too far to reach you, going nowhere in any hurry, only going, the way it has gone all the long year and will go all the long year through, patient and dark and cold and utterly unbothered by the night. It does not need to be watched. It does not need you awake. It will slide on just the same through all the hours you are gone down into sleep, over the stones, under the ice, out past the sleeping wood and the sleeping fields and away, and be there still, moving still, when the far-off morning comes, and none of that is yours to tend tonight. Let the stream keep itself. Let the night keep the stream. You have only to lie here in the warm and go on down. Down where it is warmest. Down where it is stillest. Down past the frost line into the low-kept dark, softer with every breath, further with every breath, the ins and the outs of it grown so slow now, so long and so gentle and so far apart, that whole hushed stretches of the night lie folded in the quiet between them, and you scarcely there to mark them passing, scarcely anywhere at all now, only a small warm slowness in the deep of the covered dark, sinking. The stars are somewhere up above the snow. You knew them earlier, low and turning over the field, but they are gone from you now, shut away behind the falling white, and that is well, that is as it should be, for the stars are for the waking and the wide open dark, and you have gone in under, down beneath, into the close-roofed dark that has no stars in it and needs none, only the near soft press of the warm and the white and the deep. Let them turn up there without you. Let them wheel their slow, cold way across the top of the storm, over the clouds, over the falling snow, so high and so far that their light comes down through all of it, changed to nothing more than the faint blue glow that lies now on the drifts of the deep wood. The last thin ghost of the stars, come all that long way down through the storm to rest as a soft shine on the snow. And you the only one to see it, half seeing, half gone, sinking past even that into the dark below the shine. And still the snow comes down. It will come down for hours yet. Long past the point where you are gone, long past any thought or watching, it will keep on coming, soft and slow and patient out of the black, filling the tracks, rounding the walls, deepening over the barn and the wood and the field and the pond, laying itself down fold on fold on fold across the whole wide sleeping country, until there is not a hard edge left anywhere in the world, not a sharp thing, not a cold, clear line, only the long, smooth swells of white running off into the dark in every direction. Soft as the inside of sleep, and you somewhere down beneath the deepest of them, kept warm, kept close, kept safe, gone all the way down into the still. There is a farmhouse light far across the fields, but even that is going now. A small, warm square of yellow in all that dark and white, the last one waking in the whole of the valley, and as you watch it, as you drift, it dims. Someone within has turned it low. Someone within is going down to sleep, the same as you, the same as all the country, and the light gutters and softens and shrinks to a small, warm coal and then to nothing. And the last window in the world goes dark, and the whole valley lies unlit now under the snow, every light out, every soul down, the dark come whole and kind across all of it at once. And you among them, one more light gone gently out, one more small warmth folded down into the covered dark to sleep the long night through. How good it is to be one of many, sleeping, not alone in it. Not the only one awake in a sleeping world, but only one more of the countless quiet things gone down together under the same soft snow at the same still hour. The animals in the barn, the fish in the deep of the pond, the roots and the seeds and the small warm curled lives in the walls and the ground, the dark stream sliding under the ice, the whole leaning forest, the folded hills, and every last soul behind every last darkened window across the whole white valley. All of you down, all of you kept. All of you breathing the one slow breath of the sleeping land together, in and out, and in, so slow, so far between, that the night has room to lay itself full and deep in all the long, quiet spaces in between. So breathe with them, slow and slower, in with the sleeping field, out with the sleeping wood, and let the space between grow long and longer until it is more space than breath, until it is nearly all space, until you can scarcely find the edges of yourself in the warm dark at all, and there is only the sinking, only the settling, only the soft, deep, endless coming down of the snow over a world gone wholly to sleep. Nothing is left undone that the night cannot leave undone. Nothing is left unheld that the snow cannot hold. The barn stands. The stream slides. The trees lean into their long white sleep. The last light is out across the valley, and the drift climbs slow and blue up the north side of everything, and the cold rides high above where it cannot reach you, and the warmth stays low and close and kind. And there is nothing, nowhere, in all the deep of the covered dark that asks a single thing of you now. Only to sink. Only to stay. Only to go on down into the warm with all the sleeping things, deeper than the frost, deeper than the stream, deeper than the roots and the deep green water and the small curled lives, down into the low, still, bottomless heart of the winter night, where the snow lies deepest and softest of all, and holds you closest of all and will not, all the long hours through, ever once let the cold or the morning come near enough to stir you. Down and warm and still. Only the snow now, coming down over the roof of the sleeping world. Only the dark now, close and full and kind. Only the barn breathing and the wood breathing and the whole white valley breathing its one long, slow, snow-covered breath. Leaning out, so slow, and easing back, so soft, with all the still reaches of the night lying folded in between. Only the settling, only the sinking, only the deep-kept warm of the covered dark, holding you and letting you go on down. Down past the light that has gone out. Down past the last soft sound the snow will make. Down into the warm where nothing hurries and nothing asks, and the morning has not even begun to think of coming. And the snow comes down, and the dark holds close, and you go on and gently on, down. And down, so far down now that even the snow above you has grown faint, a soft gray hush somewhere far over your head, falling and falling the way it will go on falling all the long night through, whether you watch it or no. You do not need to watch it. You may let it fall on its own. It knows the way down without you, the way water knows the way down, the way the warm dark knows how to close over a thing and keep it. It has been snowing since before you lay down, and it will be snowing still when the first gray thought of morning stirs somewhere very far off at the far white edge of the world. And between the one and the other there is only this, the deep, the down, the kept and covered dark, and you inside it, held. Somewhere out across the buried fields there is a fence, its old gray wood gone soft with age, and along the top wire the snow has built itself up into a slow curling ridge, an inch, and then two, leaning and lipping over into the still air, holding and holding, the way a thing can hold long past all reason before it lets go. And when at last it lets go, it makes no sound at all. It simply eases and tips and slides down the far side into the drift below without a whisper, and the drift takes it in, and the fence wire lies bare and dark for a breath before the falling snow begins, so patient, so unhurried, to build the slow ridge up all over again. You need not wait for it. You need not watch it fall. Let it be enough to know that out there in the dark it is happening, and will keep happening all night, without you, gentle and slow, and needing nothing of you at all. The road that runs through the valley has gone under too. By now there is no telling where the road ends and the ditch begins, and the field beyond it opens out. For the snow has laid one smooth, unbroken cloth over the whole of it, hollow to hollow, filling every low place level and soft, so that the land lies simpler now than it has lain all year. No lines in it, no edges, no marks, nothing to catch or divide the eye, only the one long pale sweep of it rolling off gentle into the dark. And you may let yourself go smooth in just that way. Let the small, hard edges of the day go under. Let the little ruts and ridges of it, the things said and unsaid, the places you caught and held, let them all fill level and soft beneath the same forgiving snow, until you too lie simpler than you have lain all day, one long, easy sweep of yourself, unmarked, and rolling gently off into the dark. Down along the low ground, the stream still moves, as it has moved all night, black and slow beneath its lid of ice, and the ice has thickened another fine grain of itself in the deep cold since last you thought of it, sealing the dark water closer, quieter, further from the world. Under there, it does not freeze all the way. It never does. It keeps its slow thread of moving water dark, running on and on beneath the still white lid, turning under the banks, folding past the drowned gray stones, carrying the cold so gently downstream that not a single crystal on the surface so much as trembles. That deep, unhurried thread runs on through you as well now, somewhere far below your stillness, the one small, warm current that need not stop for the night to lie complete, the slow tide of the breath, still going, still turning, low and dark and easy, needing no watching, wanting no help, running on beneath the whole white, sealed-over stillness of you the way the stream runs on beneath the ice. You do not have to keep it going. It keeps itself. Only let it. Only lie still over it, sealed and quiet, and let the slow, dark water of the breath run on its own. High over the valley, the sky has thickened, close and low. The clouds come down so near the tops of the drifts that there is no longer any up, no far, no cold far reach of stars. Only the near soft gray belly of the snow cloud pressing gently down over everything, near enough to touch, near enough to hold. A low, warm ceiling drawn snug over the whole sleeping land like a hand laid over a lamp. There is nowhere the dark is thin tonight. Nowhere it opens out to that vast black cold. The cloud has come down and shut it out and drawn the world in close and small and warm beneath it. And you are in there, in the small, warm, shut-in dark of it, with the barn and the wood and the buried road and the black, slow stream. All of you drawn in close together under the one low-leaning sky, and nothing above to fall through, nothing beyond to fall toward, only the near, only the close, only the held. The old orchard on the slope stands under it all, the bare trees black and still, their thin branches loaded now, each smallest twig with its own fine sleeve of snow, so that the whole crooked tangle of them has gone soft and furred and pale in the dark, no longer sharp against the sky, but blurred, gentled, rounded over, every hard angle grown a slow white cushion of its own. And down inside the trunks, deep in the dark heart of the old wood, the trees have drawn everything down and in and low, all the green of them pulled far down out of the reach of the frost into the deep of the roots, where it lies coiled and dark and patient and slow, asking nothing, doing nothing, only keeping, only waiting out the long white sleep of the year in the warm dark under the ground. They are in no hurry for the spring. They do not lie there straining toward it. They have let the whole green, striving business of themselves go quiet and go down, all the way down, and they rest in it, root deep and untroubled, and the snow lies furred and soft on every waiting branch above them, and the year turns slow around them in the dark, and they mind it not at all. You may let yourself go down like that. All the reaching of you, all the green striving toward the next thing and the next, let it draw slowly down and in, down out of the cold, down into the warm, dark root of yourself, and lie there coiled and patient and slow, in no hurry for any morning, minding nothing, keeping only the deep, low warmth of the breath, resting root deep under your own soft snow. Out in the field, the last of the tall, dry grasses stand bent, each stem drawn down in a slow arc under its weight of white, the heavy heads of them bowed all the way over till they nearly touched the drift, held there gentle and unbroken through the long night, swaying not at all. For there is no wind now, none, not the least breath of it anywhere in the whole still valley. The air has gone entirely to rest. It lies over the fields as still as the snow lies under it, A great clear stillness stacked up motionless from the drifts to the low gray cloud. So still you might feel it as a kind of weight, a soft, settled fullness in the dark, the deep-held quiet of an air that has stopped moving and means to stay stopped all the night through. And in a stillness so complete, the falling snow itself falls straight, no drift to it, no slant, each flake coming down its own true plumb line out of the dark, slow and separate and unhurried, straight down into the deep of the drift that is waiting to take it. Straight down the way you are going. No slant to it now. No wind to catch you and turn you. Only the one true plumb line down into the warm. And the great stillness holds every small, far sound of the night the way still water holds a stone. Far off, so far it might be only the memory of a sound. The ice on the deep pond gives one long low groan as it settles and thickens against itself. A slow rolling note that travels out under the snow and fades, and is gone, and leaves the stillness deeper than before. Nearer, from the black eave of the barn, a single clod of snow lets go at last and drops the long, soft way to the drift below with the smallest muffled sound the world can make. A sound like the dark clearing its throat once, very gently, in its sleep. And nearer still, so near it is scarcely outside you at all, there is only the sound of the breath, low and slow and easy, leaning out into the dark and easing back. And each time it goes further out and comes back slower, and the great still space between one breath and the next grows longer and longer, filling up soft and full with all the deep-held quiet of the snowbound night, until it is nearly all quiet, nearly all space. Nearly all the deep, still full dark, with only the faintest slow tide of the breath still turning far down at the bottom of it, low and warm, and needing nothing. Let it grow longer still. There is room. There is all the long night's room for it. Nothing waits on the far side of the breath. Nothing counts them. Nothing is measuring the slow going out and the slow coming back, or minding how far apart they fall, or asking that they come any quicker than they please. So let them please to come slow. Let the going out be a long, soft sinking, further out and further down each time, and the coming back the gentlest turning at the bottom, unhurried, half asleep, and the space between them the deep, warm floor of the whole night, wide and still, and yours to lie down full length upon and rest. And should any small thought drift up out of the dark, some little bright edge of the day, some scrap of a thing to do or a thing once said, you need not chase it, and you need not push it away. Let it be another flake of snow. Let it come down its own slow plumb line out of the dark, turning gently, catching no light, and let it settle soft on the great white drift of all the other settled things, and lie there and go quiet and go under, the way each flake goes under as the next comes down soft on top of it, till there is no telling one from another anymore, only the one deep, smooth, unbroken drift of the quieted mind, level and soft and pale, rolling off gentle into the dark with no edge left anywhere to catch upon. Every thought a flake, every flake come to rest, and the drift of them growing slow and deep and smooth all night, and burying itself softer and deeper under itself hour by hour, till the last faint edge of the last small thought goes under the snow and the field of you lies smooth and unmarked and still from the near dark clear to the far dark, and the snow keeps falling over it, soft and slow and covering and kind. Deeper down than the drift, deeper than the bent grass and the buried road, deeper than the black stream under its thickening ice, the ground itself lies warm. Far under the frost line, down where the cold has never once reached and never will, the deep earth holds the low, steady warmth it has held since long before the snow began, a slow, banked warmth with no edge and no end to it, and everything that lives has drawn itself down toward that warmth for the winter, the roots reaching down into it, the small, curled, sleeping things burrowed low against it, the seeds lying patient in it in the dark. All of them down there together in the deep, warm keeping place under the cold, held and safe and slow. And you are down there with them now, deeper than the frost can follow, in the low banked warmth at the bottom of the winter, where the cold rides high and far above and cannot come, where the deep warm holds you close as it holds the roots and the seeds and the small sleeping lives, asking nothing, keeping everything, letting the long white night pass slow and harmless overhead. Nothing here hurries. Nothing here is asked. There is only the deep, warm keeping place, and the slow, low breath, and the snow far up above still falling, still covering, still drawing the whole world down gentle into the dark. And the snow does not stop. That is the deep kindness of it. It does not stop, and it does not hurry. It only keeps on, flake after slow flake, hour after quiet hour, laying the world down softer and deeper and further under with everyone, so that whatever depth you have sunk to, there is always more soft dark below you still to sink into, always another slow settling further down to go, and no bottom to it that you need ever reach or fear, only the endless gentle giving way of the deep, taking you down, and holding you the whole way, and taking you softly down again. You need not find the bottom of it. There is no bottom you must find. There is only the going down, slow and warm and endless and kind, into a dark with no floor and no far side and no morning anywhere in it yet, a dark that has room in it for the whole long night and all of you laid down full in the deep of it and still more room to spare. So let the last small holding on let go, the way the snow lets go of the fence wire, without a sound, without a struggle, just the slow easing, and the soft tip, and the long quiet slide down into the drift below that is waiting, always waiting, to take you in and close you over and hold you warm. Let the shoulders go under. Let the slow weight of the arms go under, and the long weight of the legs, and the small last held place behind the eyes. Let it all ease and tip and slide gentle down into the deep white drift of the dark, and let the drift take it and close over it soft and hold. There is nothing left now to keep up, nothing left to hold. The snow holds. The deep warm earth holds. The low gray sky holds close over all of it, and the barn stands, and the stream slides, and the trees lean furred and patient into their long white sleep. And none of it, in all the deep of the covered night, needs one thing more from you than that you lie still in the warm and let yourself go on down. Down where the settling never stops and never hurries. Down where the flakes come straight and slow out of the near dark and lie down soft one on another and never once ask to be counted. Down past the last low groan of the pond ice and the last soft drop from the black eve and into the great full stillness underneath them, where even the sounds have gone to rest. Down into the low banked warmth at the bottom of the winter, with the roots and the seeds and the small curled sleeping things, held close, kept safe, asked nothing. Down under your own deep drift of quieted thoughts, smooth now and unmarked and still. Only the snow now, only the slow, only the deep warm dark holding you and letting you go on down. And the breath leaning out, so long, and easing back, so soft, with all the still folded reaches of the night lying deep and wide in between. And the snow coming down over the roof of the sleeping world, and the dark drawn close and full and kind, and nothing, nowhere in all the long, quiet valley asking a single thing of you now, only to sink, only to stay, only to go on and gently on, down into the warm, where nothing hurries, and nothing asks, and the morning has not even begun to think of coming, and the snow comes down, and the dark holds close, and you go on down. And down. There is nowhere else the snow is going. It comes down out of the low dark, and it lies down, and that is all it wants, and that is all you want now too. To lie down, to be lain over, to be covered soft and kept. The valley has gone all one color under it. The fences and the furrows, the stubble field and the still black water, the low roof and the leaning trees, all of it drawn under the same slow white, all of it made even and smooth and quiet and one. No edge left sharp, no line left hard, everything softened at the rim and blurred kindly into everything near it, the way the last of your thinking is softening now and blurring kindly, and going all one warm, dim color at the edges. You need not keep the pieces of it apart anymore. Let the field be the sky. Let the near be the far. Let the barn and the drift and the slow gray air fold together and lie down together under the one soft cover, and let you fold in with them and lie down among them, and be no more separate from the warm covered dark than a stone is separate from the field it sleeps in. The snow does not fall on you. It falls with you. You are down in the drift of it now, held in the middle of the slow coming down, and it does not land on you cold. It settles around you warm, one soft weight and then another soft weight, so light, so slow, laying itself over you like the deepest and gentlest of all the quilts there ever were. And under so much soft weight, there is nothing left to do but sink. So sink. Let the last held place go loose. Let the breath come slower and slower still, and let the long space open behind it, that wide still space where nothing has to happen, where nothing is waiting, where the night just holds and lets you rest down into it a little further with every soft going out of the air. Further down. The pond has stopped speaking. The eve has let its last drop go. Even the far small sounds have laid themselves down in the deep and gone still, and now there is only the hush, the great soft roomy hush of snow on snow, of dark on dark, of the whole valley breathing slow beneath its cover. Listen how quiet it is down here, not an empty quiet, a full one, a quiet that is holding everything gently and asking nothing back, the quiet of seeds in the cold ground, the quiet of the deep roots, the quiet of the small curled sleeping things tucked warm below the frost, breathing their long, slow winter breath, safe and kept, and going nowhere until spring. You are down among them now, tucked warm below it all, held in the low, banked warmth at the very bottom of the winter, where the cold cannot reach, and the morning cannot reach, and nothing at all can reach in to ask a single thing of you. Only the warm reaches you here, only the dark, only the slow. And still it comes down. Still, above the roof of the sleeping world, the snow leans out of the low gray dark and drifts, and settles, and lays another soft handspan of quiet over the covered valley, and another, and folds the night deeper closed, and folds you deeper in. Deeper in. You do not have to follow the snow down anymore. You do not have to do the going. The going does itself now. The drift takes you, the way still water takes a slow sinking leaf, all on its own, without your help, without your minding, down through the warm dim toward the deep soft floor that keeps easing away below and never quite arrives, so that there is only ever the sinking, only ever the slow warm settling, on, with nothing to reach and nowhere to land, and no reason ever to stop. Let it take you. Let the shoulders sink the last of the way. Let the arms lie heavy and let them go. Let the slow weight of the whole long body settle down into the drift and be held, and let the holding be enough, and let it be all, and let there be nothing else in the whole wide covered night but the warm, and the weight, and the slow coming down of the snow. The breath so long now, so soft, leaning out into the hush and easing back so gently you can hardly find where it turns. And in between, that wide still folded quiet, opening and opening, with room in it for the whole night and all of you, and still more room to spare. Nothing hurries here. Nothing asks. The snow comes down. The dark holds close. And you go on, and gently on, sinking so slow, so warm, down under the deep white cover of the sleeping valley, where the settling never stops. Down where the flakes lie one on another, and are never counted. Down under your own smooth drift of quieted thought, unmarked now and still. Down into the low, warm dark at the bottom of the winter, held and kept, and asked nothing. So soft now, so slow. The barn stands in the snow and sleeps. The trees lean furred and white and sleep. The still black water lies under its glass and sleeps. And you lie in the warm of the deep drift, covered over, folded in, held, and you sleep, and the snow comes down and the dark holds, and there is nothing more. There's nothing more to do. Nothing more to keep. Only the warm. Only the slow. Only the deep soft down. And the snow. Coming down. Over the roof of the sleeping world. Over the field and the fence and the folded quiet valley. Over you. So gently. So slow. Let it cover you now. Let it hold. The dark is kind. The drift is warm. The night has no far side, and the morning has not begun to think of coming, and there is all the long, deep quiet in the world, and it is yours, and it holds you, and it asks nothing. Only rest. Only stay. Only sink, so soft, so slow, into the warm. The snow comes down. And down. And you are held. And you are covered. And you are allowed now to sleep. There's nothing you need do. There's nothing at all. Only the warm dark. Only the slow drift. Only the snow, laying itself down over everything, so soft and so deep and so still. Down. And down. Sleep now. The snow holds. The dark holds. Rest. Sink. Stay. Down into the warm. So slow. So soft. The snow comes down. And the dark draws close. And everything is covered. And everything is held. And there is nothing left. But the warm. And the deep. And the slow coming down of the snow over you is now. Rest. Sleep. The snow comes down and holds you warm, so soft, so deep, and down, and gone, into the warm, the dark, the snow, and rest. And stay, and sleep, down, and down, so soft, now, the snow, the warm, the dark, holding you, still, and still, rest now, sleep now, the snow comes down, so slow, so soft, and holds, and lets you go, on down, into the warm.